Hello. Hello. I've arrived. No matter how much I try my damnness to make sure that stream can start seamlessly and I'm prepared, I'm never prepared. 2:30 always sneaks up on my ass. Every fucking time. Hello Zier, hello Greg. Welcome. Welcome to more Smosh Reddit stories. I added a couple more to the playlist. I didn't add like a ton just because I'm gonna kind of play stream today by ear. It's been kind of a rough week so far. So I don't want to like force myself to feel like I have to go for 6 hours. We'll see how I'm feeling after we get through the few more that I have in the playlist. And if I feel like continuing on, then we'll continue on. If I don't, then we won't. You know, just gonna play it by ear, especially because congratulations, everyone. May is almost over. Thank fucking moon. I am so ready to say goodbye to this long ass, treacherous ass month. It's been a very rough ride. Um, and you know, we have so much to look forward to in June. I did preemptively schedule the streams for Deltarune and Secret of the Mimic because you know, we have those plans. Also, if you missed my community tab post, I am currently on chapter 2, but I went back, I replayed chapter 1, I did Jevil as well so that I have the the armor that you get for defeating Jevil pacifist. And I've never done Spamton Neo, which is the chapter 2 secret boss, but I will be doing that on my own time as well because I did make sure to check. Toby made a Twitter thread saying that the plan is for your demo save files to carry over to the full game. I hope it works because I'm playing on Switch. I do have the game on Steam, but obviously Switch is my most preferred console. It's the one I'm most comfortable with. And I feel way more comfortable doing bullet time games, bullet hell games with a controller. My controller that I can use with my computer is currently in a box because I'm still packed up, ready to move once I become a full time content creator. So yeah, I hope it works because I would I would die a little inside if I did all this work for fucking nothing. But yeah, I replayed the game. I replayed chapter 1. I looked through. I made your guys' decisions. I went back in stream and I made the same decisions that you guys did for any choices that either I know for a fact matter or that I feel like might matter, like the sprite, for example. That was like, yeah, they say your choices don't matter in this world. That's coming up later. We all know. Whether it doesn't come until chapter 7 or not, it doesn't matter. We know what's happening. We know that shit's coming back. They didn't make us do that for no reason. In the worlds of Undertale and Toby Fox games, nothing ever happens for no fucking reason, okay? I know better as a long time Undertale bitch. But yeah, so I remade your guys' sprite. I also remade the Thrash Machine. Whenever I get to Queen's boss fight where the Thrash Machine comes back, I'll make sure to take screenshots so that you guys can see your Thrash Machine in action since I kind of fucked up on the stream, but it's fine. So yeah, I'm doing that so that we'll have everything prepared for chapter 3 and chapter 4 because I have no idea. I haven't spoiled myself at all. I don't know shit. I want to go in completely blind because that's how I went in with the first chapter and the second chapter. So I don't look at spoilers. I don't look at the newsletters or anything like that. I like to go in completely blind. So yeah, I on average, whenever the new chapters come out, they take me around like 8 to 10 hours. So I'm thinking what we might do is probably split each chapter into 2 streams, and I might kind of just have a stream be that Monday, and then I'll maybe counteract it with taking that Wednesday off, because I don't like. Obviously, I stayed spoiler free from Tears of the Kingdom for 2 fucking years. It's not like I'm not experienced in staying spoiler free, but I would rather not go through that again because I don't want to have to avoid social media as a content creator and a social media bitch. Like, social media is how I contact you guys. I don't want to have to avoid it to that degree, with something as like hyped up as Deltarune. With Tears of the Kingdom, I was just staying spoiler free for the end game, but if I just passively saw a post about like someone's Ultra Hand stuff, I got the game on launch day, so I didn't have to worry about that. But yeah, we're just gonna we're just gonna see how it goes. But yeah, so for the rest of the streams leading up to Deltarune's release, I'm probably not gonna play any games. I'm gonna rest and charge. Besides finishing the chapter 2 shit, yeah, we're just probably gonna watch videos for the rest. I'm thinking maybe on Sunday we'll watch Undertale lore, just so we'll be hopefully around nearly caught up for Deltarune chapter 3 and chapter 4. Also, as a heads up in advance, I will not be streaming on next Wednesday. I have a doctor's appointment. It's with a new doctor, and I have prayed and manifested my little ass off. It's not a little ass. I've prayed and manifested my ass off that it goes well. Obviously, I will let you guys know how it goes, but I won't be here on Wednesday. So next Wednesday. So Sunday will be the last stream that we have pre-Deltarune release. Pre-Deltarune Chapter 3 release. The next stream after this upcoming Sunday will be Deltarune Chapter 3 playthrough. I'm probably not going to. I'm gonna have to open the game because I want to make sure and check if my data carried over. But I'm not gonna actually open the chapter. I just want to see if my stuff carried over. If I wind up having to like open the chapter and check shit, like in the beginning area, then I'll let you guys know. But I'm going in as blind as possible. I won't get to like the actual dark world if it can be avoided. I just need to make sure that my work was worth it, and if it wasn't worth it, then I need Thursday to I guess recover the pieces of my soul that will die. Still never played any Toby Fox content. Not that I'm hard opposed, just never gonna. Yeah, that's valid. I do recommend it. But if not, there's full playthroughs on the channel. We are all caught up for Deltarune Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. So, yeah. And then after Deltarune Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, we also have Secret of the Mimic coming up, which I'm very excited for and also very nervous for because it will be my first. I count Into the Pit as my first time playing a FNAF game completely blind. But it was kind of more of like a kind of like appetizer of a game, it's not really that in depth. It's not really that long in the grand scheme of things. Secret of the Mimic has such sister location energy to me, and sister location is a pretty big beast of a game, so I'm very nervous and I'm very scared for that. That will also probably be the first stream that I do. I might try to test before then. Give me one sec. We might do a test stream where I play some kind of random desktop game just so I can see how it goes. I might also ask if I can have a second monitor set up in my room before then, because I dread the thought of doing a game on my desktop without a second monitor. It seems, especially a scary game, I'd rather just be able to have chat like right there, not on like a separate device that I have to look anywhere else for. and wait for. I'd rather be able to focus on both. We'll see. We'll see. It might be a bit of a disaster. But do you really come here for like not a disaster? I've been known as a scuff bitch my entire content creation career. If you came to this channel for reliability, I'm afraid you're in the wrong place. Not self-deprecatingly, but just realistically towards myself. But yeah, to recap the rambles, I'm still a bit sleepy, so my bad for being a sleep-deprived, loopy little bitch. But I will not be streaming next Wednesday. The rest of the streams leading up to Deltarune Chapter 3, we'll be watching videos together. Most likely on Sunday, we will watch Undertale lore to get us hyped up for Deltarune Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. And then the next stream after Sunday will be us playing Chapter 3. I played through Chapter 1 already. I defeated Jevil in Chapter 1 pacifistly, so I have that armor. I'm also playing through Chapter 2 so that I can fight Spamton Neo and get that armor. So, allegedly, according to Toby, your demo data is supposed to carry over into the full game, and also once you buy the full game, Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, all of the remaining chapters will be added as free DLC as they are released. So your demo data is supposed to carry over. So I'm playing through those chapters again to be able to actually have all of the decisions that you guys made in Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 be relevant and added to the game, and also to have myself prepared with a bit better armor than I had for our playthroughs on the channel. And then after that, it's going to be Deltarune Chapter 3 and Chapter 4 for however long it takes me to defeat those chapters. Might be a long time because it's going to be completely new exposure. I don't know a damn thing at fucking all. I don't know what the Dark World is. I don't know what the enemies are. I don't know shit. So it'll be a new adventure. We'll figure out voices and shit as we go. And then after Deltarune, the priority will be Secret of the Mimic. And we're kind of gonna play the rest of the streams in between that time by ear. But yeah, that's everything that's going on. I'm not entirely sure what we're gonna do on Friday and Saturday yet. I'm kind of thinking maybe we'll do Daily Dose of Internet or Mr. Ballin. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling. I don't want to put too much brain power where it's not present. But yeah, that's all the announcements. I would like to start doing more just chatting time at the start of stream. And I'll try to keep it under 20 minutes. So we are at 16 minutes, and we're gonna move over here to the content, where the content is at. Oh my gosh, I am sorry. As always, when it comes to Smosh Reddit stories, I am sorry in advance for what you are about to go through, what you're about to hear. The couple that I added down here, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna keep the Sawdust story, because in my opinion, the Sawdust story is the most fucked up one that I think they've ever covered, besides like actual full-on like abuse, because of just the willful ignorance and willful negligence towards how awful that is to do to someone, and to be so far up your ass as to not understand why that is as bad as it is, because you're literally poisoning someone. So we're gonna have the Sawdust story as the pinnacle of the absolute worst of the worst. There is one story that I think might be like just a couple notches below, because we didn't get to poisoning, but we got to pretty fucking severe in terms of that same level of willful ignorance and willful negligence towards how much you were fucking with your partner. And then we have another story that's like probably not anywhere near that in the grand scheme of things, but as a person who is very sentimental and has a lot of items that mean the world to me and that I would probably lose my shit on someone if they ever tried to destroy them. There's a story that's like that, that I think is also pretty fucking bad. But the sawdust story keeps me up at night. I swear to fuck, I don't want to say I cannot believe that one's real, because I can, and I think that's the worst part. And the only reason that I can believe it's real is because of how it's told. Like, I can fully believe that someone did that to someone. Welcome, Jay-Z. I can fully believe that someone did that to someone and just was like, I'm helping her lose weight. And it's like, it's not like I'm giving her laxatives in her food. At least laxatives are like an actual thing that you're meant to consume. It's meant to help you if you are struggling with constipation. It is an actual thing that people are meant to take. Sawdust is not that. So the fact that you compared it to giving her laxatives is insane to me. Because laxatives aren't going to give her fucking intestinal problems and kidney problems for the rest of her fucking life. They're not poisoning her. Are they bad to do in excess? Yes, everything is bad to do in excess. But it's not fucking sawdust. Like, that's just the pinnacle to me. That is the pinnacle of that story. I'm shocked that that story was not put on Am I the Devil? I cannot fucking believe that it was not, especially because his brother comes in and his brother is like, I'm going to tell her that you were doing this because that's fucked up. So either you tell her or I will. And he's like, but I just don't understand why my brother would do this. I just don't understand why this is a bad thing that I'm doing. I'm poisoning my girlfriend for her health. Okay? I put fucking arsenic in her food because it's actually healthy. And I'm saving her, actually. Like, go to hell, okay? Go straight to fucking hell. Do not pass go on the way. Do not collect $200. Just eat shit and choke on it while you're there. Just the absolute fuckery going on is just crazy. Okay. I don't even remember what's in this one, so we're just gonna jump right into it. Is it foreboding that this is the first thing Shane says? Absolutely. It absolutely fucking is. Strap in, lads. Strap in, Starbies. We're in for a fucking ride.
We have found even more insane, unhinged, absolutely bonkers Reddit stories. They're just a non-stop pouring of crazy things that people write on there. And we've gathered up a bunch more, and they are fantastic. And today I'm joined by Ian and Spencer. Both of you like Reddit. I think you're actually the first guests on here who actually use Reddit.
First white guys.
Yeah. You would never be able to tell, but...
No, I actively stay off Reddit.
Oh, that's smart.
But I know, like, I'll just fall down like a pit of despair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That does happen.
But I do use it for whenever I finish like an episode of Love Is Blind and I want to go to like what everyone's talking about.
That's smart.
Yeah. Real Housewives of Salt Lake City.
Okay. So
I mean,
are the two subreddits.
I will
Those
say,
are the two subreddits.
I'm not someone who frequents Reddit, but if I need like information, like for example, when I was fighting Devil, the first resource that I found on how to defeat him quicker, because I was kind of getting my ass beat for like the first few tries, was a Reddit thread about like the best loot and everything to use for Devil. So I think it is a good resource for that kind of stuff. I've definitely used it a lot for guides. I've used it for feedback on certain stuff. I think it is a good resource in a lot of ways, but it's also both a good source to regain some sense of humanity and to also lose your faith in humanity extremely rapidly. It's a grab bag of things. But I don't want people to like to see this series and see us like talking shit. Like, I think Reddit is a great resource. I'm not someone who thinks that Reddit is like the absolute demon on the internet. There's worse places on the internet than Reddit, okay? There's way worse places. There's a lot of good that Reddit does. There's a lot of good things that you can get off of Reddit. It's also a place where people get stuff off their chest, and sometimes you just hear the most unfathomable shit, and yet if you're at a certain point in your life, you can totally believe it. But yeah, this series is not to be like Reddit is the bane of the internet. Trust me, as a person who's been on the internet frequently since 2009, Reddit is the least of our worries, okay? But it is the place that the Sawdust story existed. So, you know, it's a grab bag. It really is a grab bag.
Yeah.
I get most of my humor from our funny.
Yeah.
That
That's
tracks.
so epic.
That tracks.
That's so epic.
Yeah, here's a story for you.
Yeah.
Are you prepared?
Yeah.
Okay. My husband is obsessed with Destiny's Child, and it's ruining our marriage. This is from our
interesting kind of retro choice. I don't remember this one.
advice when you ask Reddit for advice, which is smart.
You want to know my advice?
What?
Don't go chasing waterfalls.
Okay.
Not Destiny's
Oh,
Child.
That's THC.
Last year, my husband discovered Destiny's Child. I don't know how he wasn't aware of them before, but that's beside the point.
For anyone who doesn't know, Destiny's Child is actually, I think Destiny's Child is where Beyonce started. It's where her and Solange, her sister, started. So it's like, I think they're early 2000s, late 90s. So it is pretty wild that he's never heard of them before.
He obviously didn't have this obsession before we were married. In fact, we've been married for 7 years, and he'd never exhibited any signs of obsessive behavior before this. Now his obsession is taking over both of our lives and costing us a lot of money. He spends all day on eBay bidding on Destiny's Child merch. He is always the highest bidder, so it's very expensive. He is only subscribed to streaming services so he can listen to them. He bought a Bluetooth shower speaker so he can listen to them while he bathes. We cannot have one conversation without him saying something like, you know, this actually reminds me of a Destiny's Child lyric. He's
I'm sorry. I'm just imagining you're sitting down with your spouse and you're like, honey, we need to have a very serious talk. And they're like, you know what? That's like that one Destiny's Child song. It's 2025. Oh my god. You know, that just this is just the average. You have ADHD and you just found your new main hyperfixation. If you've ever wondered what having a person with ADHD as your friend is like, this is what we're like when we find a new hyperfixation. Oh my god.
He's spent hours watching YouTube tutorials, learning the choreography from every video.
Holy
He
shit.
makes me sit down and watch him dance in front of the TV to make sure his form and timing are perfect. He emails the members often, begging them for a reunion. He emails Beyonce regularly.
God, I'm so glad we're starting with this one. Holy shit.
Begging them for a reunion tour. He has also sent them birthday gifts in the mail. I would like to point out that his obsession is not sexual in any way. He just thinks they're really cool. I'm almost to my wit's end.
Oh
I feel
my
like I
god,
can't.
it's literally it's literally that Simpsons meme where Marge has the potato in her hand and she's like, I just think they're neat, but it's a fucking Destiny's Child. Oh my god.
Can't escape Destiny's Child and have lost my husband completely to this obsession. Any advice would be greatly appreciated. Some comments. Just wait until he finds out about Beyonce and her solo career. Is this a midlife crisis? Asking as a nearly 40-year-old man. It sounds like this is an attempt to reclaim his youth. Put me down as pro-intervention therapy, too.
He was sleeping on this behavior for 6 years. Impressive. Yeah, I'm like, are you sure? Because this is fucking textbook. Either he is autistic or has ADHD, and he just found his most recent hyperfixation. Like, are you sure he's never acted this way to anything else before? Because there's no fucking way. I'm sorry. There's no way your husband's fucking neurotypical.
Symptom of some larger psychological issue he needs to work out. Another
No.
comment said, I quickly glanced through the comments and didn't see this mentioned. I would go to the hospital to check for tumors. One day my cousin had bizarre obsessive behaviors, and it turned out he had a large tumor in his brain. I'm no doctor, but quick changes in personality behaviors could always be something medical.
Hello?
I hope you find peace with this soon. My thoughts to you. I'm sorry. I'm laughing a little hard at them treating it like, I'm so sorry. That
Yeah.
Your friend comes up to you and they're like, I just don't know what to do with him anymore. You know, it's really ruining our marriage. And you're like, what's going on? What's bothering you? What can I do anything to help? And they're like, my husband's obsessed with Destiny's Child. Oh. You're kind of treating it like he's like terminally ill or something. It feels like it, okay? I'm losing my husband to Destiny's Child. You don't understand. Please. I can't.
Sorry.
It's like my husband
I
loves
will say it
Destiny's
sounds like we need a resolution.
I love that Reddit has became WebMD.
Yeah.
They're like, oh,
Yeah.
you like Destiny's Child? It's cancer.
Yeah,
So,
pretty much.
We have an update here.
Okay.
Oh
dead.
dear. I mean, it is. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't get parasocial with poor Beyonce about Destiny's Child. But at the same time, again, I'm just looking at this from the perspective of like a person who's had many a hyperfixation and many that have lasted a very long time. I don't think people realize when I mentioned like Pandora Hearts is my favorite piece of media of all time. I started reading Pandora Hearts in like 2010, 2011 when it was still ongoing. And to this day, a decade later, it is still my primary hyperfixation. I literally bought the Oz Nendroid the second it dropped, and he's right here. You can hear him. You can hear his little stand. You can hear him. I've had hyperfixations that have lasted a very, very long time. Would I ever do this, though? Absolutely not. I can't stand parasocial behavior. It makes me very uncomfortable as a person who has a history of being stalked and having my boundaries crossed by people. I would never do this. I would never let it get this far. I'm not so far up my own ass that I think I have any right to try to reach out to Mochi Jun herself. But think of all the Destiny Child songs we could be making if I knew their songs. Say My Name is a fucking Destiny's Child song, right? Hold on. I think that's the only one I know. It is the only one I know. It is a Destiny's Child song. Didn't they also do fucking the original Proud Family theme song? Yeah, they did the original Proud Family theme song as well. Yeah, that's the only couple that I know though. So, okay, well now I think no Scrubs is TLC. Now I'm just imagining him just talking to his wife and being like, say my name, and she's like, honey? And he's like, that was a Destiny's Child song reference. Oh my god. This is a good story. I like this story. I think it's funny. I needed this laugh.
He chased those waterfalls too far.
My husband had an MRI yesterday. He reluctantly agreed to it because he knew I was absolutely terrified and anxious. No tumor, thank goodness. Everything was normal. He is finally beginning to understand how seriously I take this and how much of a problem it's become in our marriage. He has agreed to visit a therapist. Hoping for the best. Thank you all for your wonderful advice.
The therapist comes back and is like, your husband is not terminally ill. He's just very autistic. I'm glad it wasn't a tumor because my point still stands now. This is simply just ADHD, autistic, or both ADHD behavior. You're welcome for the fucking armchair diagnosis from a Wonderlandian VTuber.
Means the world. All right. Well, I think that's a great update. Good for them, and good for him for being, being open, and her, like, whatever.
For being a survivor.
Yeah.
I feel like it didn't get the attention the first time I said that.
No, it was good.
I will say that got very serious for such a silly title. Do you think this is this deep, or do you?
I think Minnie has to go out. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. She did, in fact, have to potty. Say my name is stuck in my head now.
I think this is a little
Though I'm
blown
not
out of proportion. Like, this guy just
complaining. It is a
really
good
loves.
song.
When I discovered Blackpink in 2020,
Yeah.
who's to say I didn't do all of these things?
Fair point.
No, but it like /S/SRS. Serious, on a serious note, no, I would be alarmed.
I agree that the sudden change.
Yeah.
Well,
It'd
I
be
mean,
one-
again, like, maybe this is just my bias as a person with ADHD who also has a lot of autistic friends. I feel like maybe you just didn't notice that he's had these like obsessive behaviors before. Like, does he not have like any collections of anything? Like, are you sure this is out of nowhere? Because I kind of have a hard time believing that it is out of nowhere. If it's this intense. Like, this textbook hyperfixation behavior. Like, maybe you just didn't think about it too hard because it didn't suddenly come out of nowhere. Because it was, like, pre-established when you guys met or something, you know? Yeah, I think it's more likely she just wasn't paying attention to it. Yeah, I mean, like, if you, like, for example, if you have someone that let's say you're, like, college sweethearts, right? So at that point, whoever you're with had, like, a pre-established life before you up to their 20s, basically. They probably had shit that they collected since they were a kid, like action figures or something, certain brands, like maybe they like always really enjoyed G.I. Joe, so they have like a bunch of G.I. Joe collectibles. Like, if that was already pre-established before you got together, then you wouldn't think much of that because, like, the height of the obsession, welcome FDB, the height of the obsession was before you guys met or before you got together. So you've never seen the start of it. So I don't know. I do think she's blowing it a little bit out of proportion. I would probably take a step back and, like, does he have anything that he's collected for a really long time? Does he have any certain things that, like, he's always really loved, or, like, any kind of very special items to him that he's, like, super sentimental about? That kind of thing. I do think this is just probably he's just undiagnosed autistic or has ADHD. But, maybe I'm the one who's a fool. Maybe I'm just projecting. I don't know.
I think if it's like, oh, he's always been obsessed with Destiny's Child and he's always been a fan of bands and stuff, but it's just suddenly out of nowhere. And I get that. I think the issue is that there's money involved and he's spending a lot of money on it, and that's concerning.
I mean, that's a bigger issue.
I think also, like, him forcing her to, like, watch him dance and, like, I'm like, is your husband?
No, I think that's actually very pure and cute. I think that's really sweet. He's just, I mean, again, I can't turn my brain off. Okay, to kind of explain a little bit of lunar lore here, to explain some Lou lore to you. Part of the reason that I hate the school system as much as I do as an adult, and why I still have nightmares about it to this fucking day. I get nightmares about school multiple times a week to this day, and I'm in my late 20s. Okay? I was undiagnosed with ADHD for the entirety of my schooling. I didn't get diagnosed until I turned 18 and graduated. So, in order to even get diagnosed, I had a lot of friends who had it and were diagnosed as kids, and they winded up pointing out to me that I showed a lot of symptoms, and it made me curious. So I spent about a whole year, pretty much the entire summer of when I was like 16 to 17, doing my research into ADHD and also similar disorders to ADHD that are often misdiagnosed as each other, so like bipolar disorder, autism, etc. And so in that, ADHD itself became a hyperfixation for me because I kind of didn't have a choice. It was the only way that I would be taken seriously to even get tested for it, because I had to bring the evidence of like, well, this is all the symptoms, and I have literally every single fucking one. All of them. I have all of them. And so I can't not be acutely aware when there's like ADHD stuff present. Kind of almost with autism as well, although I'm not autistic, and I figured that again because I did the research for both. If I winded up getting diagnosed as autistic later in my life, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised, but I had way less symptoms for autism than I did for ADHD, and any of the symptoms that I did have for being autistic were the overlaps with ADHD. So would I be surprised? No, but again, like ADHD and autism are often referred to as like cousins because they're very similar disorders in a lot of ways. There's a lot of overlap. Autism is just slightly more complicated, but at their core, they're very, very similar disorders. So, like, I have a bunch of friends who are autistic because people with ADHD and autism just tend to gravitate towards each other naturally because of our shared traits. And I'm just here and I'm just like, it just seems like he's very autistic or very ADHD and he's never been diagnosed. And he's experiencing probably, like, as someone who has significantly dwindled in my ability to like really latch on and hyperfixate on something, and even when I do finally get that little taste of hyperfixation, it never lasts that long for me anymore, mainly because I've like grown kind of, what's the word I want to use, I've kind of grown more picky about the media that I really let myself latch onto these days. Just because I've been burned by a lot of media that I enjoyed. My most recent hyperfixation was Yellow Jackets, and season 3 killed it entirely because I fucking hated season 3 so much. So, like, I haven't had a really good, reliable hyperfixation for a very long time that, like, started fresh. The only hyperfixations that I still have to this day that are super strong are ones that I've had for years and years and years, and it's also pretty much all media that's finished because I don't have to worry about it burning me because it's already done. So if I wind up not enjoying it, then it's like no skin off my back because I didn't invest like years of my life waiting for this to come out and all that. But yeah, I mean, this just seems like it's the first really major hyperfixation that he's obtained in a really long time, and because it's the band that's already been disbanded, there's like no harm, no foul into getting into them now because they're not going to be able to hurt you. Is it because the main character went full villain? In Yellow Jackets, no. My burned bridge was a major character death. I'm not going to say who. I'm not going to spoil Yellow Jackets because it's still an ongoing show and they just confirmed season 3, so don't spoil it. But yeah, my burned bridge was a main character death. My present hyperfixations, Pinterest, all kind of started 2020 or earlier. Let me try to think. I feel this might be incorrect, but I feel like my most recent hyperfixation that has stuck is actually bats, like the animal. I started doing more research into bats in my early 20s, and they are still my favorite animal, and they will probably always be my favorite animal because I love them a lot, and I'm the type of person where I love just randomly bringing up bat facts when it's relevant. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Maybe Deltarune. I think, you know what? Yeah, I'll say Deltarune is probably my most recent hyperfixation that stuck and will probably remain for a long time until I find a show that like it meets all of my very complicated standards that I have at this point. Also welcome Alex. That I have at this point that has not burned me, and I doubt ever will because it's Toby Fox game. But Deltarune is probably the only ongoing hyperfixation that I still have. The Magnus Archives I've heard of. It's very good. My own OCs. Very valid. Yeah, SCP is also a big one. I mean, I guess FNAF too. If you want to count FNAF, FNAF is probably another one because FNAF is technically still ongoing too because we're still getting games. But it's rare for me to get new ones recently. Like if I wind up getting into something, there's always something that winds up happening in it that I just lose interest. I lose my jive. I lose my passion for it because I'm so picky. And I like, part of it is that I'm at a point in my life where I'm at an age that like I really can't be what's the word? I can't be like flippant with my energy that I dispel to things and people because I don't have that much to spare anymore because I'm at a point where all of my disabilities like really affect me at this age and are going to continue affecting me a lot harder from this point forward. So like I'm very picky about with like what I just spend my energy for, and most of the time getting into a new thing really takes a lot of energy from me. It's kind of why outside of streams, because I want to make it an enjoyable experience for the people watching. So I'm very strict about spoilers in my streams. But in my casual life, among friends and stuff, I'm usually a person who it's like, if you're trying to get me into a piece of media, I'd rather you just fucking spoil it to me because then I'll be able to tell you straight up if I want to put time and energy into it or not. I'll usually look up spoilers if I'm slightly interested in something because if it winds up having like a big plot twist that like is triggering for me or just not something that I enjoy, then I'm not going to even bother in the first place because I've had to deal with so many pieces of media disappointing me. So I'm strict in stream, but in my casual life, I don't give a single fuck about spoilers and I actually encourage them. I just don't like people doing it in my stream because it's, again, I'm thinking more about the audience and their enjoyment, and a lot of people, disability solidarity, hell yeah. A lot of people use my streams to be their first exposure, so I don't like people spoiling it for their experience. I also, if I'm like playing a game for the first time, I want to be able to give you guys my raw reaction. But for the most part, if I'm watching something on my own and it's not like a YouTube video, I don't fucking care. It's a YouTube video. It's not really that much skin off my back. But like a series, if I dedicate my time and energy to it, especially when it's a series that's like ongoing and it's not like a Netflix series and I have to wait a week between each episode, my interest dwindles so fast. I can't tell you what a slog it was to get through the latter half of Yellow Jacket Season 3 after the shit they pulled in the first few episodes of Season 3. But I was like, maybe they'll change my mind. Maybe something else will happen. And then it just got worse. And now we know that Season 4 is coming out, and I'm like, wow. I literally could not give any less of a shit. Yeah, anyway, long tangent just to basically be like, this dude is just fucking autistic or has ADHD, and he's not terminally ill. He's just probably undiagnosed, and it's fine, and maybe you should... I don't want to victim blame here, although she's not really a victim. She's not a victim. I'm gonna slightly OP blame. Maybe just pay more attention to your fucking husband. I don't know. Kind of weird for you to take all of this shit so personally. Actually, like, if he's happy, why are you treating it like it's such a bad thing? I don't know. This story is very funny, but also kind of weird. I don't know.
Husband 14?
Is he good? Like, is he good at the
Yeah, I guess that's
dances?
the question, is if he was really good, maybe she wouldn't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
If he ate, maybe...
All right, next story. Am I the asshole for being racist and rude because I refuse to try spicy Indian food?
You are the asshole for making sure you worded it in the worst possible way. Yeah, a little bit. Little bit. Little tiny bit, yeah.
Okay. This is a 23-year-old woman. I absolutely cannot handle spice, so I avoid Indian cuisine. My acquaintance, a 22-year-old woman, is Indian and invited me to a dinner party at her house with a lot of people I am friends with. When
Okay. Okay, I'm not... We'll listen to the whole thing. This is already... I'm squinting.
I got there, she tried to offer me some food, but I declined and told her I couldn't handle spice, and she took the food back to the kitchen. Later in the party, she came to me with some sort of Indian dessert and asked me to try it. I was a bit frustrated at this point because I already explained that I can't handle spice, and this dessert, I think she said it was called, mind you, this is the person who, I don't know if they, so this is her thinking of whatever this was. I think she said it was called jalani or something. Was fried and dripping in red hot oil. I told her that this dessert looked super spicy and that I could not try it. She insisted that it wasn't spicy, but I know that people, especially those used to eating spicy food like Indians, have vastly different ideas of what constitutes spicy. I said to her that I probably would find it spicy and refused again. She got upset at this and avoided me for the rest of the party. This morning, a bunch of friends messaged me and said I was being rude by not trying the dessert, and it was apparently racist of me to assume that it would be spicy. I honestly was just trying to protect my sensitive taste buds from a fiery death. Am I the asshole?
Yes! Yes! Yes, you are! What? Why did you go? If you're this fucking incompetent with spices, why did you go? Why did you go at all? Why did you go? Yes, you're the asshole. What? What? Listen, if you are a person, and I understand, okay, I understand. I would say I have a medium spice tolerance, because local foods can get pretty spicy. So I don't have a very high one, but I would probably have a stronger one than most other white people, I guess I could say, as a white person. If you get invited to something like this, and you're a person who has a low spice tolerance, either don't fucking go, or pack some ammonium and suck it up. Yes, you're racist for wording it the way that you did. Why did you fucking word it? Why did you word it like that? What? What? Hello? It is also racist to assume that every single dish from an entire culture is spicy. That's not the case. That's not how it works. And it is racist to assume like that. Welcome right along. Like, I get sensory sensitivities, but why we're... Yeah, like, I understand, okay? If you really are that bad with spice, fine. But, again, don't fucking go in the first place or pack an Imodium and suck it the fuck up because you're the one who went! And then you're refusing all this food because you have, yes, racist assumptions about this culture for an entire group of people for an event that you decided to go to. Like, you could just say you're super sensitive to spice. It's kind of weird to double down and say, I don't care if you say it's not spicy, you're Indian, so it's probably super... Yeah, basically. That's basically how they said it. Which is really really shitty. I hope, hello Ruby, welcome in. I hope that this friend drops her ass, because holy fucking shit. Also, how do you get so far? What is the actual, hold on, let's see. Copy link, paste and go. Am I the asshole for being racist and rude because I refuse to try spicy Indian food? Oh, this was reposted to Am I the Devil? Okay, well that makes sense. How do you even get this far? How do you have the gall to post this to Am I the Asshole and you started like this? Am I the asshole for being racist and rude? Period. Automatically, yes. Yes. Abso-fucking-lutely. You are undoubtedly the asshole. I mean, you know, I'm not gonna say what local food is because I will dox myself very easily. But if someone, like, if I had a friend who was not from here and they came up to me and they were like, I mean, I don't want to try your local food because I've heard that it's really spicy, I'd be so fucking pissed. I'd be like, why did you come here then? Part of the fun of going to places where you're being exposed to unfamiliar cultures is that you get to try new food. You get to expand your taste palette. And you're restricting yourself because you're a pussy? Just admit you're a fucking pussy. That's what this boils down to. You're not just racist, you're also a fucking pussy. Also, if I understand correctly, the dessert they offered was a funnel cake. Yeah, you're assuming... You're like... What did she said... Hold on, what did she say about it?
This morning, a bunch of friends message constitutes spicy. I said to her that I probably would find vastly different ideas used to eating. She insisted that I told her that this dessert looked super spicy and that I could not bing in red hot oil.
Dripping in red hot oil. Personally, if someone came to my location and wouldn't try any local food, I'd be fine with it as long as they're not such a dick about it. I mean, I'm not gonna force you to. I would kind of question why you bothered to come visit here if you're not going to try the food, but I'm not going to hold it against you. But if you're wording it this way, then I will be offended and I will drop you as a friend. This is absurd. Dripping in red hot oil. I mean, are you sure? Are you sure that it wasn't just icing? Like, if you pour icing onto a piece of a dessert that's still very much hot, the icing is gonna be melty, and it is gonna be melty, and it's gonna look like hot oil because it's becoming liquid, because it's melting. It literally could have just been icing, and you're going out of your way to be a prick about a culture that you attended an event for. What? What the fuck? What the fuck?
I told her that this dessert looked super spicy and that I could not try it. She insisted that it wasn't spicy, but I know that people, especially those used to eating spicy food like Indians, have vastly different ideas of what...
Also saying, like Indians. Oh my god, shut the fuck up. Maybe even strawberry sauce or something like that. Very good point, Zier. He was invited to a dinner, refused all... Yeah! Red hot oil because it's probably in a fried dessert. God, that doesn't mean spicy. Exactly! You're making assumptions. That's what's racist. You're assuming. Why did you go? Why did you go? I hate this person. I hate this person. I'm angry.
Constitutes spicy. I said to her that I probably would find it spicy and refused again. She got upset at this and avoided me for the rest of the party.
Good
this
for
morning,
her.
A bunch of friends messaged me and said I was being rude by not trying the dessert, and it was apparently racist of me to assume that it would be spicy. I honestly was just trying to protect my sensitive taste buds from a fiery death.
I was being a fucking pussy about a dinner that I willingly went to. There. I worded it correctly for you.
Am I the asshole?
Yes!
As an edit, a helpful commenter let me know that the name of the dessert is called jalebi. You can search it up to see what I mean when I say it is super red-orange spicy.
Okay. Sure. Hold on, give me a sec. Trying to find a good picture, hold on. Copy image link. Googling the dessert name, I believe it's jalebi, which is crispy, slightly tangy, and sweet. This is the color of, like, fucking cinnamon. Fucking cinnamon treats. I don't see what the point of being such a pussy is. You are definitely making assumptions. Like, have you seriously never seen desserts that are this color before? This is actually a very common coloration for desserts. It looks very well baked. It looks fucking delicious, and you're just a racist pussy. Just eat the worm cake, man.
So I guess it looks like funnel cake, but it's red.
Yeah.
And it's just super sweet because it's a dessert.
But it's not spicy.
It's not spicy because it's a dessert.
I will say.
I mean, I guess food.
Yeah.
I mean, desserts can be spicy, okay? But to assume that it's spicy just because of the color is wild. Like, okay, all right. This is not something that I stand by, but this seems like the type of person who would make this argument. This is the type of person who would call something with fucking cinnamon in it spicy, okay? So if you want to argue that, like, cinnamon is fucking spicy, it's not red. Cinnamon desserts are usually brown. They usually have icing in them, so they have brown and white mixed together. Does that look spicy to you? No. The insane thing is this is literally the kind of thing you'd find in American county fairs, but because it was baked by people who were Indian, they assumed it was super spicy. Yeah, exactly. That's the racist part. Like, unless you're talking about a pepper, because obviously those are something where, like, not all the time, but for the peppers that are kind of very much known as being super duper spicy, they have quite fluorescent colors. They're very bright colors. You can very distinctly tell kind of the intensity. But for a dessert, you're just being fucking obtuse. You know, if you eat a bit of spicy food, you'll get less sensitive to it. Yeah! I'm just trying to protect my pussy-ass palate. Fucking shut up. Shut up. Don't go to this kind of shit then. The damning thing to me is even after being actively told and reassured it's not spicy at all, they actively disregarded the person who actually knows about the dessert. Yeah, exactly, that too. You're literally doubling down on assumptions that you're making about this. Not only this person's. Again, she's at an entire fucking Indian dinner party where all of the attendants and assumedly all of the foods are Indian dishes. And you're making assumptions. Why did you go? If you're this much of a hard ass about your racist assumptions, why did you go? And then act surprised when you were called an asshole and racist. And then you went on Reddit and titled it, "Am I the asshole for being racist?" Holy shit, dude. Ain't no fucking way. He don't deserve her. I bet that food was fucking delicious. I would have gone and I would have delighted. Even if I went home and had a terrible time in the bathroom, I still probably would have had a good time and it would have been worth it. She's just the OP is just a fucking pussy. OP is just a fucking pussy. There needs to be a verdict on am I the asshole? Am I the asshole? Not the asshole. Yes, you're the asshole. Everyone sucks here and you're just a fucking pussy.
Desserts can be spicy, but this one's obviously not.
Just like
it looks so good.
Bread, kind of spicy.
Stop.
Stop.
Rice?
Yeah.
Pretty spicy.
Samosas?
Yeah, he wasn't asking questions.
No, she did. She asked questions. Her friend said it wasn't spicy, and she chose
Oh,
not
okay,
to
as a
believe
woman.
it.
Yeah.
She's like,
Yeah.
no, I know better. It's definitely spicy.
I sometimes wonder if you can't handle any spice, how you enjoy.
This too. This is a good point. If you're that much of a pussy, do you even season your food? Like, don't get me wrong. I know there are people who, like, absolutely, it's like a genuine health concern, or they have something like IBS where a lot of spice can, like, really inflame them, and it's, like, again, a health concern. I'm not talking about people like that. Like, I understand there are people who have very restrictive diets because it could be a hazard to them. But if it's, like, just this case where you're just simply being stubborn, have you ever really enjoyed a meal? Or are you just complying and complacent? It sounds like the person who gave them the dessert actively and thoughtfully gave it to them because they knew they hadn't had the earlier dishes that likely did have some spice, super thoughtfully thinking of them and offering it especially for them. Yeah, and she doubled down and being fucking racist instead. I feel so sorry for everyone here. I hope they all cut her ass off.
Food, like so much food has some level of spice. Like,
yeah,
is pepper too much for this?
probably.
There's some comments here. You were ignorant. Not all Indian food is spicy, like hot, which I presume is your issue. Please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I can't handle hot spice, but we regularly order Indian takeaway and eat at Indian restaurants. The cuisine is immensely flavorful, but not all hot. I avoid spicy dishes and still find.
Yeah, are you assuming because they're called spices that they're spicy? Because that's not what that means. Do you understand what words mean? Do you need a dictionary?
Plenty of food to love. One of my favorite dishes is butter chicken, which is a creamy and not remotely hot curry dish.
So good.
You've decided.
My uncle hates any and all seasoning. My mom made burgers one time and put some onion and garlic powder and he would not touch them. That doesn't surprise me, unfortunately, with what I know of that man, and I am exploding him with my mind. That's just pathetic. I hate onion. I hate them. They are the bane of my existence. They're my #1 sensory hazard. I hate their smell. I hate their texture. But I'm not going to avoid... Hello, Linky. I'm not going to avoid... Usually, what my mom does is if she makes food that has onions in it, she'll usually caramelize them so she can still use the flavoring, but we won't have to deal with the texture. Because me and my dad don't like onions. So, like, there's ways around it. And onion and garlic powder are also fine with me. I just can't handle, like, actual onion pieces. But, like, again, I'm not going to discredit their role in food entirely because I understand that onions are very much a part of expanding a flavor palette. And there are a lot of dishes that have onions in them because it helps with the flavoring, and it would taste very off if onions weren't in them. I'm exploding him with my mind too. Good. He deserves it. I love garlic too. I adore garlic. I will stuff anything in garlic. Usually, actually, you know, one of the things I'm most looking forward to when I'm a full-time content creator and I can get the fuck out of here and live on my own again, my favorite thing to do when I lived in my old place was I would make grilled cheeses in the air fryer, and I would put American and Swiss cheese on them. And then I would also sprinkle just a little tiny sprinkle of garlic powder. Changed my fucking life. Best decision I ever made. I can't wait to start having those grilled cheeses again. Yeah, I mean, again, like, this, I do hate pickles, though I cannot stand them. Well, pickles are not something that, like, are part of a dish. Like, I don't like pickles either. I'm a person who is somewhat picky about my food, but it's because it was very good. I miss it every day. It was a good day if I started it with that. But, like, I'm a person who, like, I'm very picky about my food. I'm the type of person where when I go to, like, a burger joint, I'm probably just getting meat and cheese and ketchup and mustard on my burger. Maybe bacon, if bacon is offered, because I have a lot of sensory issues and I don't like a lot of, like, loose fruit and loose vegetables because they are bad textures for me. But am I gonna shit, like, actively in a way that's not a joke? Am I gonna shit on an entire culture because they have foods or ingredients that I don't like? No. It's just not my thing. I don't even care if someone only eats eggs and nothing else. Just don't be a fucking dick. Yeah. It's not that hard to just say, oh, it's not my thing. You don't have to add all this extra spice to your words. I am not at all surprised that this got added to Am I the Devil? This person just sucks.
In your mind that all Indian food is spicy hot. That's like eating ice cream and deducing that all desserts must be cold.
Very
You're
good
the
point.
asshole. Unless you
Yeah.
think sugar is a spice, it is not spicy, it's sweet. The orange color
Yeah.
comes from saffron threads. You can look up the recipe online. Oh, so this is a thread of comments. I wonder if this person avoids spaghetti in case it's too spicy for her. Mustn't eat strawberries. A red bell pepper? Jesus, are you trying to kill them? Ketchup for the extreme adventurer.
Oh my god.
So have you ever made like a wrongful assumption on food when you're? I feel like you're a foodie. I feel like you know food really well. Like you have, and you would eat. There's nothing that you wouldn't eat.
The only time that I really am like, I'm not gonna eat this is, again, if, like, let's say it's a piece that just straight up has onions on it. I'm not gonna be able to eat it because I know that the onion will ruin it for me. But at that point, I just pick the onions out, you know? Like, if it's a burger, then I probably won't be able to eat the burger because that's a case where, like, the onion is still gonna be... The onion is strong enough that it's still gonna be in there. And I'll be able to taste it, and I'll be, like, acutely aware that there was onion in there. But, like... I'm most other foods, I'll just pick out the part that I don't fucking like. And if I try the food and I wind up not liking it because the ingredients that I didn't like weren't, like, able to stand out to me, then I tried a new food and I didn't like it. That's it. That's all that happened. It's not changing my life. It's at that point, I feel like people would probably be like, you know, at least you tried it and I appreciate that you try it. That's it. If you had just fucking tried the food at this place, they would have appreciated it. Welcome, sup, dog. Just, at that point, it's just on you. You can just... Missing out on Indian cuisine because you have a stick this far up your ass is also tragic. Indian cuisine is fucking delicious. You're the one who's missing out, you know?
Like too. Yeah, I don't feel like I'm like this person. I'm not afraid of spice, so I would never.
Well, I mean, there was a time, there was a moment in my life where I never had Thai food before, so I didn't know what the hell I was looking at that point. But when somebody offered it to me, I went, yeah, okay, I'll try it.
Yeah.
And it was great.
Yeah.
Like, to just be like, no, I know Indian food. I know this entire country's food from, like, one takeout that I had.
Right.
Yeah, that's where she messed up. But she's 23, whatever. She'll learn.
For me, it's the arrogance of assuming you know more about the food you've never seen before than everyone else. Everyone else who is... You went to an Indian dinner and you're making the assumption that you know more about their cuisine than the people who fucking cooked it. Not just simply everyone else, but specifically the people who are part of this culture and prepared the food themselves. And then were shocked when you were called racist.
I hope she does.
I hope she learns. How much do you think it's okay to try to, I mean, for lack of a better word, like try to persuade or convince someone to try something that they haven't tried, that they're hesitant towards? Because like,
I think especially if it's like something that you've made
That went all right.
and it's important to you, then I think you should feel free to pressure somebody into trying it.
I'm bad about this. I'm definitely pushy when I want someone to try something. As like if it's like spicy.
If normally I'd say maybe ease off a bit because you don't know if that person like has genuine allergies or something. But if it's a situation like this, I'd be like, you're the person who fucking came to this dinner, and if you're not gonna try anything, then you might as well fucking leave. Because at that point, what are you expecting?
Like, I get it, but if it's not spicy, I try and pressure Kiana into eating things all the time. I'm like, bro, you gotta, I'm like, you gotta try like this drink or like this, like just like a sip, like
Mountain Dew Kickstart.
Yeah.
The new Kickstart flavor.
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah.
I think something, this is obvious, but I think it's a running theme in a lot of Reddit stories too, is that food means a lot to people.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's such a big part of culture, and also
It
just
is.
even beyond like it's also just personal to
it's
so many
emotional,
people
Yeah.
that like it's important to think about that when you're declining it, and you can decline it. You're allowed to say no to stuff, obviously, but like
Yeah, that's
for her
fair
to
for
say
that.
no, I don't eat any Indian food is gonna come off offensive.
And for
to
her
people.
to say like factually incorrect things, like no, it's spicy, and she's like, no, it's not.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is. Like, that is frustrating.
I can see it's spicy because it's fucking orange, and orange is a spicy color. Eat my shit. And choke on it.
So guys, we have a doozy here, but this is apparently legendary.
All right.
Oh dear. Are we buckled in? Are we buckled up for a doozy? It's never a good sign when Shane says doozy, guys. Are we ready? I'll make a poll for the lurkers. Are you ready for a doozy after that? Yes. Yes. No. Are we ready for a doozy after the fuckery we just witnessed? The story was that a white woman got invited to an Indian cuisine party by her Indian friend. And 50-50, very fitting. She didn't try any of the food because she's a fucking pussy about spice, and then went to Reddit on the Am I the Asshole thread to ask if she was an asshole for literally being rude and racist because I refused to try spicy food. So she insisted that all the dishes were spicy, including desserts. And whenever her friend was like, I promise you it's not spicy, I wouldn't have offered it to you if it was spicy. And she was like, actually it is spicy because it's orange. Yeah, so. A doozy after that.
So this comes from our Petty Revenge,
Ooh,
which is
yes.
some good shit.
Yes.
For those of you who are unaware, the name says it. It's for revenge stories, but it's stupid, silly revenge. Lie about having COVID to take 6 weeks off while I do your work for free. I'll throw an all-office party to announce where you really were.
Whoa.
Okay. Holy shit.
Sounds like some I would do.
Mid-pandemic, my boss disappeared. Just as we were gearing up for our most challenging, time-intensive project in the last 5 years, he dropped off the face of the earth. We kept working for a week or so without him because everything was virtual and the virtual work world was still so new. We didn't really need him. We were delegating tasks ourselves and completing things on our own. We spoke to coworkers maybe twice a week. But some decisions were beyond our discretion, so we could not move forward on those aspects of the project until we received a response from him. After about 7 to 10 total days of silence, we called his boss's boss, who informed our team that our boss had COVID, so wasn't able to work right now. We took that at face value, of course, sent him letters of well wishes and didn't bother him with work stuff or ask why he was able to notify his boss but not us. 3 weeks go by, still not a word. We're beginning to discuss amongst ourselves whether or not he's maybe dead. We're terrified.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. You're doing this at the height of the pandemic where there was deaths in the news every single fucking day and you're disappearing on your coworkers for weeks? Bruh.
And horrified and so concerned. We're contemplating calling his extended family. We're sending flowers and care packages to his apartment. Meanwhile, the project has descended into chaos because no leader was appointed in our boss's stead. So we are forced to navigate several layers of bureaucracy in order to accomplish most anything at all. Whereas in the past, he would have just signed off in real time. Around week 4 or 5, one of our coworkers suggests he doesn't really have COVID, but is instead using it as an excuse to take time off. We all jump all over our coworker, asking how he could insinuate something like that and lamenting about what a tragedy our boss is probably living through. People were chilly to him for days after that. Week 7, we're undertaking...
That's going on 3 fucking months. Bruh.
Week number 7. Week 7, we're undertaking a letter writing campaign to upper management demanding an acting boss be appointed while ours is recovering. The project is a month behind schedule. We're all working overtime every day, sometimes on weekends without extra compensation, just to keep up with the clusterfuck of the boss's sudden absence. Week 8, he finally reappears, logging into a morning meeting as though nothing happened. He looks well rested, well fed, and has a tan.
Ain't no fucking way he showed up with a tan. Ain't no fucking way. The audacity is off the charts. Ain't no motherfucking way.
Not at all like someone who's just come out of the other side of a 6-week respiratory virus. He says something quickly to the effect of, "Yeah, that was brutal. Glad to be better and glad to be back."
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Let's get to work. But doesn't want to talk about what happened to answer any of our questions like, were you in the hospital? What was it like? Etc.
Normally I'd say get that time off, but when you're a boss, you're not Hello, welcome Flash. When you're a boss, you're not exploiting the faceless corporation. You're fucking over the people under you. Yeah, apparently during the most intense project they've had in fucking 5 years, too. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Fast forward to about 4 or 5 months after this. Whoa. My sister sends me a promo for a fairly new reality show. I'd never heard of it, but it's on a major platform, and says, "Isn't this guy a friend of..."
I remember this one now. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Of yours or something? I swear I've seen him and you together. I watched the trailer for this show, and lo and behold, there's my boss, participating as a contestant on a reality TV show. It did not take long for me to put the pieces together and realize he took extended leave to go on TV that he knew he wouldn't otherwise get during this massive project, and lied about it under the guise of a vicious disease that nearly all of us had lost a loved one to. I sit in...
I'm actually seething for these people. I remember this story very vaguely. But it doesn't suspend the disbelief at all hearing it a second time. Holy fucking pure scum. Absolutely agreed, Flash. Holy fucking shit.
Do with this information, unsure of how to handle it. I know confronting him won't get me very far, but I can't just do nothing, right? I'm not close enough with any of my colleagues to discuss this with them and trust that they wouldn't run off and send an all-company email about it. So I slept on it a few nights, and then the opportunity fell right in my lap. I got an email from corporate encouraging teams still working remotely to plan virtual social functions to keep a collegial culture going and to stay in touch. Among the suggestions were game night, trivia, and watch party. With the premiere of the show only...
This was pretty delicious. Not gonna lie, this was pretty delicious. Steal all of his assets and give redistribute them to all his underlings. Yep. Get his ass fired.
Only a couple weeks away, I got busy telling everyone how I'd been meaning to get into this show, and it's so enticing and exciting, basically laying the groundwork to guilt them into coming to an impromptu virtual watch party off hours. I offered to get special shirts made up and send them each.
Well,
send them to
I will say, because this was during COVID, what happened with a lot of jobs was that they were forced to give you mandatory time off, specifically in the States. I don't know how it was for other countries and how they handled it, but as a person who was working during COVID, they were forced to give us a few weeks off, and it kind of changed depending on the more information that came out. I think it probably depended on the job, but I'm pretty sure for mine, initially we were supposed to have 2 weeks paid. So the fact that he had almost 3 months off probably is because he was accumulating it, and it added on top of the time that was mandatorily given for COVID. And that's also why he used that excuse. Because, like, if you had even a COVID scare, you were legally required at that point to take time off, and you were not, your job was not allowed to penalize you. Because of how risky it would have been for you to go even with just a scare. So, like, the fact that this was at the height is truly scummy, because he was taking advantage of the state of things at that time.
Each person's house, whatever I had to do to get the attention of corporate. Finally, I sent an evite to all my boss's bosses and any other members of corporate I could justify inviting without making a total ass of myself. Because this is entirely virtual, my boss is unable to overhear any of the chatter. He doesn't realize I'm hyping up this show, and he doesn't realize I've planned a watch party for it. I wasn't inviting him unless he had the balls to explicitly ask about it. I was hoping he wouldn't have heard about it at all, not until afterwards. That was really the only way this could work. The night comes, and I am screen sharing the show to a whopping 64 people.
Whoa!
A huge chunk of my department.
Yeah.
Many members of corporate had showed up because I was the only person stupid enough to buy into their virtual social work party scheme, so they felt pressured to support it. I was holding my breath, hoping this would go my way, bracing myself for some kind of curveball, but there wasn't even that dramatic of a buildup. Right at the outset, they introduced the premise, which included the contestants being in a COVID-safe bubble in an exotic location, and gave a brief overview of each contestant. As my boss was introduced, right down to what he did for work, and I could see people register delight and surprise, then go blank, just before sliding into confusion and rage. The chat took a drastic turn from, "Oh my goodness," and "I knew him when," and all sort of pithy jokes to brave member of my team, or perhaps one just pushed a tad too far by all the extra hours he pulled in this douche's absence, sent the message, "Wait, when was this filmed?" My audience dropped from 64 to 58 to mid-30s, and by the time the episode was over, it was just me and the other 15 core members of the team. One asked if I'd already known, but some members of the team are very close to the boss, so all I said was, well,
Yeah, I mean, even if they didn't go this far, which honestly I applaud them, because if they would have just simply said, like, "Oh, well, I saw that he was on this reality TV show," there could have been, you know, them being accused of being a liar. The fact that they actually showed it to them, there's no room for, like, "Oh, you're lying to us, you're trying to fuck him over." Like, no, he was actually here. he actually did this. It just started airing because it was filmed only a couple of weeks ago. But yeah, he was screwed no matter what, because the truth always comes out eventually. This person just made sure it went out a lot quicker, and honestly, iconic. Absolutely fucking iconic.
And wrapped up the call pretty quick after that. Perhaps one of the best bonuses is that you could already tell from episode 1 that the character arc the show assigned to our boss was bumbling idiot.
Hell yeah.
He had his true colors on in full display, and some production massaging upped them to the 11th degree. Boss was fired. My good buddy was promoted to his place. I am an office legend now, especially since no one is 100% sure whether or not it was intentional. And it was all so satisfying that it was almost worth the dozens of hours of uncompensated overtime that led to it. There's an edit title, should be 8 weeks. I kept not factoring in the first couple weeks because we weren't suspicious or burdened until the final 6. Wow.
So 3 months.
This guy really is stupid because he knew they were gonna have to find out eventually. It's a reality TV show.
It's like, look, even if the whole thing isn't true, it's an incredible story. It's an incredible yarn of petty revenge.
I believe this. I think this is real.
It sounds very real.
I think someone could be stupid enough to go on a reality show. Like, how long could one of us go on a reality?
I believe it's solely because, again, I'm a person who was working during COVID, and like, I'm a person who was directly affected by how flippant people were about how dastardly it was. I absolutely believe someone would do this. As a person who was working at that time, with how like just disregarding people were about the severity of it, and kind of almost, some people just got a big head like, oh, well, I won't get COVID for like no reason. And it's like, you're not immune because you say so, you know? Okay, there. Yeah, I believe this.
Reality show without
people are
the other, like, there's so many reality shows.
If someone who worked at Smosh went on a reality TV show, they'd have to be very stupid.
Really stupid.
No, I agree with like the stupidity of the person for doing that. But like, if they hadn't told us, like, would we know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
no, we would.
I think the thing is, like, some people are so blinded by the idea of fame that they're willing to push anything aside.
I mean, I will say, even if like this whole backstory wasn't part of it, I feel like that reality TV show, I'm very curious if they mention what it was, because I feel like it would have gotten a lot of backlash for even being a thing, you know? Because just its simple existence is dismissive of how intense and how severe those times were and how severe the risks were, to be that dismissive of the rippling effect of the risk that you're putting people towards. Because it's not just simply the people who are on the set. It's also the people's families, their families, their friends, etc., etc. It's a rippling effect of people that you're putting at risk, because one of the biggest parts of why it got so bad was that they're people who weren't immune, but they were asymptomatic. So they winded up spreading it without realizing, and that caused a rippling effect. So, like, do I believe that it exists anyway? Yeah, unfortunately, I do. But it's wild that it even is a thing, even without the petty revenge aspect of it. Like, to do something like this at that time, whether you're fucking over your coworkers or not, is just shitty.
Life to try to get that.
Yeah,
those reality shows, you have to stay, so even if you're like voted off immediately, like Mari, she went on Survivor, and she had to like stay hidden for like 2 months without any kind of contact, to the point where I remember somebody called her husband Peter and was like, oh, where's Mari? And he just said, she's gone. And like, what do you mean? And he said, like, gone. and like not thinking that's made
Like
it sound
the
like
movie.
she's dead.
Gone Girl.
Yeah.
Obviously, Rachel was on the circle,
Valerie.
and I remember like but that took like weeks of her preparing everyone for like, oh, I'm going to do this. She still like did some work.
Yeah, no, she was not
That's
supposed to have a phone, and she was definitely texting all of us.
Obviously, Rachel went
Yeah,
and did
see?
a reality show, but she informed everyone
Yeah.
that she'd be leaving.
She told her team.
Yeah, she didn't say that she had COVID.
That's the most messed up part, because that was like the early days of COVID. It sounds like
this is really like
really before we kind of understood, not that we totally understand it now, but like
so mad.
It's really to take advantage of
very shitty.
something like that.
Yeah.
So the comments did some detective work, and they agree the show is likely F-Boy Island, which is a surprisingly good show. I'm gonna say. And that premiered in July.
Okay, hang on. All right, let's see. Hang on. Let's see the Wikipedia article together. Hold on. F-Boy Island is an American dating reality television series which focuses on 3 women trying to identify the male contestants as either womanizers, fuckboys, or seeking a serious relationship, nice guys. The series is hosted by Nikki Glaser and premiered on July 29, 2020 on HBO Max. It was renewed in August 2021, which premiered on July 14, 2022. In December 2022, the series was canceled, with STX Alternative planning to shop the series elsewhere. It was also removed from the streaming service. In March 2023, the CW picked up the show for a 3rd season along with its spin-off Lovers and Liars. So is it still ongoing? Nope. Premise. Hosted by comedian Nikki Glaser, the show centers on 3 female contestants and 24 male counterparts. Of the men, 12 are self-professed nice guys, while the other half identify as fuckboys. The former being interested in forming a relationship and splitting the $100,000 prize, while the latter are competing for the $100,000 cash prize. During the progression of each episode, the women select men to go out with, the ending of the episode consisting of 3 men being chosen to be eliminated and afterwards revealing if they are a nice guy or not. While the nice guys that are eliminated are sent to a mansion called Nice Guy Grotto in a limousine, and the fuckboys, sometimes are also called Lotharios, are sent to Limbro. Bruh. This place lacks luxury and consists of huts made from bamboo, cots, and hay-filled pillows. At some point in the first half of the series, the remaining male contestants reveal their own labels to the women and audience. The show always uses the abbreviation fuckboy. Never during the complete run of the show is the full term fuckboy used by contestants and hosts. Pussies, you're on HBO Max. Why does it matter? Apart from being entertainment, creator Ellen Gale has stated that the show's alternative purpose is to try to see if people can change for the right person, with the playboys becoming better partners and the nice guys getting recognition for their personality. Do they say which one it was?
2021, so that means this was 2020 when he went and filmed this, and that's.
Hold on, I only have one monitor. Let me catch up with chat real quick. Never heard of it. Interesting. What's the wildest show you guys have seen? For me, it was Kids Nation. Like the wildest reality TV show? I don't know. I'd have to think on that. Because if there's anything I want, it's to be stuck on an island with fuckboys and nice guys. Right? That's the show's name, Flash. Yeah. The show's name is Fuckboy Island. Well, F-Boy Island, because they're pussies.
That's in heart of it.
But that was like,
and it's also for F-Boy Island. But also, he sounds like a total idiot. Like, and the fact that his arc was that he was the idiot amongst all the men on F-Boy Island.
Yeah,
he was the most dumb.
That's pretty crazy.
Impressive. Someone said
I think he was a manager.
Yeah, well, yeah, he was a boss somehow.
I want to know who he was.
This isn't petty. It's at least pro, possibly nuclear. Well done. I agree. This is beyond.
What? Say who it was.
This person.
I'm curious.
This
We have the
is
Wikipedia
the Ocean's
article.
11 of getting your boss
Agreed.
fired.
Incredible.
Have you ever caught anyone in a lie this big?
I'm trying to think like if anyone's just like lied about something to that.
I actually do. Anonymous was a group who had to decide unanimously to agree to give one of the contestants $1 million. Oh, was it based on like the prisoner's dilemma? I don't have a story like to this level. But when I quit my job that I was working during COVID, I was furious because, and I'm not going to go into the whole story here. Maybe someday I'll get into it. But, I gathered up a bunch of evidence that showed that they were being very negligent. They had gone out of their way to fuck me over specifically as a person who is immunocompromised. And so I gathered the evidence. I had a whole folder. I asked specifically for the higher ups to be present. And I sat them down and I explained to them how shitty it was that they fucked me over as much as they did. I didn't appreciate it. The amount of ways that I was fucked over, and I had evidence for all of them of the sabotage and the bullshit that they put me through. And they not only, despite the evidence literally staring them right in their faces, they also tried to claim that during, I'm not going to say which hurricane, but the closest you're getting to knowing where I am is that I am in a state that's heavily impacted by hurricanes. I'm in a southern state that's heavily impacted by hurricanes. They tried to claim that during one of the worst hurricanes that we'd gotten, that happened when I was alive, so I could fucking cap them on this. They tried to claim that they were allowed to reopen within 2 weeks of the hurricane's impact here. And I was staring at them and I was like, I was alive for that hurricane. My dad had to go back within like the first week or two because he was a banker. And because of the damage that happened, obviously banks were very much a necessity to be opened as soon as possible because people had to get their money and pay out their insurance from the damages that were caused. But a fucking library is not an essential business in a fucking hurricane. So they tried to claim, oh, we came back in 2 weeks and we were so proud because libraries are so important. And I was like, libraries are important. Please support your local library. They are crucial. They're not an essential business during a natural disaster, though. They're not one of the things that need to be prioritized as being reopened because they're not that essential. They're a resource for everyday life. They are not a resource for emergencies, okay? Not those kinds of emergencies. So I came back home. I told my parents what happened, and my mom was literally like, you guys weren't even allowed to go back to school for like almost 2 or 3 months because of how bad the damages were. And I was like, yeah, you're right. I didn't call them out in that moment. But I had a mask on, but I did squint at them. I was like, I made sure to communicate with my eyes like, you're fucking bullshitting. There's no way I was alive during that time. If you're trying to calculate the math in your head about when you think whatever age I was when that hurricane happened, I was fucking alive and I was fucking sentient, okay? I was not a toddler. I was not an infant. I was alive. I was in school at that point. So, yeah, I mean, again, this was a meeting that I did with all of the higher ups at my job. So I feel like sometimes people who get in those positions are just super up their own asses, and they're so desperate to be seen as the good guy because people are so done with corporate bullshit at this point that we will go out of our ways to make sure that corporate knows that we don't stand up for their shit. So they were trying to justify being good guys, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, I can't believe you're boasting this as a good thing, because if that is true, and it's also crazy that they mentioned this too, because I'd had conversations with my coworkers. We talked about this hurricane in the past because, again, we were all alive at that point, and obviously working at a library, I had some older coworkers, and I remember them saying like my house was completely flooded and destroyed. And I'm like, if you made people come out of evacuation to go back to work at a fucking library when their houses are in ruins, you're an irredeemable piece of shit. I can't believe you're saying this like it's a good thing that I should sit here and be proud that I work for you over. The fuck is wrong with you? When the storm knocked out the nearest bank, they set up a stand to bank in laptops and cardboard. Yeah, like banks and stuff, banks and grocery stores usually do open up pretty quickly. They try to get those as open as quickly as possible. I think police stations too, typically, because crime can rise easily because people will take advantage of the desolate nature of places that had to be evacuated. But a library is not one of those places because it's a necessity, yes, but it's not a necessity in the way that they were trying to make it out to be. And it was just really baffling to me that they would say that and sit there. And I'm sitting here like, do you think just because I'm in my 20s that I wasn't alive during this hurricane? Like, are you insulting my age and my intelligence? Or are you just that fucking stupid that you think I wasn't affected by that? I have memories of that hurricane. I remember evacuating for it. I remember the years, and I mean years, of impact that hurricane had. There are some places that never got repaired because of that hurricane. So the fact that you're sitting here and you're like, oh, we're an essential business, and you're comparing it to COVID too, is crazy to me. Like, I don't know. So yeah, I mean, I've been there with a corporation sitting there in front of them being like, there's no fucking way you are this far up your own ass about something that I can prove just merely by existing as being a lie. Because it's like, do you really think libraries reopened before fucking school did? Be for fucking real. You've gaslit everyone else so hard that you've also gaslit yourself. My town lost its library to one storm. I decided to just use the next town's instead of rebuilding it. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. It was just crazy. I still to this day can't believe that's something that I had to go through, and what a time.
Degree.
Yeah.
What would you do if you found out that someone you were working for did
the
this?
moment if I have found that out, this person had the wonderful ability to like have patience and just sit on it and plot.
Yeah.
Whereas like me, the moment that trailer hit, I would have been just slacking everyone, being like, "Yo,
Agreed.
what
Yeah,
the
same.
hell?"
This is calculation.
This shows real
and
resolve.
this is not. Yeah. I do
Life
not
is
possess
wild.
this tact.
The OP responded to some people with some more context. Did you and your team apologize to the team member that you quasi-ghosted? Oh, because there's the one guy who was like, guys, I don't think he has COVID. And they're like, F you, Daniel.
Yeah, he called it.
He was the conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, he was way ahead of them. They said, absolutely, they devoured the watch party, are still saying.
My family helped out a community nearby struck by a tornado in our last hurricane. Hell yeah. I mean, there's good things that come out of that kind of shit. My heart goes out to you. My heart goes out to you, Subdog. I just couldn't believe that a library was like, we're one of the good things, and I'm like, no, you're not. What are you gonna offer people that's a resource in a hurricane? A fucking newspaper? Like, newspapers are being fucking delivered right now? Are you fucking serious? Let me find a book from the 1920s about how they dealt with hurricanes back in the day. Like, are you serious?
I told you so. And it's understood that we now all owe him favors.
Good.
I think he
Good
also
for
understands
him.
to a degree that we sincerely believed the guy had COVID at the time, and it was still very raw. Many of us suffered direct losses from COVID, so there aren't hard feelings on either side. With that context, too, like, that guy, obviously he's so dumb and so self-centered, he probably just...
I hope you stay safe, Flash. You will be in my thoughts.
When people told him, like, oh, yeah, I lost someone to COVID, or, like, yeah, I'm going through some serious family turmoil because of COVID, he probably was like, didn't really register it. But to use that lie amongst people who are going through...
Do you think production maybe recommended that he use the COVID excuse?
Hollywood, man.
You think his...
Well, I mean, bear in mind this is a library that is... Yes, there's some bricks as part of the structure, but for the most part, the entire bottom half of the building, because it's 2 stories, is mainly just a bunch of big-ass glass windows. So, yeah, I highly doubt that you guys were open that quickly. You're welcome, Flash.
Bosses. What I'm shocked about is that the bosses above him, it feels like we're bad at their job of making the system keep going. They're like,
that was like, if your work falls apart that badly from one person going away,
a lot scary.
then it's like you need some, like, and if like after a week or two and like there's no solution, it's like, please.
My conspiracy is that people in higher ups at corporate knew. And they were just kind of like, because
you were
just said that.
He was suggesting like the people on the
the F-Boy Island people suggested that he use that as an excuse.
That's very possible. Oh, I mean, reality show producers, they don't give a shit. Like, why would they care? Did he just not realize that he was going to be on TV? See, this is the part I really don't understand either, and have spent a considerable amount of time trying to game out. Best I can figure it, he assumed it wasn't a popular show, or maybe someone would potentially say, I saw a guy you work with on this show, and he hoped whichever boss heard it wouldn't follow up. But that, in all likelihood, it just wouldn't be popular enough to get seen, or, and this is what my coworkers all think, that he figured he'd have plenty of time to figure out a decent excuse and either didn't, or he tried whatever excuse he'd prepared and it flopped. But I personally never underestimate hubris and definitely haven't ruled out his crossing his fingers no one would ever find out or he'd outsmart them. My theory is that he thinks he would get famous enough that he would be able to just leave.
Yeah,
exactly. Like, I bet he thought, like, either nobody sees it and I can continue with my job, or I get famous and I just quit my job, get those brand sponsorships.
I think people outside of LA, they think that like when you go on a reality show, I mean certainly me growing up outside of LA, I would think like if you went on a reality show, like that's it, like you're famous now, like you don't really have to do anything else, like you don't come back down from that. Right. But living in LA, you see people who have gone on reality shows but like also work jobs. Like the show did not change them at all.
It doesn't. I don't think those reality shows pay much anything. Yeah. And then, it doesn't sustain.
I mean, I will say I think this is a bit different nowadays. Because what I've seen happen a lot is that people who did go on reality TV shows will usually kind of capitalize off of the hype when the show is still airing. And they'll make social media platforms like a Twitter or an Instagram, TikTok, even whatever. And they'll capitalize off of that, and they'll have a following that carries on after the show. But that kind of seems to be the only people who actually gain success, because at that point they can continue to make a living as a social media influencer. People who just think, oh, all I have to do is be on a reality show, period, and there's like no further work involved to continue to be relevant. They don't have much success because they just didn't capitalize off of it, or maybe they just realized when they were on the show that like fame isn't their thing and they didn't wind up enjoying the experience. But yeah, it's especially nowadays, it's definitely not just simply being on TV period is gonna skyrocket you into stardom.
Like you'll.
Unless you're on The Bachelor.
Yeah.
But you
Man,
have to
some
be
of
like
those
a particular. You have to like either be absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you have to win
Yeah.
to like.
You have to be like a star already, like
There-
a star within the show.
Yeah.
A star on a show that is a star show.
99% of reality show contestants just go back to being regular ass people
Yeah.
after. So he got paid at his job while he was going and doing this reality TV show.
Probably.
Yeah.
Which
at least
is
to a
so-
certain amount of time.
That's fucked up.
He was getting
sick leave.
at least for
Yeah.
some of those weeks while he was doing a reality show on an island somewhere
Yeah.
On
with a
an
bunch of
F-boy
hot
island.
people. He was getting paid for
I haven't
the
seen
work
the
that he
show. Is it
wasn't
all?
doing.
Is it all dudes just hanging out? Is it like this?
It's three.
Are we on F-boy Island right now?
We're what F-boy Island looks like.
Oh
all right, let's move on.
Okay.
That was great. Am I the asshole for suggesting my 7-year-old name his new stuff?
Oh my god. Well, we don't know which one he was. Let's see if we can figure it out. I'm gonna assume it's this guy. Just because of his occupation. That seems... Or this one. Josh McDonald. Solely based off of these occupations. Because none of the rest of these seem like a boss. But like brand marketer... investment banker, IT recruiter, like that could all be boss material. Absolutely wild. Interesting. Okay.
Stuffed tiger, Tig Bitties. Pretty much the title. My son won a stuffed tiger at the fair last night, and he said he had named him Tig. He asked me what its last name should be. I couldn't help myself and just instantly replied, Bitties. Then I turned to my wife to share a smirk, but she was pissed.
Of course it's a guy.
The old ball and chain.
But she was pissed and quickly suggested a few different names. But my son insisted that he liked Bitties. So now his tiger is Tig Bitties. My wife thinks it was completely inappropriate. I think it was a silly joke that went over his head and will have no negative ramifications.
Famous last word.
I think we're the wrong
Yeah,
audience.
we're all
We're
like,
100.
damn, that's great.
brilliant. Yeah, we're not the right audience to answer this question.
Like,
Yeah,
man,
so
that's
you,
awesome.
You think it would be okay, like,
Interesting.
with if you had a kid or nieces or nephews to like
No, it's your
like
kid.
if it's an inappropriate joke that goes over their head, is
Yeah.
it okay?
Well, it's like that kid that says "fire."
Yeah.
You know, it's like you know what he's saying.
Or it's like the
but-
kid who asked to see the cats, and he goes in the people's house. He's like, let me see it.
My version of this was that for a very long time, I thought a garbage can was a garbage can. I didn't understand why everyone said it so casually, because I was like, there's bitch in that word. It's a bad word. Why is it called that? And it was like that for years until I finally saw it spelled, and I was like, oh, that makes a lot more sense.
Titties.
How is he a titties? My brother wouldn't be able to say truck, and he would say
Yeah.
and my grandma would so often be like, oh, Brian, what's that? she was stoked about it.
I mean, what are kids for? That's like,
My brother thought chickens clucking was fuck. Oh my god.
make us laugh.
They're just for entertainment,
Right,
right?
right,
They're just they're just jokes.
Not
I
the
would say,
asshole.
I would argue if it's not appropriate to make jokes that go over kids' heads, then Shrek is a f***ed up movie because that has
A lot
so
of
much
things are fucked
that
up.
goes over kids.
Have y'all rewatched the Powerpuff Girls in recent times? if Tig Bitties is too far for kids, she should never show her children the shows that we grew up with, because there's a lot of fucked up jokes in them, I guess, with that logic.
I think parents, I think you would just go insane if you weren't allowed to, like, you know, like, toy with your kids a little bit.
I guess the fear is if he has a stuffed tiger that he loves that's named Tig Bitties.
Yeah.
I feel the issue that's going to come up is his friends and other parents are going to find that out. But Tig Bitties is really not like
He's not
horrible.
going around saying I love Tig Bitties.
Yeah.
To, like,
He
all
probably
his,
is telling, no, he's probably telling people he loves Tig
probably
Bitties.
telling
Yeah. Well, you know.
Hey, teacher, I gotta be honest with you.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
really love Tig Bitties. I f***ing love Tig Bitties. Hey, don't say Tig Bitties. The verdict on Reddit was that he's not the ass.
Yeah,
all right,
obviously.
let's go,
But
boys.
Reddit's gonna side.
The verdict? Divorce.
The verdict? You gotta get divorced, cause she's lame. This next one is from Off My Chest. I made my.
Gonna make a Tig Bitties.
So to off my chest, I named my tiger. So to off my chest, I named my tiger Big Titties. Okay. I just said Big Titties.
Oh, I was just here like, yeah, this is the mature content that I mentioned in my disclaimer and all my descriptions, and it's just a bunch of boob jokes.
Oh.
I made my girlfriend cry for admitting that my best friend is more attractive than her.
Jesus Christ.
Are you fucking? Ain't no fucking way. That's the immediate follow. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my god, talk about whiplash. Holy fucking shit. Welcome back, Sierra. Oh my god. Okay, I had to stop laughing. This is not funny. I just have whiplash. Okay, I'm serious. I'm professional.
Oh man, is this Love Is Blind season 3?
God damn.
Plot twist,
Colt?
his best friend's a guy.
I know what you're talking
Oh.
about. I know what you're taling about. That the guy who was just kept
Colt?
talking about how hot one of the other contestants was.
Yeah.
This guy is dumb. Before I even read this guy's dumb. Okay, it's a 25-year-old guy.
Okay.
I've been dating my girlfriend, who's 24, for almost a year now. Before we
Okay.
became official, we were friends for at least 4 years. Other than my girlfriend, the second most important person in my life is my best friend, who's also a 24-year-old woman. We've been best friends for more than a decade, and she's been
Okay, squinting at the wording, squinting.
there for me for all my lowest points. I literally would not have survived this long without her. Our relationship is purely platonic. I admit that I've had a crush on her before, but we both admitted that it would be better for us to stay as best friends, and that was that. She isn't the stereotype girl best friend either. She's just my best friend who just so happens to be female.
Nope.
She respects boundaries, and I'd like to believe that she genuinely just sees me as a friend and vice versa. We've been each other's support.
Why are you saying I'd like to believe for vice versa? Yeah. Squinting.
Systems for a long time and even trust each other more than our own parents. Recently, my girlfriend asked me if I think she's prettier, more attractive than my best friend. For context, my best friend is a successful fashion model influencer. She looks like your typical model influencer, tall, slender, clear skin, while my girlfriend is honestly short, quite chubby, and has a lot of acne.
Dude! What? I already hate this man.
Man. Yeah.
My girlfriend's a total uggo.
Yeah.
Look, just between me and you, Reddit.
I love my girlfriend. I really do. She has
Do
social anxiety.
you? I don't believe you.
And thus sometimes goes for long periods of time without contacting me. But I've never once felt
She's
any
also
doubt
kind of
or-
stinky.
But I've never once felt any doubt or temptation to cheat or find someone else. I accept and love.
Why do you feel the need to point that out as if that's a normal concern that everyone has? Unless you're just telling that to yourself. Yeah, don't even post this. What the hell?
Her as she is. When she asked that question, I answered that yes, I believe my best friend is prettier, more attractive than her. I mean, come on. My girlfriend is a normal girl and my best.
Not the of course. Not the fucking of course. Are you What? What? Oh my god!
Best friend literally gets paid and receives lots of free stuff solely for her looks. She got offended and started crying. She hasn't talked to me in a while either. I don't understand why she's acting that way. I mean...
Bruh. God damn it. I opened the Sims 4 in my disbelief. Where's EA? Don't open. Don't open. Finally, I found the girl of my dreams. She's ugly and anxious, but at least I don't want to cheat on her, except I kind of want to do it with my hot best friend. You had me nervous for a second there, Linky. I scared Minnie. Hold on. Baby, are you okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mommy's just dealing with a lot of audacity right now. Are you okay? Are you okay? I'm sorry I scare you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I scare. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I scare. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I scare. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I scare you. Okay, okay. Girlfriend shouldn't be pressing for all these kinds of answers, but still. Yes. You can bitch at me. Go on. Go on. Go on. What? Go on. I know you have something to say. Get it off your chest. What? Say it. What? 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 Yeah. And? Anything else? Okay, that's it. This reminds me of the guy who blew up his whole life over this sex comment he dug for. Yeah, kind of. I mean, at the same time, though, I don't blame her because this was kind of good. She deserved this honesty that he probably was going to pussy out of giving her. You know? You have to potty? Okay, she has to potty. That was a girl. She speaks all the time. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hi, AFK. Welcome. I wanted to ask you, AFK, do you have any Mr. Ballin videos that you would particularly like to see us cover on stream? If you drop the title, I'll make a playlist. Yeah, that was technically mini growling, but that's also just like how she speaks. She does it like to let me know when she like needs to go out and also to get attention. Yeah. So it's not her like being aggressive or anything. It's just how she speaks. Back to the audacity.
Crying. She hasn't talked to me in a while either. I don't understand why she's acting that way. I mean, the answer was obvious, but it doesn't make me love her any less.
You won't be able to link them. So just tell me the titles and I'll copy and paste them and add them to a playlist. I'll make it right now actually. Hold on. Okay. What does this do? If I do this... No. Never mind for that. Okay. I have the playlist created. Welcome back, Flash. Okay.
I clearly chose to date her instead of other women. I accept her as a whole package. I told my friend about my answer and she slapped me.
Good for her! For everyone just joining in, you don't know what this story is. Basically, this guy has a best friend who's a model, an Instagram model, and he also has a girlfriend that, according to him, is less attractive than the Instagram model best friend. And he literally says as much in his Reddit post, and when his girlfriend asked him if she's more attractive than the model best friend, he said, of course not. The model friend is more attractive than you. So yeah, he was like, well, she's short and chubby and has acne, and the model friend is tan and has clear skin. And it's like, okay. And he also tried to be like, we don't have romantic feelings about each other. I mean, obviously I used to have a crush on her, but it's not a thing anymore, and I chose my girlfriend over everyone else, so obviously I'm attracted to her. And it's like, you literally basically told her to her face that she's ugly, pretty much. So yeah, that's the audacity we're dealing with in this current story.
Now she's been on my ass to make it right. Was I expected to very blatantly lie to my girlfriend?
Yes!
Wouldn't it have been worse if it wasn't honest?
No!
Anyone with eyes could clearly see who was the more attractive one.
Bro.
Wouldn't it be—
Oh! I remember that one. I'll add it. Oh my god. Do you remember the one that I referenced in, I think, the first Smosh Reddit stories one? Where it was about the kid who murdered his parents for lying about, when he was lying about college. Do you remember what that one was called? Skinwalker. Okay. My cousin likes to date models and she left him to burn in his home after she set it on fire. He lived and called he called my other cousin and his sisters and she called the firefighters. He's still with that girl too? What the fuck? Oh my god! Jesus Christ! The Travis Walton story, let me see. Holy fucking shit. Hold on.
Today's video.
Is it even skeptics can't explain how this man vanished, or is it the most UFO sightings aren't connected to meticulous mutilation? This one is. She poured all their alcohol to start it around the house. I know we all told them to get away, me and the other cousins. That's attempted murder. How is she not in jail? She should be in jail for arson. Oh my god, she needs to be locked up. What the hell? I hope he gets away from her. That's fucking crazy.
In 1969.
Let me see. We're gonna go on a bit of a Mr. Balling kick. Don't mind me for a couple seconds, because I'm thinking of ones that I know I want to add, and I want to add them while I'm thinking about it. That one's pretty fucked up. That one might be too intense. Oh yeah, he did. He covered the, I think it's the most believable UFO story, and the one you mentioned I need to search up real quick. Okay. You gotta have someone just say they burned it down there. Oh, I see. I also have family members that are close to that toxic, literally try to kill each other and they're still together. See, we've talked about it before. I like this one. This one's good. We've talked about it before. But I'm a person where at this point in my life, I don't fuck with that kind of shit anymore. I want nothing to do with people who do not have my best interest in mind. And I'm often, you know, treated as like the toxic person because I'm so against forgiveness. But like, I am, because I don't want to deal with being terrified every fucking waking moment of my life. You know? I don't want to deal with that shit. So, I mean, my heart goes out to people who are still in those situations, because it's way more complicated than we can ever know, you know? But the police here won't pry otherwise. It's wild to me. Worst part is my cousins date someone crazy. Yeah, I mean, at that point I just kind of feel bad for people in those situations, because it's a lot of layers. I've had to deal with people being very judgmental about the situations that I've, according to them, put myself into. Oh, why wasn't this showing up before? It's the first fucking video here. What the hell? Yeah, I mean, I've dealt with people being very judgmental, like, well, why did you get yourself into that situation in the first place? And it's like, because if I knew what I was in for, I wouldn't have. But you have the gift of being an outsider and retrospective knowledge. I don't. That one's pretty fucked. I'm like, some of these are really intense, but they're also super interesting. So we might have to put a content warning on Mr. Ball and watch-alongs. Or multiple crazy people who they stayed with until they had enough. I only had one crazy ex and she's long gone. Sorry about bringing the mood down if I did. Just thought it was relevant. No, I mean, you're not like self-deprecating or venting about yourself. You're bringing up a story about toxic people, which is relevant. So I don't mind as much. But yeah, I mean, I feel for people in those situations because I've been in them before. My parents often get on my ass for my ex-fiance, and it's like, it's frustrating because they don't factor in that, I was in the worst fucking years of my life, and she took advantage of that. So I feel for those people, but it doesn't make it. At the same time, I also feel for being a person on the outside because you just want to kind of shake them and be like, get out of there. But like, it's not that simple, unfortunately. So, yeah. This one's pretty interesting. I think about this one a lot too. Okay, how many is that? That's like a lot, right? Yeah, 10 videos. We'll add the last one when AFK gets back. Thank you. I appreciate that. His family never saw it coming was the college story you talked about, or maybe just search Mr. Ballin college. Let me see. I'll know it by the thumbnail. No, that one, I believe, is where he was. It seems like he planned to unalive himself, and he wound up going missing. And there was like all those weird circumstances that led up to it, like him being found by the towing guy, the guy who worked for like some kind of mechanic. He had a bout with his ex too. I won't get into it. I mean, my heart goes out to him. It's not fun to be the person who is known for being a college student. Why? The rap boy did the unthinkable. Secret room. I'll try to look at it on my own time. But yeah, we'll maybe do Mr. Ballin on Friday. For anyone who doesn't know, Mr. Ballin is a storyteller on YouTube. He actually just went on tour last year, I think. He's a really, really great storyteller. And I've watched him for a number of years now. I think he started in 2020, maybe 2019. So he's been around for a while. He has a lot of great stories, but his catchphrase is the strange, dark, and mysterious. So his stories, I will forewarn, are pretty dark. Some of the ones that have really stuck with me are pretty intense. So I'll probably have a content warning for that episode. Not age restricting it or anything, but I'll have like a comment pinned, just warning you guys so that you can watch with your own discretion. Did you see Tales from the Internet? Maybe. I don't know off the top of my head. But yeah, we'll do Mr. Ballin on Friday. If you think of any more, feel free to recommend them, AFK.
A slap to her to just lie to her face that way. I don't get why I have to be the bad guy in this situation.
I don't get why I have to. my soul is flying away.
There's a lot of things to cover in this.
Where to begin?
This is definitely a real story from a real
This
Redditor.
is a real story.
This is a real story.
This is giving hard
I
Reddit.
also be straight up. I think this happens a lot.
I guarantee you, his friend is the one that set the friend boundaries. Like,
I
there's
don't think
like,
I have
this
that.
guy sounds like
Oh, it
he's-
sounds like it's.
Maybe I think what I'm gonna start doing is whenever you guys recommend me stuff to watch on stream, I'm just gonna add it to. I'm gonna change this channel in the Discord recommended watch-alongs, and I'm gonna add your guys' suggestions that you make on stream. So, Tales from the Internet. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm so sorry, AFK. I hate when people do that shit. I try to avoid it as best I can. I try to use like cover art or just not detailed art in my thumbnails to avoid spoiling people because I hate when people do. Okay.
If he ever had the chance, he would jump on that.
It's what I think's sad is it just feels like he also respects his friend more than his girlfriend by a lot. Like it just sounds like the way he's talking about her goes beyond just like, oh yeah, she's obviously pretty. It just sounds like he thinks she's better.
He didn't say like a single.
I mean, the audacity to sit here and be like, why do I have to be the bad guy? You're literally making yourself the bad guy by being such a pretentious fuck. Hello?
Nice thing about
his girlfriend. No, like it was really devastating.
He's like, I love her, but she sucks, man.
I love her, but she's gross.
But was it the girlfriend that asked?
The girlfriend asked him.
Okay.
Recently, my girlfriend asked me if I think she's prettier, more attractive than my best friend. That makes me also believe what we're talking about, which is that she obviously probably can tell that he's
like. The way that he's posting that is like this came out of nowhere, but like, are you sure it didn't come when you're having a conversation about how great this friend is and she's feeling self-conscious and she asks like, do you think she's prettier than me because you're making her feel self-conscious? Are you sure? Are you fucking sure?
Attracted to his best friend.
Yeah,
because that question, it does sound like he was saying she's insecure, but I don't think it's necessarily that. A theory is that she's not an insecure person. She's insecure about his relationship with her because it is weird.
I'm imagining like if I had a girlfriend and she had a handsome male friend, and I asked her like, "Hey, do you think he's hotter than me? Like, what do you like? What can you realistically expect from like you're?"
I don't think it's a fair.
I don't think it's a fair question to ask either, but at the same time, I think the context that it's being asked in is important because it doesn't seem, with how he's talking about them comparatively, it doesn't seem like it was like one of those test questions like we've had a couple times on Reddit stories. It seems like it was a genuine question that has come out of insecurities that he's building in her because of how he talks about them comparatively to each other, you know?
Fair question.
I don't think it's a fair question, but yeah, I don't think like
there's probably a reason why she asked that.
Yeah,
question.
exactly.
I think she asked it because there was already weird signs, and I think he.
And I wonder if she even phrased it like that. Like maybe she asked something like, "Are you attracted to her, like more than me?" And it's like that's a different like. Because, you know, someone can be, like, prettier, but, like, you know, you're not as attracted to them.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And that's what his answer should have been, which should be the truth if
like,
he's in a relationship.
Yeah,
be like,
which
dude,
should be the truth, but not, oh, yeah, of course she's prettier than you. As long as we're throwing suggestions out, have you ever heard of Moment of Truth? I have. I think Mr. Ballin or somebody covered some fucked up episodes that happened on that show. I have heard of it. I've actually seen clips of it because of people covering it before. Crazy shit.
I am so attracted to you. Like, there's no one that I'm more into than you. That's the answer.
Yeah.
But he went and said, well, no, obviously.
No, obviously you're fucking ugly.
Look at her.
She gets paid just for her face.
Just something that caught my eye, too, was she has social anxiety and thus sometimes goes for long periods of time without
Yeah, why'd you throw
contacting
under the
me.
bus like that, man?
It's given.
Yeah, which is also, like, as a person who has social anxiety, that's not how social anxiety works. I go long periods of time without contacting some friends, and it's just because of my social battery. But, like, I don't go out of my way to avoid people. If she's going out of her way to avoid you, it's probably because you said something else that hurt her fucking feelings. And she's hurting and doesn't want to see you right now because you hurt her fucking feelings. I told her, babe, you're the best. There's no competition with the rest. Yeah. Yeah, his girlfriend ghosts him regularly, and he's like, well, it's because she has social anxiety. That's not how social anxiety fucking works. It's probably because you're making her feel like shit on the regular, and she doesn't want to fucking deal with it.
A lot of red
This
flags.
is interesting. This just
fair
sounds like a relationship that shouldn't be happening. I don't think they're.
You think so?
I think she should break up with him.
She should break up with
Because
him.
there's no way.
No, dude, she's got
There's
social-
no way.
no.
After something like that is said, I think that is so hard to come back from. He might have,
Yeah.
like, that is going to have the same impact on her.
I feel for her too, because at the same time, again, it seems like he's fueling her insecurities. And I worry that, like, she's in a position where she's been so beat down by his putting her down that she feels like she can't get better, you know, because that can happen. Sag.
As cheating
Please
on
don't
her.
mention View County.
Because it's him saying, oh, this person's better than you. I mean, you kind of already said it. What would you do if your partner asked this question to you? Like, if you were dating someone and they said, hey, do you think...
I think it'd be kind of...
Yeah, I'd be like, I think my first response would be like, did I do something to make you feel like you have to ask me that? Like, I'd be concerned. I'd be concerned that I was fueling some sort of insecurity and that they feel rejected by me in some manner.
Dumbfounded. Like, I don't think, like, I think now, like, being separated from it, I could be like, well, I'm more attracted to you. Like, you know, if I had time to kind of calculate an answer, but like, realistically, if someone asked me that point blank, I would freeze up. I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
There's only one solution. You only date tens.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Some comments, 25 years old is way too old to not understand how dumb that is.
Yeah, that's real.
I
Real.
disagree.
Yeah.
I mean,
Someone said, I think you are confusing hottest with attractiveness. I think it is safe to say your best friend is hot, but attractiveness depends on the person. So
Yeah.
you should always be more attracted to your girlfriend than your friend. Who describes their girlfriend as short, quite chubby, and has a lot of acne? Like,
Yeah.
Jesus, that's brutal. If my partner described me
Yeah.
like that, there would be a problem. Okay, there's an update.
Yeah.
I was able to talk to her. She apparently told other people about the situation, and everyone, including her own mother, sides with me.
What the fuck? Oh my god!
Maybe she has a bad support system.
Get this girl away from these
She
people!
shouldn't have been asking me questions like that when the answer was obvious.
I'm in shock. What the hell? Bruh.
oh my god!
Guys, she apologized for even asking that question in the first place. To everyone saying I should have broken up with her, we're good. I'm feeling
What the ever-loving absolute shit? This poor girl. She needs to be... Okay. I hope you have a good rest. She needs to be separated from every fucking body in her life. She deserves better. What the actual ever-loving fuck?
Very betrayed by my best friend instead because it's clear whose side she took. She's the only one who took my girlfriend's side. Most of the...
Good night, AFK. I don't believe this update. There's no fucking way.
People we know are also upset at her. These are people who actually know us and the relationship. Oh my God, what the f?
I want to meet these people so bad.
When I see like that, I'm like, oh, this is how people like Elon Musk exist.
Yeah.
Like really, like I'm just like, this guy just got that solidified. He's 25 now.
Getting mad at the best friend you pitted against your girlfriend for standing up for your girlfriend? Dude. I almost said something really mean and shitty. I won't. I'll hold back. But like, bruh. What the hell? What the actual fuck? I'm in disbelief. Truly and earnestly, completely flabbergasted.
He's gonna be like that forever.
Yeah.
I just don't believe this update.
I don't either.
I just don't.
Yeah. Oh, are you thinking he's like, oh, well, f you guys. Actually,
yeah.
Everyone said that I'm cool.
That's what I think
Actually,
happened.
everyone said that I'm
I
cool.
think he got the verdict that he was a fucking asshole, and he said, well, actually, everyone in my life thinks that I'm a good person, and I'm actually a really good partner, actually. So it's you guys that are wrong, you know? I don't fucking believe that.
Great. So, all right.
Especially the addition that even her mom agrees with him. In what world, what mother, unless your mother doesn't fucking talk to you, you know? Bullshit.
Having a threesome.
Yeah. So many threesomes, I'm so tired. Come on, Tig Bitties. This is from Today I F***ed Up, which is a...
Oh, I used to go on that one all the time.
This is a personal favorite of mine. This is great. Today I f***ed up by thinking my son was having gay sex when he was just eating hummus.
This is the one. This is the one that I added this to the playlist for. It's very good. Buckle in, but /pause, you know?
To be fair,
so I've never had gay sex, but I've had hummus. So I, a 39-year-old woman, have a son who's 15, and he brought a friend round today. They immediately went to their room, and I assumed they would just play some video games or whatever, so I was totally fine leaving them. It was about 30 minutes in when I was walking past, I heard sounds such as, oh my God, that's so good, and it's so good with that in it, and various sounds.
I mean, natural sounds when you're eating hummus, personally.
let's see how chill
There's
the mom
no
was.
other way to eat hummus.
There is no other way to eat hummus.
It really sounded like they were having gay sex. I was super weirded out by it.
It's
so
just sex.
So I quickly went downstairs and waited for his friend to leave. When this friend left an hour or two later, I asked my son what they were doing in his room. Because although I don't mind him being gay, and I think it's and I know it's normal for teenagers to have sex, a condom really should have been used, so I plan to confront him about that. However, the answer shocked me to my very core. They weren't
I'm so sorry, Linky. You just keep getting confused. Oh my God.
having sex, they were eating hummus. I was shocked and initially didn't believe it. We had never had hummus before, and I asked him to
Does this overlap with a girl that doesn't eat spicy food?
We had never had hummus before, and I asked him to show me the hummus if this was true.
Show me
the hummus!
So he did, and I ate hummus for the first time, and oh my God, it wasn't good.
It wasn't good?
No. So he did, and I ate hummus for the first time, and oh my God, was it good.
Yeah, she walked past her son's room when he was allegedly not having gay intercourse and instead eating hummus. And it was like, oh my God, that's so good. Yum. You know. So she thought he was having gay sex, but he was just eating hummus.
What?
Where does it rank compared to gay sex?
We experimented with different things in it, like bread and carrots, and it was great. Apparently, his friend had heard about how he had never had hummus before and thought this was so absurd, so had planned a date for a hummus party. So yeah, it ended up being quite a good ending. I discovered how nice hummus was. Thought my friend was having gay sex. He just really liked hummus.
What if they had hummus and then
So guys, I want to remind you that this is also Best of Redditor updates.
Oh boy, here we go.
So I don't know what's going on.
Can I point? I wonder if so she thought they're having gay sex, and then the friend no, it was gay sex. So the friend walked out of the room, right?
Yeah.
And she's like, "Hey, how are you?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm stuffed."
Oh my God.
All right.
Things people say after sex. Oh man.
I am so sexed. Comments were, oh, I see you got hit by the emergency hummus.
No, hummus.
Were you guys sexed? I always kept open hummus inside my closet for when I was having sex with my friends. You never know when you might get caught. Lady for real just fell for the old hummus trick.
See all this trick in the book.
Okay, here's the update.
Okay.
Oh,
boy,
God.
It was a tuber.
Here we go.
So yeah, the majority of you were right. They were having sex.
Let's go!
Good for him.
No, not sex. Let's say it all together.
Hummus.
Hummus.
I did think it sounded like it. They ate some hummus first, then put it away, didn't do anything at the same time like some of you freaks suggested, and then had sex. My son's boyfriend, I think they're boyfriends, saw the post and couldn't stop laughing. So told my son, thinking it could be
Pride Month is Sunday. Happy Pride Month.
about them, who told me because I think he felt a bit guilty about hiding it. Other than that, nothing really exciting happened.
Not gonna lie. My gay ass could really fuck up some hummus right now. I could just lesbian it up with some fucking hummus right now, you know? God, hummus.
We had a long, awkward talk. I told him I don't really endorse him having sex, but he should really use a condom, etc. Now, on to the more important thing, hummus. I really like hummus now. I've never had it before because it just looked kind of disgusting, yellow and sludgy. But I have learned appearances can be deceiving. It was homemade, so I'm going to have to ask for the recipe so I can make some more. I've finished all of it. Also, what are some other good things to dip in it? I've tried the obvious things, carrot, cucumber breads, and any suggestions would be appreciated. A lot of people have recommended...
You get some good Tostinos chips. Yeah. And just lesbian and hummus.
Baba ganoush as well. Is that similar and better than hummus?
God.
I love baba ganoush, and I've made it myself. You throw some eggplants in your oven.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, yeah.
Baba ganoush.
I just have to say, it's a little strange that she's more accepting of hummus than her son having sex.
No, she was chill.
She was chill with it. She just said, like,
okay
please use a
with it.
condom. He's 15. I think it's more just like,
Yeah.
oh, like, please, like, you know,
Damn.
you're young,
Yeah.
like, don't.
Yeah.
TLDR, my son is actually gay, but I also really like hummus.
That's incredible. I love that.
That is the...
Who among us?
See, this is how you should react.
Hold on. We'll make a poll. We'll poll the chat. Hummus, yes, no. Who in this chat hummusing? Gaying it up with some hummus. I wish I was. I love hummus. It's one of my favorite dips.
A new food you've never had before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you
Yeah.
ever covered up something you were doing with a blatant lie or anything like that? Did your parents ever catch you or almost catch you doing anything?
I don't think I was ever caught. I was not intimate with many people when I was young.
Yeah, problem is
But my
teenage...
bed was far
50-50?
too squeaky to get into anything anyway.
I've
Yeah.
never had
So it
hummus.
was
I
the
wish
bed,
to.
it was the squeaky
It was the
bed.
bad.
Fair.
That's why I didn't have sex.
I
forever.
can safely say that throughout my teenage years, I had zero hummus.
But my boys.
Boys. All right, here's the next story.
Oh
Okay,
my
this
God.
is totally going to be very different.
Okay.
So buckle up. This comes from R. Am I the Asshole? And also was reposted on R. Am I the Devil? Which
Listen. I will say, as a person who is gay and has had hummus, yeah, hummus does taste as good as gay intercourse. That's how to do it, yeah. Yeah. My parents are too fucking nosy. Yeah. So is Minnie as well. Minnie does not allow for me to do fucking anything. Like, even when I'm streaming, she complains if I'm too loud. And I'm like, Minnie, I'm working. So, like, I don't have any fucking sense of privacy. I don't care. I'm ace anyway. Actually, I will say I think hummus is better than gay sex. As a person who's had both, I'll take the hummus, actually.
where the worst of the worst end up. Am I the asshole for impersonating my sister during a traffic ticket and getting a felony?
Maybe.
What?
I was driving and unfortunately speeding when I zoomed past a cop who came out of nowhere, and of course he hit his lights to signal me to pull over. I knew I was in hot water because I sadly get pulled over for speeding often. Then stop.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Then learn how to fucking drive. The fuck? Don't take other people's cars if you clearly don't know how to fucking drive.
What it is, but once I have the music on and the top off in my zone, I tend to go in my own world and sing and vibe, which often turns into Need for Speed, Fast and Furious edition, and I ignore traffic obligations and speed limits.
Yeah, then you shouldn't drive. You should have your license revoked. Your white car accidents are one of the leading killers in America. What the fuck?
Oh my
Then
God.
you shouldn't drive.
Why are you writing
Need
this
for
out?
Speed, Fast and Furious? What
Look,
is
I
this?
can't help
Need
it. The
for
music
Speed,
comes
Fast and
on,
Furious
and I just
edition?
have to speed.
She should be arrested for saying Need for Speed, Fast and Furious
Yeah, everyone
edition.
knows it was Forza that had the Fast and Furious collab.
Most of the time, I make it without getting pulled over, but when the cop stopped me, I panicked because I knew I had several warrants for previous violations. I had...
Are you fucking kidding me? honestly iconic. Good for her. But what the hell?
Not taken care of. So when he came to the window and asked for my insurance and license, I lied and said I left my purse at home and verbally gave him my sister's name and date of birth as my identity because we looked just alike, and I knew once he ran her name, it would come back clean and I would be free.
Are you... What? What?
To go. If I would have given him my real information, it was a huge chance I would have been taken to jail and my car impounded.
As you should be! As you fucking should be! You should not be on the road! You should be fucking having your license revoked! What the fuck?
And I was on my way to school for finals and just couldn't risk it. So long story short, I gave him my sister's information and he wrote out a few tickets and was free to go. Well, fast forward a few months later, my sister is notified somehow that she has an outstanding warrant. She doesn't understand how or when. I completely forgot I used her name.
Also, that's another fucking felony because you stole her identity. What? That's also a crime! Impersonating someone else to get out of a fucking ticket is a crime! What?
So I didn't think anything of it when she was venting until she called my mom from the police precinct and said she went to appeal the citations and they showed her a body cam photo and it was me. Well, she decided to file charges against me.
Good for her!
Multiple exclamation marks. I apologized and told her I would pay off the traffic tickets and explained, even though I was completely wrong, the reasoning behind my actions and how it was the end of the semester and final testing. More exclamation marks. I apologized and I know it was a stupid mistake, but she still gave them my information and pointed me out on a statement as the person impersonating her and defrauding the officer during the traffic stop. Well, now I have a court date for 2 felonies for identity theft and fraud.
Good for her!
I know I was in the wrong, but my sister did not have to press charges and ruin my life before it has even begun.
Yes, she did, because apparently this is a lesson that you have refused to learn continuously, and it's about fucking time someone forced you to learn it. Because you're literally putting people's lives in fucking danger and trying to bring down your sister with your selfish, impulsive ass. Get the fuck out of here.
I am the first person in my family to get into college, and this will ruin everything. 2 felonies. I feel like she took the situation too far.
No, she
even
didn't.
Though she has a good reason to be upset, but wow. Now my mom, dad, and brother are not speaking to her unless she drops the charges. I am the youngest and she the oldest, and sometimes feels she has to be stern or correct me because she feels I get spoiled or special treatment. But
this is not... As the younger sibling who does not speak to my older sibling because of actual dead-ass abuse that has gotten physical, go fuck yourself. You literally impersonated her fucking identity to get out of multiple felonies that were already on your fucking record. Go fuck yourself. Holy shit. She has every right to press charges. You are getting the fucking consequences of your fucking actions. Yes, she clearly is spoiled. You think you're above the fucking law. You're endangering people. Speeding is a fucking crime for a reason. It's dangerous. You are literally risking an accident. There are speed limits for a reason. Oh my God.
Serious crimes that will be on my record and not equivalent to what I deserve. Am I the
asshole?
No,
you're fine, Flash. You're absolutely
fine. Am I the
fine.
asshole or my sister?
You're the asshole!
Is she in high school?
Because
she says her finals and she's the first person to get into college.
Oh my God. Then,
I mean,
she's probably like 18 or 19 and she already has so many warrants and shit.
So maybe it's finals.
Yeah, I mean, it could be college.
Yeah, I think
she's in college.
I think she could be in college. A lot of people were thinking that this is a troll post.
This doesn't feel insane to me.
It doesn't give me the vibe of a troll post. Like
I have kind of a hot take. I think, I mean, I would plead to my sister to drop the charges, but I would accept her because, I mean, it is going to kind of ruin her life.
As it should.
Like, it's a dumb
family.
Thing to do.
The family is siding with her.
Yeah, no, and the family
hey.
like the family like taking a side is f***ed up for sure.
I don't know. I guess I understand where the family's coming from. I'm not defending them.
Yeah.
I'm saying they understand that, once she has these 2 felonies.
Yeah, it's going to ruin
Because
her
it
life.
is f***ed up how America works, where it's like, once you have felonies, you just can't work.
Yeah.
Like, you really are kind of screwed.
Yeah.
So I get that, and she's very young.
I understand that, but at the same time, I feel like this is real because there are people who do this. There are people who actually, people bragging about speeding and doing crimes doesn't need to be fake. It's too true. It happens all the fucking time. Like, I understand, but at the same time, it's not like her sister is just pulling these charges out of her ass and doing it despite her. She has had multiple warrants out for her arrest, and if her sister didn't press charges, she would eventually get in a fucking accident, and she'd be in a lot worse because she could potentially have a fucking murder charge on her back at that point. So, like, yeah, it sucks, but it's the consequences of your actions. It's not your sister being spiteful. Go fuck yourself as a person who's actually been abused. That's crazy. Both of you, that's fucking crazy. Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
So it's like that's putting a kibosh on her life.
This definitely does seem like somebody that doesn't think that there's consequences for their actions.
Yeah. And the felonies are for identity theft and fraud, which are in the sister's hands too. It's not the traffic tickets and stuff. So
she literally tried. The sister has every right. If I found out that someone did that to me, oh, you bet your ass you're going to fucking court and getting charged. Are you fucking serious? You're not taking me down with you? Fuck off.
But I wonder if like the sister just like has been like forced to kind of eat shit her whole life, like
sounds,
from the younger sister.
She sounds spoiled.
She does.
She does sound spoiled.
Yeah, she's like, I've got like 4 tickets, and like sometimes I just drive fast. I can't help. It's unfortunate.
Yeah. Maybe what could be happening, because there's no updates or anything. There's a part of me that thinks if you're an older sister and your younger sister did this, your younger sibling, of taking it all the way to court, getting very far, and then being
dropping
like,
it.
all right, I'll drop the charges.
Yeah, that's big sister behavior.
Like that. That's cold.
Yeah.
But if you know it's like, I'm not going to f up your entire life, but I'm going to fucking ruin you for a couple months.
Yeah.
Like, you could do that.
I mean, and even then, it would at least teach her a fucking lesson. Even if it doesn't go all the way, she deserves to have some fucking fear put into her because you are genuinely putting people's lives at risk. And you're also putting, like, you're concerned about, like, you having felonies on your fucking belt. Like, you tried to frame your sister for some felonies too. The fuck? She deserves to retaliate. Yeah, no, fuck up her life. She's acknowledging that she knows it's bad. I don't have any sympathy.
I hope it teaches her a lesson.
Probably, I would think so.
They're never gonna recover from that. I think that like lying to a police officer and would that be considered fraud or whatever? Like, I don't think it's really up to this. I don't know if that's up to the sister.
Yeah, so someone said the sister kind of did have to press charges because she had to agree it wasn't her, and it's her moral duty to tell them who actually committed the crime since it's possible.
Yeah.
And the cops press charges, not her. So,
But it still sounds like the family is kind of making it seem like there is a
chance
choice
for her to
drop the charges.
Yeah, that's true. The family's making it sound.
I think we have to treat it.
I absolutely think the reality of the situation is that the younger sister is obviously spoiled, and the parents obviously do side with her. And the elder sister has probably been through a bunch of bullshit on her behalf. And now she's in a situation where she can finally stick it to both her parents and her younger sister and be like, hey, the shit that you let her get away with is what led to her being a fucking criminal as an adult. And someone has to put a stop to it since clearly you guys aren't. So, like, I do agree it's probably the cops who are putting the charges down, but at the same time, it's like, she deserves to fucking force consequences on her. Abso-fucking-lutely. This is... I believe this story. This is real shit that fucking happens, and it's bullshit.
If she lied to an officer, then that's the state taking her.
And now that she's already gone to the cops and been like, yeah, it's not, and it's like clear that it's not, they probably can see the sister and be like, yeah, oh, that's actually her.
Yeah.
Plus, by the time they pulled the body cam footage of the event, it probably would have been out of her hands by that point, and she will have limited say in how it goes.
Yeah.
I'm sure the U.S. has similar, but this type of crime in the UK
I mean, it
would be
speaks volumes, too, that the parents are just defaulting to blaming the elder sister in the fucking first place and not being like, I'm sorry, you stole your sister's identity? For real, for real? Are you fucking kidding me?
called attempting to prevent the court of justice, and they take that sort of thing really seriously as it's viewed as an attack of sorts on our justice system. Yeah. That's just throwing a family member under the bus like that is.
She was definitely the asshole for doing that initially.
Yeah.
I just hope that a lesson can be learned.
Moving on. The next one comes from Am I the Asshole? I, a 20-year-old man, feel like I'm too short to date anyone, and it's been rather difficult.
Oh no.
Why did you pull this one, Kiana?
Yeah. Why is this story specific for the one that?
I just want to let the record state I'm not short.
The one
Well, that's why you're a C.
Oh, on the tier list?
On the tier list.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. This is a throwaway, and I mean this in the most respectful way possible.
I don't remember this one.
My friend is 6'1", and he works out regularly, but respectfully, he doesn't look good at all, face-wise.
Why are there so many stories in this episode where people are being shitty about people's appearances? Stop being an asshole about appearances. It's bullshit and not fair. Oh my god.
He is short, chubby, and has acne.
Yeah!
My other friend is way hotter. But he seems to do really good with girls. They're always all over him and stuff because of his genetics. He comes across as confident, smooth, suave, and funny, but when I do it, it doesn't work. Objectively, I know I have a better face than him, but I don't seem to get any attention. I mean this respectfully. I'm 5'3", and I've tried getting girls below my league, and even that doesn't work. What can I do here?
Your issue is not your height, it's that you're a fucking douche. It's not that you're 5'3", it's that you're a fucking dick and people can tell. And they don't want to have anything to do with you. Your vibes are fucking rancid.
LDR, I feel I'm too short to date.
That's not the problem.
Did he say his friend was funny and that had something to do with his genes?
Because he's
Those aren't
tall.
genetic. That's not.
But he's saying
Think of how funny Adam Sandler is.
But he's not saying he's actually
tall.
funny. He says
imagine caring
because
about
of his
your height.
genetics, because he's tall, he comes across as confident, smooth,
Imagine thinking that the issue of people wanting to date you or not is your height and not just your vibes are fucking rancid and you're literally shit-talking other people's appearances. Skill issue.
funny.
Or maybe he just is.
But when I do it, it doesn't work. Objectively, I know I have a better face than him, but I don't seem to get any attention. I mean this respectfully. I'm 5'3", and I've tried getting girls below my league, and even that doesn't work.
That alone.
What can I do here?
He should his friend.
They should get hummus together.
Maybe get some of that confidence. Yeah, I think addressing people as like below your league, that's indicative of a bigger problem.
Yeah, I think it's very clear
I'm
what
fucking
the issue
5'2".
is probably with this guy. I think he's probably extremely bitter.
It's not a height issue, it's a skill issue. It's a personality skill issue. You know?
It comes across immediately when he's talking to people.
I think he should probably get off Reddit and work on himself.
Yeah.
Comments, the fact that he wrote respectfully 3 times in such a short story means he's not really all that respectful.
Exactly.
Oof, it's definitely not his height holding him back. Yeah, it's pretty clear.
He's just a little guy.
Just a little guy.
Just a little guy.
Just a little guy.
See, if he leaned into that.
No, Link is just a little guy. This guy's just an
I'm
asshole.
just a little guy.
He just needs to stop. I think the issue, I mean, look, we talked about some of this stuff in Short King tier list, but like, it seems also that this guy has just, so much of his identity and so much of his life purpose is dating and like.
And the friend. Why does he spend
obsessed.
half the thing on the friend?
Yeah, like I think he's so obsessed with that. If he just like lived his own life and just tried to do his own thing and have fun and be chill, I think he'd have more luck. But he probably every conversation he probably has with a woman, he's probably thinking about his height, and it's probably just f***ing him up. And he's bitter and disrespectful.
I love, my favorite part of these is like kind of reading the language that they use and like getting the clues from that.
It does make it
every
very
guy
clear.
when they post on Am I the Asshole, they always have a tell somewhere along the line. They say female too much, they something like that, or they call their girlfriend short.
As a short person, I don't understand it. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't claim those people. God, insufferable.
Am I the asshole for wanting to postpone my wedding till my fiance gets rid of his braces?
Huh. Okay.
Aww.
Okay.
Okay. My fiance, a 25-year-old man, has braces. He refused to get them when he was a teen because he feared people would make fun of him. But he finally accepted to get them after the dentist told him clearly that it wouldn't be recommended to replace his extracted...
He did...
teeth till he fixes his crooked ones. The issue is that our wedding was supposed to be coming up soon, but now I plan to postpone it till my fiance gets rid of his braces. I have nothing against him wearing braces. I even encouraged him to get them to finally fix his bad teeth. But did you ever see a groom wearing braces in his wedding photos? I don't think so.
Can we go back to gay sex and homies? I hate it here. These people are all awful. I hate it here.
I thought my fiance would be understanding, but instead he got mad at me and accused me of being ashamed of him. That's obviously not true. I just want our wedding photos to be as aesthetic.
Obviously not true.
Pleasing as possible, and that's why I want to postpone our wedding till his braces come off. I also told him he could have avoided all of this if he got invisible braces, but he said those were much more expensive and wanted to save money specifically for our wedding and honeymoon.
Please take me back to gay hummus sexlet, please. Please, I want to go back. Please. 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 So bright on the first day coming from a school where I saw my principal 3 times made me highly suspicious. Yeah, why are... So height and braces now dictate personality? Are we kidding? Are we fucking kidding? Get that judgmental stick out of your asses. Holy shit.
Didn't think his fiance would be so shallow to care about it. He ended up saying that if I postpone the wedding now, I might as well just call it off altogether.
Whoa.
Which I think is incredibly unfair of him to do. Maybe I should have insisted on this issue either. Or shouldn't have. I don't know what she meant to say by that. Wow.
I have something. My parents when they got married, my dad had braces, and I will say he looked goofy as hell in those pictures.
Yeah,
he looked very
Should
silly.
she have postponed it?
Yeah.
But also, like, what, our parents got married in, like, what, the 80s?
It was the 80s.
They look goofy as hell anyway.
That's true.
And that's how we're all gonna look too.
No, and I look at the
Yeah.
pictures and I'm like, wow, that's so funny. To me, it's such a non-issue, but I think maybe
My only thing that I would point out is I would be like, if they're having like a very, very bad time with braces, because some people do. Some people are absolutely fucking miserable with it. If it was that case, I would word it like, well, maybe we should postpone our wedding until after you get them off because I don't want this part of your life to forever be encapsulated in our wedding albums, you know? Like, that would be the way to go about it. Not like, well, you look stupid with braces and I want our wedding photos to be aesthetically pleasing. Like, not the play. God, what this colorful sweaters. Yeah, I mean, it's your wedding. You're allowed to be goofy and you know, this is awful. Why are you marrying him if him having braces makes you lose this much respect for him, you know?
The poster could have worded it a little more carefully with the husband.
Anti-braces by Dilly,
if they came at it in a way that made the husband say, like, we might as well just call it off. Like, I wonder, I wonder about that dynamic.
Yeah.
It feels a little like, you know, it feels like tensions are running high.
She definitely seems like someone who would rather keep up appearances rather than someone who gives a genuine fuck about her relationship. I mean, she literally said that her wedding being aesthetically pleasing is like a top priority for her. And not just marrying the love of her life, you know?
Then we might as well call the wedding off. Yeah. Like, my non-confrontational ass, I'd be like, okay, like, fine, like, it's off. I'm sorry.
Interesting.
So a little bit of context.
Yeah.
Someone asked, when was the wedding planned and for how much longer does he need to wear the braces? Also, have you already set up the wedding date, venue, put down any money, etc.? They replied, I booked a venue for a specific date for this spring since last year, but I plan to cancel and book it on the same date in the next year. Hopefully he wouldn't need braces till then. So she's postponing it a year. That's a lot.
Why don't you just Yossify your wedding photos?
Just Photoshop the
Yeah,
so you actually realistically can do that now.
Yeah.
Yeah, make him teethless. He should postpone the wedding until you mature. You're
Yeah.
the asshole.
Good.
This poor guy avoided
Deserved.
getting braces because he was afraid of being bullied, and here he is being bullied by his own
Exactly,
fiancé
that's
because
what I was saying at the
aesthetics.
start.
You're the asshole, OP. Your fiance deserves better.
Yeah.
Might as well just shove her at that point.
The verdict on Reddit was asshole.
Obviously.
I think it's all about like how, I mean, for some people, the wedding pictures are so fucking important.
Yeah.
And like, look, it's not me. Like I can't relate to this at all. But like, if it is really what they want, they could ask their partner to postpone the wedding, but to like dictate.
I think it's also like, okay, you've already postponed it. Why are you dwelling on it so much? If you already postponed it, like, why are you doubling down and making him feel worse if you already made the fucking decision because you clearly don't give a fuck about his opinion, you know? I hope he gets away from her. She sucks.
And it's, you know, it could be a conversation, but it sounds like it wasn't a conversation.
It sounds like she approached it poorly.
It
I
sounds
mean,
like she
if
made
I'm
the
putting
decision by
myself in
herself.
this guy's shoes, I don't think I would be bothered. I really don't, because I'd be like, oh yeah, like sure, like that.
Well, I'm not a
supposed to
nerd. I
put-
would never have adult braces.
But to postpone your wedding for a year
is crazy.
just because of braces?
But they are 25.
Oh,
look, I'm not defending
Fair
it. I'm
point,
just
Flash.
saying.
Yeah.
Weddings are expensive. So is it okay to be shallow for once in a lifetime type of event like this? I mean, you know, I don't know. I know a lot of people are
Yeah, I
very
hope he crawls out the
particular
window. I
about
hope he
weddings,
gets the
but
fuck
as
away
we
from
said,
her.
it's a whole year. And like it's very specific. Like I'm postponing this wedding for a year because of something that.
I mean,
you
maybe
have.
I'm just thinking of COVID times, but I feel like people were postponing weddings a lot.
Just so we're clear, like for a good venue, which I assume since she cares so much and everything, it's typically at least 5 figures. Like it's not cheap.
Yeah.
Weddings are notoriously so expensive. So they've already booked this venue and they're going to cancel it and then pick another one, spending more money. I'm kind of the opinion, like, I do think wedding photos are kind of generally silly. Like, decades down the line for your kids and stuff, it's going to be silly. Like, I never look at wedding photos from my parents or from anyone and go like, oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm there to laugh at
sick.
them.
I think it's, I almost think him having braces will make them have more character.
No, absolutely.
And
Yeah.
has more of a story,
Yeah.
and that's like,
Like I
sweeter in a
said,
way.
the
But
only way I can understand any sort of justification for this would be if he was just truly having an awful time and he despised having braces and he clearly was miserable the whole time. And it was like, hey, I think we should postpone until after you have your braces off because I don't want this moment that's so hard for you to be permanently, like, to be a permanent reminder whenever we look back on our wedding photos. I want our wedding to be a time where you're happy, not in association with something that made you so miserable. That's the only justification I can think of, and that's clearly not the case. Yeah, weddings are expensive. That's why I don't really care for it.
That's my opinion.
It's like true like slice of life.
Yeah, that's what we looked like.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. Sometimes
but some people want that, like the prince and princess.
they really
wedding.
want that.
Like, everything has.
It
to be
makes me wonder if
perfect.
these two people just aren't meant for each other.
Yeah.
Like
I
it
don't
just seems
think
like
they
they're
are.
different
I think
people.
this is
and
a
like,
sign that he
if
should
this
get
is
the
their
fuck out of
reaction
there
to
and he
like
deserves
big
better.
things, then it's like that's.
And if you're taking that, like if me and my hypothetical fiance were having this,
One day,
yeah,
bud,
one
one
day.
day.
No, if we were having this discussion and she like goes to Reddit, I'd be like, what?
Oh yeah. No, I mean the biggest tell is that they go to Reddit
Yeah.
to talk about it with other Redditors.
If you go to Reddit, you're the ass.
You're the asshole. This next one comes from R. True Off My Chest. My boyfriend got mad that I only spent $20 on him for a date. I, 24-year-old woman, went on a date
Okay.
with my boyfriend who's 24 recently in celebration of our 1-year anniversary. Money's been running tight recently since my boyfriend was fired from his job recently for showing up high.
Okay.
Nice.
I knew he was really upset about the whole situation, so I wanted to cheer him up, and I thought taking him out to dinner for our 1-year anniversary, which was coming up, was the perfect way to do so. I took my boyfriend to one of my favorite restaurants from my childhood. It wasn't a high-end restaurant because I make like 1/3 of what he used to make, but nevertheless, he loved the interior design of the restaurant and the food. We were having a great time until the waitress came and told us our combined bill was going to be a little under $45 after tax and tip. My boyfriend looked at me weirdly, but I thought I imagined it, so I ignored him and paid the bill. After the waitress left to get a box for our takeouts, he turned to me and asked, "So that's how much you value our relationship after 1 whole year of being together?"
I need y'all to know that every time I pause it, it's because my mouth is agape and I'm staring at the screen in disbelief of the audacity. One day, when I have a full VTuber model, you'll understand the faces that I make from these. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, run! Run!
I was confused, and he said, "You only spent $40 on our 1-year anniversary date?" I asked, "What's wrong with that?"
Bro.
And plus, the prices were printed on the menu. He said, he said, "You were supposed to pay. Why would I have looked at the prices? And every time we went out, I always spend hundreds of dollars on you." I didn't respond because I didn't want to cause a scene, and he raised his voice and said, "I see how it is. I'm only worth $20 to you." Then he
Oh my god! Jesus Christ!
left the table and told me I can take an Uber home. I feel really bad and I apologize many times, but he's still mad at me, understandably. And things have been awkward. Oh my God.
He's still mad at me, understandably. Honey, no he's not. No, he's fucking not. No, he is not. You get away from that man. We gotta save this girl. Get the fuck out. I will save you. Get behind me, OP. Get behind me, OP. I'm about to start swinging a fucking scythe. Fuck this man. What the hell? Understandably, no. What has he done to you that you think it's understandable? Holy shit. Oh my god.
I can't believe she did that.
I
Yeah.
don't think this is a real story.
You think this one's fake?
I think this one's fake.
I think if it is real, he deserves to be like shot.
Agreed. Agreed.
Because that's like, there's no way he's gonna treat
Emotional
anyone right
paramedics.
in any
That's
We will-
insane.
That's a
That's
legitimate and like
nuts.
delusional person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like after getting fired for showing up to work high.
That's what
a
I'm
thing you
worth
can
to you.
easily avoid.
I mean, have you tried being high though? It's pretty. No.
How was the restaurant? I'm so curious.
Exactly.
That's the right price range for like a Chili's, which is awesome.
Yeah.
If someone took me to Chili's,
No, but like you could do like a cute mom and pop Italian
I mean,
restaurant.
if you're not having alcohol,
yeah.
like $20 a person, you could get a
That's actually-
good meal.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that's
That's not cheap.
Yeah, expensive doesn't necessarily mean good. I've had expensive meals that were not good, while I've had $20 meals that are some of the best I've ever had in my life.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
And this was a place that was special to her. Like,
yeah,
it wasn't
like a childhood
It wasn't
place
just
for her.
like, oh, it's expensive, like, take your. It's like, this place is special to me, and I'm gonna share this with you.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I feel like for an anniversary, you could also do even like a picnic or just like, whatever. Yeah. What a douche. Some comments. Your last line almost broke my heart. He has no reason to be mad at you, let alone understandably. I've been married for 8 years, and I wouldn't care if we went and got Taco Tuesday $1 tacos. It's not about the meal, but the time you spend together. Ditching you at a restaurant as a punishment for you not paying enough for his dinner is a huge red flag. Not to mention his decision-making ability.
Especially when he was just fucking fired. Like, I would have been like, you do realize this is more money than you can provide to our relationship right now, right? Put his ass in his place.
Not only had him show up high to work, but so high that they could tell and fire him. Just ask yourself if you want to always be walking on eggshells to avoid getting stranded by...
She brought him to a restaurant that was sentimental to her because she frequented it when she was a kid. And he was mad when the bill arrived. He seemed to be enjoying it up until the bill arrived, and it was only $45, and he got mad that it wasn't more expensive. It was his first time going to the restaurant, so he didn't know the average pricing.
And whenever guys are out together, if you say the wrong word or do the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if my partner left me at any restaurant for like any reason,
that's insane.
That's insane behavior.
Saying
that's
take
so
an Uber,
childish.
In my opinion, if you're in a relationship and you say take an Uber,
I don't care if you are in a relationship or not. Even if you're on a date with someone, if you leave them behind, I don't care how shitty the date went. If you don't know that person has a way to go home safely and you just leave them there, yeah, what is self-entitled twat? You're just a piece of shit. You're just a fucking piece of shit. I don't care if it's your first date and it went horribly awful and you both embarrassed each other and you hate each other's guts after. You make sure that person gets home safe. And if you leave them there, then I hope you never find love because you don't fucking deserve it.
Home or whatever, you're breaking up.
Yeah,
that's a breakup move.
Yeah.
Like, you're saying we're done. Like, that is so, either they did something so disrespectful or you are now disrespecting them so badly, it's done.
Yeah.
You're not recovering from that.
Agree.
Someone said, so he gets fired for going to work high, isn't currently working, your finances are tight, yet you still decided to spend $50 on an anniversary night, when I'm guessing that amount of cash is a hell of a lot right now. Sorry, but he sounds like an unappreciative ass.
Even if they were the richest person in the world, that behavior is still...
Oh, it's still super inappropriate.
Yeah.
Even if he wasn't fired. That doesn't, no context makes that okay.
Yeah, that's just a red flag to me.
Okay.
Like,
automatic.
Literally.
I would never
it's
trust
so
a person
insane.
who did that again.
There's an update. First off, I just want to thank everyone for the overwhelming amount of support and private messages. I have read all of them, and it warms my heart how caring internet strangers can be. I just ended my relationship with my boyfriend.
Yay!
Yes! I'll try to keep this post as short as possible and try to refrain my emotions from seeping through. I can forgive him for showing up high at work and losing his job. Everyone makes mistakes, but recently he's made it clear that he won't be trying to find another job in the near future, so I know our relationship isn't going to be sustainable. Also, I'm not a drug user myself, but I've always been okay with him using it from time to time, but recently all he does is get himself high in front of the television and he stopped taking care of himself, and I'm really, really scared for him.
Okay, that makes it so much worse because you're mooching off of her and then acting ungrateful? Go to hell. Good for her. You don't deserve her. You do not deserve her at fucking all. Get fucked.
I'm scared his body can't handle it. He's still icy with me about our last date, and probably because the drugs cloud his mind, and we haven't really had a real conversation since then. I decided to formally end things, and I phoned his parents, and I told them about his condition, and right now he's living with them, and I hope they can help him better than I can. Rough.
Jesus.
Real rough. But she did the right thing.
Weed.
She did do the right thing.
Weed.
I can't believe weed made him do all that.
I can't believe that was Weed's fault. Okay, here's our last story.
I'm gonna be right back real quick because I think Minnie has to go outside. and then we'll finish this episode. It is raining, so if she does have to potty, she does not want to. Which I don't blame her. If my SO took me to a restaurant that was sentimental to them, I would be genuinely so honored, and I'm sure they would feel the same, vice versa. Yeah! Exactly. I don't... Just a total prick.
I've looked at this title.
Is it a doozy?
It's a doozy.
Let's
go. Oh no, another doozy. Oh, there's been so many doozies this episode, man. Shit.
Right in here.
Oh boy.
This is from our unpopular opinion.
Oh God. I'm scared, y'all. I'm already scared. I'm fucking terrified, y'all.
Oh, you know this is gonna be a banger.
And was then reposted on our Am I the Devil?
Oh dear. Oh no. Oh God. Okay. Everybody buckle up. Everybody buckle the fuck up. This is gonna be fucked, I'm sure.
This guy's opinion was actually unpopular.
Am I wrong?
I understand why women feel are oppressed, but I think it would be a dream to go through what they do.
Huh. Okay.
Okay, let's hear him out.
You have my interest.
Let's hear him out. Let him cook.
Do not.
The only reason I work out or anything is to be more attractive to women. If I were a straight woman, plenty of men, even reasonably attractive ones, have low enough standards that they would sleep with a below average.
I can't breathe. What? Not this low value woman shit again. What?
Woman they don't even know. I just go around getting blasted and ran through. Catcall me? Great. You're coming home with me. What? Not trying to...
Hold on. Hold. I have a meme for this. I have a meme that's literally the exact expression I'm making. Hold on. No, not me. No. No. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Literally me. Literally me right now. This is literally the expression that I'm making right now.
Minimize what women go through, but personally I would love it and wish I could. The same way some people hate working a certain job while someone else loves it. I'd just be better off dealing with women's struggles. I don't really care if a woman sexualizes me, or if she only listens to what I have to say with the promise of sex. In fact, I wish all the women that ignore me would just have sex with me and pretend to care. I just want woman friends that I can vent to and have sex with. I don't have that. Any woman can have that with a man, though. The biggest issues for a woman, in my opinion, are the following: periods/childbirth. I never want kids. I just have my uterus removed.
That counts as one?
Yeah, that's one thing. Period/childbirth. I never want kids. I just have my uterus removed so I don't have to deal with it.
Is that how it works?
I don't think this guy knows how women works. I'm just gonna make that assumption now. Self-image? Only reason I work out isn't because I'm not comfortable in my own body. It's because as a man, I already can't have sex with a stranger more than once every couple months, and I want to improve my odds. As long as I'm even close to average as a woman, I could just get drunk and hook up with random guys at bars whenever I want. Fear of being sexualized? I want to be. Not taken seriously in professional settings? I don't really want to work. I just...
That's fine. I don't want to work.
I don't want to work. I just want to be a housewife with no kids in an open relationship. Plus, you get to weaponize your femininity. I don't see any downsides for me. I can see why most women feel oppressed, but really, this is all I want, and I wish women treated me the way they complain about men treating them. Okay.
This guy
I wish...
I literally don't have any words. This is just me. This is just how I feel.
This guy is just like uncontrollably horny. Like,
look, I wish him the best.
The issue is he's not talking about what women go through. He's talking about an alternate reality where women would treat him this way.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He's like, he's insanely horny.
Yeah, he's not actually thinking this through. Edit. I never once said women have it easy. I never said women are making a big deal out of what they go through. Women all have valid concerns, but they're just not concerns that bother me.
But
same way how for some people having a child would ruin their life, and for others not having a child would crush them. It's just a difference in opinions. I'm speaking for myself personally. My life, the way I do everything, revolves around the promise of having more sex.
Yeah.
At least he's honest.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This guy's just horny.
Women can have sex a lot easier than men. I don't care if you argue, well, women might be able to have sex easier, but that doesn't mean it's easy to find a relationship. I don't want one.
Yeah, he's just...
I want to have a bunch of friends, male and female, and to be able to have sex with at least 80% of the female friends I have if I just spontaneously hit one of them up. I don't want a monogamous relationship. I don't even want a single friends with benefits relationship. I want where practically every woman in my life could sleep with me if I wanted, with no expectations of being anything more than friends.
This person is 16. This person is just horny on main at 16.
Only NBA players and famous rappers can live this life. And that still comes with tons of expectations to maintain.
And one of those famous rappers is literally on trial for assault crimes. Are you kidding? That's your idol? Are you dead ass coming on here to say that fucking Diddy is one of your idols? Are you dead ass? Are you dead? You should be. You should be dead. I didn't say dead ass, but you should be dead. You should... Speechless. Truly speechless.
But I gotta rap!
But then you still have to work. And that still comes with tons of expectations to maintain your fame and status. I don't even want to work. He says it.
Yeah, this was written by Dennis from Always Sunny.
This really is a Dennis post. Almost any woman could become a porn star. You shoot a few times a month and make a good annual salary.
That's definitely
you hit
true.
up any of your personal guy friends and you can have sex with them and go back to being casual friends easily. And you could have 50 of these relationships if you wanted. Just a whole life centered around self-care, making friends, and having sex with your friends if you wanted. Very few men...
Just keeps going.
He keeps going. Very few men can ever have anything ever related to this lifestyle.
Unless you're a rapper.
Unless you're...
Or an NBA
player.
Yeah.
Let's unpack that.
Women can be a professional dominatrix if they wanted to and get paid to spit in a middle-aged man's mouth and insult him. I can... never do this. Even the most attractive of men can never do this.
Actually, yeah, you can.
You probably could.
You can.
I bet you there's some men who would be down for him to spit in their mouth.
No, there's definitely men that are professional dominatrix.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like...
Yeah.
You're so focused on comparing how you think women have it harder that you're ignoring that I'm making this post as an individual. And as an individual, I just want to have a load of free time to have sex with my friends after I come home from a long day of having sex.
I feel like I should hate this person more. Yeah. But the more they talk, the more I'm like,
you know.
The more I'm like,
hold on, he's got a point. You know,
it's like if he hadn't led with like the women oppression angle, if he's like, I just want like more sex, it's like, okay, sure. But the way he framed it is insane.
Oh yeah.
He sums it up.
Yeah, women are known for their ample free time to fuck. Women are known for not having jobs. Women are known purely for being here for men to fuck. And that's it. And we're immune to capitalism. And we're just, we don't have to pay any bills because we're just here for men to fuck. Yep. This makes me feel great as a lesbian. This is wonderful.
His last sentence is, I literally only care about sex and friends. Women can feasibly live life that way, and I can't.
No. Find a woman living like that.
Someone said, what's stopping you? Just go to a gay bar and live your dream.
Yeah, no, straight up.
Go find some hummus.
This is an incel's understanding of women's experiences.
Yeah. No, I feel like he doesn't have a single relationship with a woman.
Where he's really wrong is saying, like, we can have sex and go back to being casual friends and it's totally fine. It's like, no, one of those 50 guys is going to kill you.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. Like, you forgot where some of the men are going to be violent and scary.
And not want to just make it.
Yeah, no, he's missing a lot of parts. I think you're right. I think this is a 16-year-old kid.
I would
No, you guys aren't hearing me. Come on.
You don't understand.
If he just made his post just that last line of I want to come home and have sex after a long day of having sex. If that was his only take, then I'd be like, you know, good on you. Good luck with that.
That's not even an unpopular opinion. If he posted just that, of like, I want to come home and have sex after having sex all day, a lot of people would be like, you know what? Yeah.
Upvote.
Yeah. Take my gold.
Take my gold. Take my stranger.
Every single cringy Reddit thing. Man.
Oh, he doesn't
I hope this ends up being a Twilight Zone thing where he wakes up as a woman one day and he's just like,
Maybe that's a horny version of your name.
It's a horny version of your name. your name, but he wakes up and her body just has so much sex.
Just has so much sex. He's like, you're just my friend, right?
I really hope this guy like.
I hope he finds God.
I hope he has at least one conversation with a woman.
It'd be awesome if, I don't know, he met a woman.
Okay. Well, that's the final story, and what a guy.
That was awesome.
Wow.
That
was really.
Not that sort of like all that.
So we usually do a thing, and I wasn't keeping tabs on it now, but who do we think is the king of the assholes? My vote, probably the boss who called out sick with COVID and then, left his whole entire team. He betrayed a lot of people there.
I agree with
to go be on F-Boy Island.
He let the team down.
And that was like an actual confirmed adult.
Yes, that's a man who was he had a job where he was in charge of a lot of people, and he really just neglected it all. Also, I mean, I know we've been just joking about it a lot. The guy who called his girlfriend like every single sort of diss.
Yeah.
Just don't like that guy.
Oh yeah, don't like him.
Don't like him.
Don't like the
this last
sister
guy,
either.
I don't know. He's not like the king of the assholes. He's kind of hilarious. He's kind of funny. I really hope he changes his opinions.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys for joining me. This has been a lot of fun. We had a great time.
This was sick. I love hanging out with the boys.
What? Right. I think if I had to say the biggest asshole, it'd be the speeding one. Like, you're genuinely putting other people at risk. I think that's my personal biggest asshole in this episode for me. But to be fair, this episode is packed with assholes, so wow. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some food. And hopefully it'll make the next episode easier. Because the next ones also have some pretty crazy stories. I literally only remembered the hummus one. So the rest of these were a ride for me. The cheap date one would be the other contender, agreed. I'll be right back. say too, I think the first story with the girl who went to the dinner with her Indian friend and then complained about the food, she's also a pretty big contender, because why did you even go in the first place? Why did you word your post that way, etc., etc., you know? Okay. Next episode.
Welcome back to Reddit Stories. I'm Shane, and today we've got a bunch of classic Am I the Asshole posts. It's gonna be a good time, so buckle up. I've got my friends Amanda and Damien here.
Big
Buckled.
I watch all of these. I love what you guys do here.
Oh, God.
Glad to finally have you here.
I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah,
cool.
thanks for being here.
Hey, thank you, Amanda.
You're so welcome. Now let's get into our top story.
Assholes, what do they do? Out or in? A new study.
And where is mine?
God.
We're starting here.
Great.
Let's just hop into this first one.
Okay.
Okay. Am I the asshole for eating too many cucumbers? Right off the bat, no.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any amount that you could eat.
Cut and dry, honestly.
What's happening? Yeah.
All right, moving on.
What?
All right, let's see here. This is perhaps the most bizarre Am I the Asshole post I have ever written, but I'm honestly so confused. Like, I feel like I can't possibly be the asshole, but then sometimes people are too blind to see their own flaws, so maybe I really am. For as long as I can remember, I've had this quirk, I guess you could call it, that I never snack on anything other than cucumber. I shouldn't say never, technically, since socially I'll get ice cream or eat a few chips at a party. I'm not a picky eater by any means, but my snack of choice has always been cucumbers. I eat pretty healthily anyways, so a lot of fruits and veggies are a part of my diet. Since veggies are lower in calories, I have to eat a lot of them to eat enough. So I'll usually have some sliced cucumber in my purse that I munch on throughout the day, and I'll always have a cucumber in my car that I just eat.
I'm sorry. You keep cucumbers in your purse? Like unwrapped? Just a bare cucumber in your purse? Hello? What?
Whole when I'm driving. I go through several cucumbers daily. Although it's not healthy, I've had days where I've felt really depressed and overwhelmed and have binge eaten nothing but cucumber. I think I've eaten perhaps 35 on very extreme days.
Okay.
I'm just gonna start putting this meme up whenever I'm speechless, because it's literally the exact expression I make. What?
Recently, this quirk has begun to drive this is a 22-year-old woman, my boyfriend, who's 33, of 6 months, insane. His words, not mine. He says it's highly inappropriate to carry them everywhere with me. We spent last weekend at his parents' lake house, and I provided my own cucumber to snack on. One night before bed, it's unfortunately...
It is unfortunately very funny. I mean, at least she's not an asshole. I'll give her that. She's not an asshole. At least in comparison to some of the assholes that we just dealt with. But, it's certainly something.
Very
Will
funny.
you guys be providing the cucumbers, or shall I provide my own?
Nice to meet you.
One night before bed, I was in my room gnawing on a cucumber when his mother walked in. Under normal circumstances, I never would eat that around others. I'd slice it up. She was puzzled, but chuckled and said, "My, you do like cucumber." My boyfriend later told me that I humiliated him with my childish and immature eating habits. I told him that his mom caught me in a low moment. He was being ridiculous since he eats a bag of chips every day, and I don't bat an eye. He told me that chips were a normal snack and whole cucumbers were deranged. He told me I needed to stop eating cucumbers and that my behavior was becoming a deal breaker for him. I feel really bothered, but I think cucumbers are a weird hill to die on, and I don't want to lose my relationship. So am I the asshole? Edit here. I'd just like to add that my boyfriend has never expressed any issue with my cucumber habits before now. The incident in question was because around 8 p.m. I was getting really hungry, and I don't know his family super well, so I didn't want to go rummaging, ask for a snack, and I didn't want to bother them by asking for a cutting board or something to cut up my cucumber because of, well, mild social anxiety. So I shut myself in the guest room and figured I'd just snack on a cucumber quickly. I don't usually go hide and eat cucumbers, haha. But then his mom walked in looking for my boyfriend, presumably, and was a little surprised, but seemed amused and not upset or anything. I honestly didn't think it'd turn into such a big deal for him.
There's something going on more than the cucumber.
How is this the hardest one to unpack that I've ever encountered?
Any ones that involve veggies are always confusing, because there was also the guy who was stealing onions.
I remember that one.
Oh,
Yes.
sure.
There's that one.
Love that episode. You guys did great work there.
Thanks, man. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
I think it's, I don't see an issue. You're allowed to eat cucumbers.
I can't help but feel like this is bigger than the cucumber. Like, I feel like she's using the cucumber as like almost like biting her nails. Like she's just like,
yeah, it does feel that way.
But I would say it's like if you're gonna have something like that, like
Great.
you're eating cucumbers. There's really, I don't think you can eat too many cucumbers.
I think it's like cool. She's eating a lot of cucumbers. She's dealing with.
I would think. I mean, anything in excess is bad. I would wonder if you can eat too many cucumbers, specifically on account of they're very full of water, and you can genuinely overdose on water. So I wonder if you eat too many cucumbers, if it would have the similar effects to like overdosing on water, you know? I'm gonna let it play for a minute because I'm gonna get more food. I will be back.
Stress with cucumbers.
And you can eat a lot of cucumbers because I think they're like they're one of the foods that have like almost like negative calories, because it takes more to digest them than they actually bring in.
It's a lot of water. I think you're right though. It is like, I do think there's a social anxiety thing. She brings it out up herself. Like, and you know, just getting the vibe from this person, I get the sense that they maybe are a little bit socially awkward, and that's okay.
Totally.
I think this is the wrong subreddit for this question. Like, she's not an asshole.
No.
We can acknowledge it's a little different, and if it's your favorite thing, you should probably have a partner that's like on board.
Yeah, I'm a little bit like a deal breaker. Like,
He's
what is he like?
33 and she's
How could you
25.
dare? My mom caught you.
Yeah, I do agree that it's like, it does seem to probably be tied to some sort of like psychological thing, but it's just not harmful. Like, it's just not a big deal. Like, she probably could benefit from talking to a therapist and being like, where does this come from? Why am I doing this? Like,
I don't think she's an asshole, though.
No, not by no means. I also think it's funny that her 33-year-old boyfriend is calling her immature. It's like, well, you dated a 22-year-old and you're upset, like, and like, she's not even, what she's doing isn't immature at all.
Yeah.
But he's being controlling, and it's like, dude.
She's 22. Like, she's trying to deal with a lot of things, and she's hiding in the guest room and eating her cucumbers. The issue that I have is the cucumbers are in her car.
No, it's like, it's weird. Don't get it twisted. It's weird as hell, but she's not an asshole.
No, she's not an asshole, but it's also like, cucumbers, get it, girl, if that's your thing.
Yeah, Bugs Bunny basically did that all the time.
Yeah,
Maybe
with
she's
carrots.
Maybe she's a rabbit.
Maybe she's just like a little rabbit.
She's a rabbit.
Maybe he's dating her because she's 22 because she doesn't have much time left because 22 is old for a rabbit.
That's true.
No,
that's
like,
true.
But that said, like, look, 11-year age gap, that's nothing to sneeze at. That's a lot. Not saying it hasn't ever worked out before, but inherently with that kind of age difference, there is going to be some issue with control, or like the perception of like, you know, the fact that he's like, you're acting immature. It's, I mean, that is an asshole thing in and of itself, because he wants to control how she's perceived. Like, look, family.
The verdict was not the asshole. Some comments. Not the asshole. Dump your boyfriend and enjoy your cucumbers. Note, I personally find cucumbers disgusting, and it would still never occur to me to care about this. Someone
I
said,
do not have
hey,
cucumbers,
cucumber
but I do have
connoisseur,
another
are we
seafood
talking
if you
about
guys wanna
slicing
guess."
cukes, Kirby's, gherkins, English cukes? There's a big difference between eating 35 gherkins and 35 English cucumbers. That's almost 41 feet of cucumber on a bad day. It's true. It's true.
Damn, someone broke it down.
No, because there's the small cucumbers that you use for like pickling.
Right.
Yes.
And then, can I tell you something embarrassing?
Please.
Sure.
I think it's sort of embarrassing. So whenever I bought pickles, and I was just like, oh, these used to be cucumbers, I thought they would put giant cucumbers, and when you pickled them, they shrunk down into little guys. I didn't realize, like, no, they were already that size.
I've never put that together, to be honest. I've never thought, I'm like, yes, these used to be cucumbers. I never thought about the size differential.
Wait a second. You mean the little?
No, like regular but regular pickles are like this big.
Yeah.
And cucumbers are like often big,
Oh,
you know?
no. But there are cucumbers that are this big.
I know, and they use those for pickles.
Uh-oh.
And
Oh no, Shane, that's embarrassing.
I'm in solidarity with you. I didn't.
No, I'm just kidding. It's fine.
That's
Let's
my
pickle
biggest
together.
confession.
Do you want to take a pickling class?
I've made pickles before. It's super easy and great.
So then you know.
Well, that's how I learned.
You guys tell me how it goes for sure.
Yeah, we'll let you know.
I will also point out one more thing about hers, though. Clearly, she's not the asshole. She starts it off with, "This is the weirdest one I've written."
I know.
She's very full of self-doubt if you're constantly writing things, or maybe you're always an asshole, but like that's the first time it's come up.
She just also seems very self-conscious.
Yes.
Like I think years from now, she's not going to give a shit about her cucumber obsession, and if a boyfriend is like talk shit about it, she's like, get the fuck out of my house. Lastly, someone said, but it doesn't seem like he's worried about her cucumber eating habit. It seems like he's worried about how her cucumber eating habit reflects on him, and those are two very different things. And absolutely, I just think it's always a red flag when someone's like embarrassed by someone's behavior in front of their parents or family. It's like, but that's their behavior always.
I don't know if they mentioned it while I was away too, but there's also like a 10-year age gap between them, so I'm kind of squinting at that too, you know?
There's a big update here.
How can there be a big update?
It wasn't cucumbers.
It was drugs.
It was drugs. Okay. I didn't expect my first post to really get any attention, so I'd like to thank you all for taking the time to read it and give your judgment. To those of you who expressed concern for my cucumber addiction / that I have an eating disorder, I can assure you I am perfectly healthy. I wouldn't consider myself addicted, nor do I have an ED at all. I just really enjoy my cucumbers. I can go days without
Babe, it's at that point it's not really up to you to determine that or not when you're eating up to 34 in a day. That's not normal healthy behavior.
eating them, I don't need my cucumber fix. It's just if I'm going to snack, I'd prefer to eat a cuke. I would consider the amount I snack on cucumbers proportional to the amount my boyfriend or any normal person would snack on chips or other junk food. I just occasionally eat more since they're low in calories. Additionally, I've had a few cucumber binges. I am well aware that those are not healthy, just like binging on junk food isn't healthy. But that's extremely uncommon for me, and for the most part, I eat well-balanced, healthy diet. However, I will talk to my doctor about it to ensure that it's not worrying. As for my boyfriend, we ended up calling it quits. I was pretty hurt at first, but I think perhaps his huge reaction to cucumbers was indeed a red flag for controlling behavior. I think that he was trying to call my bluff, expecting me to give up my cukes for him. So the breakup took him a bit by surprise, too. How it went down was that I told him we needed to have a chat. I told him that it was unacceptable to tell me what I was allowed to eat. I added that if listening to me chow down on cucumbers was what bothered him, as some of you in the comments noted, I would avoid eating them when he was around. Apparently, the very idea of me eating so many cucumbers was driving him nuts, not the noise. I decided to try and compromise. He's a pretty heavy drinker and will get drunk pretty often. All right, man. I snack on 50 Bud Lights a day, and that's fine. I know that it's very bad for his health, and I have expressed that concern in the past.
My God.
I told him that I'd give up cucumbers if he gave up alcohol. Not equivalent.
What are we?
At all.
What is
That's
going
insane.
on?
Queen takes pawn.
He declined my offer, threw out a few uncreative insults and expletives, and
Oh
I am now
my
writing this from my
God.
mom's couch with a cucumber in my hand and a cucumber in my heart.
Oh my
I'm
God.
Cucumber in my hand, cucumber in my mouth, cucumber in my other hand. Type it with me.
Update.
Takes forever.
I'm still unclear on why the cucumbers were such an issue, why I could never eat them again, why me suggesting he give up alcohol was such a big deal, among other.
I'll be right back. I'll pause this one because it's about to be over. I just gotta put my dish in the sink. I'll be back. I can bake. I was having corn. It was my seafood.
Things, but I guess I'll never know now. Edit, I seem to have forgotten to add this as it was a common question on the original post and I'm seeing it in the comments now. No, I did not eat 35 of those mammoth cucumbers. My eating habits may be odd, but I'm not completely insane. I think on my last cucumber binge, which occurs super rarely and it was quite a while ago, I had maybe 3 or 4 big ones and the rest were the mini cukes. I do buy a lot of them at the grocery store, but I have a cucumber dealer who hooks me up with huge batches.
Cucumber dealer?
No.
What? What? Yeah, Amanda, same. Me. What?
Dealer?
I'm sorry.
Dude, this is her vice. She has made cucumbers into like the hardest drug on.
Do you remember the cucumber season of The Wire?
Yeah, man.
Sucks.
A lot of people died that season.
Hard.
Just for some added clarification for those who think my boyfriend is completely justified in his cucumber hate and that I'm a lunatic, I agree, sort of. If he had been bothered by the chewing or concerned about my health, I was ready to talk about it and work something out. I didn't enter into the discussion for a fight or with the intention of breaking up. His attempted grasp for control over my food wasn't even the reason why I broke up with him. But when he started shouting at me and calling me a bitch, which he had never done before, I decided to end things.
Oh my
Good for you there.
What?
Every reveal of that was so funny. I mean, it's sad. It's funny now that she's broken up with him, but for her to just be like, yeah, he drinks all the time. He's drunk like every night, and like
He calls me a bitch all the time. It's like, am I the asshole for eating cucumbers alone?
Not to pick her apart too much. She does say this is the weirdest post I've ever written. Then she said I wasn't expecting my first post to blow up. And then when she says, don't worry, I've got a cucumber dealer. I'm like, I'm hoping this is real, but I'm like, there's so many things where I'm like, you are the most quirky person.
Yeah, you're
quirky.
so
She's
quirky.
just quirky. She goes to a farmer's market. Is
Yeah,
what it is.
she's got glasses on.
got to deal. It's a farmer's market.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
someone who...
she's cool and quirky and fun.
His name is Ralph's Kroger. It's the store.
It just feels like a Netflix, like that felt like the end of like a Netflix like love romance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
sounds like a
falling
Tim
in love,
Robbins.
where it's like, now I'm on my mom's couch with a cucumber in hand and a cucumber in my heart. Update. Update.
It sounds like a Tim Robinson character to me. It's just like, yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna have some cucumbers.
Yeah.
God.
You don't like the cukes, you don't get my lukes.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh my God.
Well, good for her.
Well, this will keep me up at night. Don't know why.
Cheering about that nonstop.
I will say I was concerned about the chewing. I was like, if it's the chewing, I'd probably.
She said it wasn't the noise.
Right, which I'm glad.
Which is crazy because eating a cucumber is so loud.
She's
It is
housing
so
those things all
loud.
stealthy. That's insane. It's like, thump.
Well, that one was hilarious.
Yeah.
And good for her. She's out of that shit. Okay.
I think we changed some lives today.
Okay, moving on from that. Next story. Am I the asshole for throwing out my girlfriend's dolls?
Ooh.
Okay, this is the one that I was referencing at the beginning of stream. This is one where you guys, we're all gonna get pretty heated because it is, as Shane would say, a doozy. The title alone seems like an obvious yes, but don't worry. As we always say, it gets worse. Buckle up, guys.
Typically, I would say on this show, anytime you're throwing something out or deleting something of someone's without their permission,
Yep.
typically you're the asshole.
Yeah.
Dolls.
Last time I was here, it was deleting the Animal Crossing island, and now it's dolls. Can no one have anything fun anymore?
This is a 24-year-old guy with a girlfriend who's 23. My 23-year-old girlfriend and I have been together long distance for 3 years. We just moved in together. I moved across the country for her after finishing college. I always knew my girlfriend liked creepy shit.
Okay. Judgment number
Like
one.
cucumbers. I always knew my girlfriend liked creepy shit, like haunted houses and scary movies, but I didn't realize she liked to collect creepy shit. I had seen her apartment over video calls, but there was one thing she had neglected to show me: a f***ing shelf of creepy-ass dolls. When I was walking through the apartment for the first time, I noticed it in the...
I will also say, No, maybe at some point this could be a watch along stream too, because I really do enjoy. They need buckling up emoji. maybe I'll make one. But I'm a person who really enjoys watching doll customization videos. I don't know if I would want that to be like a repeated thing, because for those channels, they're usually independent creators. They're not like a whole team. But it could still be like a fun thing to do at some point, because they've made like VTubers and stuff before. But I'm a person who really enjoys watching that type of content, and at some point I still would really like to do a custom doll myself. So like this whole concept is just like I can easily imagine myself being in a position where, because I enjoy watching doll customization videos, I can easily imagine myself being someone who like watches or who would have someone who's into that as like a hobby or something. And typically if you do watch like Delightful, Moonlight Jewel, etc., they put like months and months, sometimes even years, depending on how intricate of a customization it is, especially Delightful, because she likes to kind of Frankenstein things. And honestly, kind of very much so with Moonlight Jewel too, because most of her dolls in the past couple years have been completely custom made too. She has a 3D modeler that she works with, so she makes everything from scratch. So they'll have their dolls on display because they're proud of them, as they should be, because they're a lot of work. There's a lot of time and resources and planning, and even like multiple people that can go into these projects. I know Delightful recently got rid of her studio, but she did a studio tour like a year or two ago. And she had like multiple shelves dedicated to her dolls, because she's been doing this for like a very long time at this point. I don't even remember how long. But she has a lot. So I've thought about this story in that way, kind of, because for me, I don't think this would be that weird. I honestly would probably find it kind of charming in a way. Like, I think my only discomfort would be if they were watching me sleep. Like, if I was with someone and they had doll customization as a hobby, I'd just probably be like, I'm too superstitious of a person. I would rather they not be displayed in the bedroom. But even then, I'd be like, I'd rather you display them somewhere where they can be appreciated by guests and stuff anyway. Like, I'd rather you display them in the living room or that kind of thing. I would probably not be okay with them being in the bedroom, because as a person who deals with hallucinations and psychosis as a stress response, I don't think it would be a good idea for me to sleep in a room where a bunch of eyes are staring at me. But yeah, I think that's a reasonable limit to have, though. I feel like a lot of people would be uncomfortable being stared at by a bunch of things, like even like plushies and stuff might be a bit much for people. But like, the fact that it's her apartment, I think, is the big issue, just off the cuff. Because it's her apartment. And at that point, like, yes, even if you're moving in with her, it becomes a joint place. But I think when one person owns the place and it's not a place that you are buying or building together, I think there's a certain like boundary line that should not be crossed. And it is like going through their things and demanding how and like where stuff is done. Like in the spaces that you share, I think it's fair to kind of want to make it comfortable for both of you. but the way that he goes about it is just wild. Again, especially as someone who really enjoys watching doll customization videos. So, like, this whole concept is not that weird to me. But, like, even with the limits that I would have, he goes way too far. So, like, yes, the title already is bad, but don't worry, this guy is awful. Kind of almost in a similar way to the Sawdust story, just because of how arrogant he is.
Corner of the living room, and holy shit, I asked her and she said that she likes thrifting for old abandoned dolls, cleaning them, getting them new clothes, doing their hair, then throwing them on this shelf. Then she started introducing me to them. They all had names, and there were a couple really rough ones that she said she had since she was a kid, or were her mom's, or some were her grandma's. The other 4 were thrifted. She said the ones she...
Yeah, that's another point, too, is a lot of people who have, like, collections like this specifically, especially with dolls, dolls are usually something that are passed down, especially I feel like in families with women. Like, we tend to pass down dolls and stuff to our kids. So that just adds another layer to it. Like, it's not just like this weird, creepy habit that she has. It's a sentimentality thing that she's carried with her since she was a kid, that has been passed down for at least 2 generations before her, because it was passed down from her grandmother to her mother and then to her, you know? So there's way more layers that just make this guy so much worse.
Thrifts and gets into good enough shape she gives to disadvantaged kids at the daycare she works at. She only keeps the ugly ones. I thought I'd be okay with it, but every morning I just dreaded looking at them. They made me so uncomfortable. I tried buying her Squishmallows, thinking maybe she could collect something normal instead. She loved them, but she still is all about the dolls. I then suggested she give them to her kids at daycare or display them at daycare instead, but she was worried they'd be damaged or taken home by kids by accident. I think she realized I didn't like them, so she asked if I wanted her to move them into the closet. I said yes and thought that would be it. Well, one of my friends flew out to visit, and when we were hanging out, he dropped a bowl of popcorn. I asked him to grab the vacuum out of the closet, and he almost shit his pants. The dolls' heads all poked out of the box, and their creepy little eyes stared into his soul. Horror movie shit. I was so embarrassed, and my girlfriend was apologetic, but had a bit of a laugh. Honestly, that was the last straw. Those fucking things wouldn't leave me the fuck alone. The next day, which is today, is garbage day. So I took the box out and tossed it while my girlfriend was away. It's gone. My girlfriend came home and I started sweating. I told my friend we were leaving to get dinner. She's been calling and texting, but I want to give her time to cool off. My friend is saying I'm a bit of a jerk, but I genuinely feel that I had to do it.
A bit of a jerk. And he threw out genuine generations worth of antique dolls. He's just a bit of a jerk. Jail.
A lot of attention to it. That's who she is, and you have to...
And I love clown stuff.
I mean, look,
stuff. Clearly, and does not want to understand his girlfriend.
Took the box out and tossed it while my girlfriend was away. It's gone. My girlfriend came home and I started sweating. I told my friend we were leaving to get dinner. She's been calling and texting, but I want to give her time to cool off. My friend is saying I'm a bit of a jerk, but I genuinely feel that I had to do it.
Dude, to me, this man does not want to understand his girlfriend. No. She clearly, whatever, man. Yeah. She wants to, these dolls mean something to her, just like the cucumber lady. It's like, why don't you understand your girlfriend? Why don't you understand why she wants the dolls rather than being like, no, gotta get rid of
I mean, it's crazy because he kind of does. He kind of does acknowledge that it's a passion that's been shared from her grandmother to her mother and now her. Like, he has the context for why they're so important to her. And he still threw them out on garbage day. If someone did that to this is why I brought it up at the start of stream, because this is one of the reasons that this story sticks with me so fucking much, because I just think about, like, when I was a kid, I went through a lot of phases about different things that I collected. And I think about, like, if someone did this to, like, for example, I used to collect tea sets. If someone did this to me with even just my tea sets, yeah, I'd never feel safe sharing those things with people again. That would be such an uprooting of trust that it would take me years to recover from that. Like, I would be shattered. I would be absolutely, utterly shattered. People like this, I would be out for blood and vengeance. I would be heartbroken. Yeah. Like, I don't think people understand, when you're like a genuine collector of something too, people do not understand that it's difficult if you're like dedicated to having a collection of something. You really have to be on top of certain things to find everything to do with the collection that you have, especially if it's a collection that you have had being contributed to for generations, because then, like, maybe a lot of those dolls were more from the grandma's generation, and those were like her favorite ones, so those are going to be a lot harder to find than the ones from her current generation and shit. It's just, oh my god, it's awful. It's so fucking awful. And the fact that he had the gall to even fucking write this post and talk about it to his friend, and his friend didn't go, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" is crazy to me. Yeah, maybe throw him out in the trash.
To them, I'm justified because I'm uncomfortable. It's like, dude, yeah, dolls, okay. Did I sleep with 15 Barbie dolls on a thing that were like perfectly set? Yes, I did. Was that a little creepy? Maybe. Whatever, man.
Did they move around every night without me doing that?
Did they go,
yes.
wake up and then,
Yeah. Did they whisper secrets? No.
Yes.
The good news is, I've seen enough horror movies to know that those things are coming back, so she's fine. The point is the act. Because it's trashy.
They're going like, you threw us away in the trash.
You made a mistake. Don't worry, we don't know.
God.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, like, look, it's justified to be creeped out by dolls.
Yes.
That's a phobia for some people. But also, like, to just make the command decision to throw away anything of your partner's is nuts.
Not even
it's
just your
also
partner's.
nuts to
fucking anyone's. To think that you ever have that much autonomy and control over someone else's shit. Get absolutely fucked. No, you don't. Never. I don't fucking care who it is. I don't care if it's your partner. I don't care if it's your friend. I don't care if it's a fucking acquaintance. I don't care if it's your family. You never, ever have any right to take over someone's shit and throw it out. Unless it's the case where it's like food or something. If it's something that can grow mold and it has grown mold, fine. But a possession, a collection, absolutely not. Ever. Ever.
Like, he was like, we've been long distance for a long time, and I moved in, and I had no idea she liked dolls like this. It's like, what do you talk about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, clearly she
3 years.
3 years.
Maybe she didn't. Yeah, 3 years you never visited
But
her
he
apartment?
said he knew she loved creepy shit, scary movies, all this stuff, and then he's like, but she collects it. It's like, well, yeah. It's like,
yeah, of course. If she, I don't know. I just feel like this guy wants her to be. You just never throw away someone's stuff without talking to them.
yeah.
She put them away in a closet for you, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like all you had, the fix there was like, let's get a different bin or a lid to put on it.
Yeah.
And I think it's not even a matter of him not understanding his girlfriend. He doesn't understand people, because his whole thing was like, that's too creepy for me, a 24-year-old man. Could you give it to those preschoolers? Could you bring it into the preschool class?
I know. What the hell was what was that suggestion?
Also, I feel like a lot of these dudes are embarrassed by their friends or their mom.
Yeah.
And it's like, man, I get being early in a relationship, being kind of like embarrassed by your partner by doing stuff. I do understand that. But it's also like, okay, are you just gonna like throw it away so that you never have to see that side of them?
Yeah, it's this lie he's telling himself. I mean, this is what controlling people must tell themselves, that it's like, oh, but I can change her. Like him trying to buy her Squishmallows, and I'm like, it's completely polar opposite to her personality.
Yeah, they're not creepy.
And also how patronizing too.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm gonna hide the medicine in a little piece of cheese for her. Like, oh, I'm gonna make her get rid of the dolls, but isn't this better? It's like,
Yeah.
It's so shitty.
Here's what I want to know. I just want to know from her. I want to know what the dolls like do for her, how they're excited.
I mean, look, I don't understand. I hate dolls. I also don't love like creepy stuff. I'm not like a collector. You're more in line with that.
Yes,
I love
and I
creepy
do
shit.
own 3 creepy dolls as
Yeah.
a creepy
You do?
stuff collector. 2 of them are in my car at the moment.
Wait, they ride with you?
Yeah, they're my ride or dies.
He
No.
leaves them at home, but they
actually- When they don't live here anymore, but we used to have neighbors. And actually, this is very smart. And I want to do it when I move out and have a car. He had a Chucky doll. Our neighbor had a Chucky doll. Like a properly sized good guy doll. And he would put it in the passenger seat of his car when it was parked in his driveway at night. And we would ask him about it. We'd be like, why do you do that? It's so creepy. It creeps us out whenever we have to like go anywhere. Because at this point I was like a very young kid. And he said, because it like, would you want to break into a car that had a fucking Chucky doll in there? And we were like, all right, good point. So, I mean, kind of based, actually. Kind of very smart. I mean, alternatively, there could be people who would break into your car specifically to get the Chucky doll, I guess. But for the most part, people would think it's a person. Just always in your car at first glance. I think it's pretty smart.
show up in his car.
Yeah, no, that part's not up to me.
It's not up to me whether they come to work or not with me, man.
Doll's gonna dull.
Doll's gonna dull.
I love doing estate sales and thrifting stuff. I never spend much. I just like to find little random treasures that are like cheap, and I'm like, oh, this is cool for me. And sometimes creepy stuff is a part of that. And so last time I did it, and I just haven't unloaded them yet. Like, I found like two like perfect like porcelain sort of jester dolls, and I love clown stuff, and I'm like, that's kind of spooky, that's kind of cool. $5? Hell yeah.
You do love clowns. I remember this about you.
There's the clown doll in the attic story
Yes.
too, which I think I already told on this, but
You like that stuff.
I don't like clowns, but I love creepy shit, but dolls and mirrors, I do not fuck with.
because I got a lot of mirrors too.
Oh, honey,
fuck with
no.
mirrors.
All the demons from the
I
underworld
don't
come
fuck with
through the
mirrors.
mirrors.
Is that what's going on?
Everybody knows this.
Is that what that is?
Everybody knows
Yes.
this. She's
Okay.
right.
And the dolls.
But then how else are
Hello?
you gonna get arcane secrets from the nether beyond?
I don't know.
But
I'll have to figure it out.
I know a lot of people who are into creepy stuff, and it's just like they get an enjoyment out of it, and that's just who they are. And this guy is thinking he can just throw away the dolls, and it's like, but you can't throw away that part of her personality. Like,
No.
that's who she is, and you have to accept that.
Also, was he out to dinner while he was writing this? He's like, she's calling
I know,
me
what the
right
hell is
now. The friend's like,
I'm gonna give her some time to cool off. It's like, you're so condescending.
yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
A bunch of comments here. I think we know what the verdict is. You're the asshole. Not only did you throw away something that didn't belong to you, but items that held great sentimental value to your girlfriend. These aren't dolls that she found down at the Walmart. They belong to her mom and grandma. This is unforgivable. She already compromised by putting them in a closet since you didn't.
There was a guy that would drive around my hometown with a Halloween mannequin in the passenger seat that he would reposition and dress up. Yeah, I think that's so based. I think that's so fucking based and smart. Because, like, it would be terrifying. I think the only thing that I would do is I was probably, whenever I move into my apartment, I'd probably warn my neighbors, like, hey, there's gonna be there's gonna be a mannequin in my car. So don't freak out if you see someone in my car. It's just Benny or whatever the fuck I'll name him. But I do think it's very funny and base because would you want to break into a car like that? No. For the most part, most people no.
Like them. You'd better hope that it wasn't garbage pickup day and get them back. I hope the dolls are possessed by evil spirits and haunt you.
Yes.
OP said, they're gone for good. I watched and waited for the garbage truck to go by. It just isn't normal to keep ugly dolls. She knows they're ugly, but she keeps them because they remind her of her mom. I think maybe she could just put a picture up or something instead now, but no one would ever take her seriously when she's got...
I forgot how much audacity was here.
Got these weird ass dolls around.
You mean you won't take her seriously? Dude!
That comment's almost so intense that I'm like, is this real?
That's wild.
Get fucked.
Someone else said, you're the
What a
asshole.
piece of
Granted,
shit.
the dolls thing would creep me out too, but you don't throw away someone else's stuff. If you feel so uncomfortable about those dolls, move out and break up with that person.
Exactly.
He responded saying, I don't want to break up, and even if she dumps me, I still feel like I did the right thing. I got rid of her only flaw. She'll have an easier time...
It's back. It's back. It's back.
keeping her next boyfriend because he won't have to deal with this.
Oh no, this man is insane.
Yeah.
I got rid of her only flaw.
Now she's perfect.
Now I can put her on the shelf and
Yes.
she can be my little doll.
He's creepier than the dolls.
He literally
real.
is the doll maker.
He's the doll maker.
Oh my God, did we just come up with a horror movie?
Yes. Cut this whole thing. Cut this whole thing. Trademark and
Pitch
trademark.
session begins
Done.
now.
Yeah. All right. So there's these dolls. He makes them.
Update.
Oh God.
I got many messages asking for an update, but I was banned from R Am I the Asshole, so here it is.
How are you banned?
Yeah, he did.
How
How do you get banned?
I think that's your answer.
The mods are like, God, you are such an asshole.
Suck.
I went home and my girlfriend asked me where her dolls were. She'd had a bad day and assumed that I had moved them.
Oh my God, this poor girl.
Somewhere after they spooked my friend, but she really wanted them because they're very comforting for her. I sat her down and told her the truth. To be honest, I expected to be yelled at. It would have almost been easier, but instead she just started sobbing. It reminded me of when her grandma died. I think that's when it sunk in how bad I f***ed up.
Her too.
I slept on
I would
the couch with my friend, and today I swore to do everything I could to correct my massive f*** up. Unfortunately, there's no way we could possibly get the originals back. They would have ended up compacted and heading to a massive landfill outside the city. So I texted my girlfriend what kind of dolls they were. Most of them she knew, but one of her grandma's dolls were handmade, so that one obviously I can't replace. I started scouring the internet looking for antique shops, thrift stores, pawn shops, etc. I ordered a couple online that were the same as the ones she had and found one similar to one she had at one of the stores. I didn't realize how expensive dolls were. She hasn't broken up with me yet, but I'm now expecting it after what everyone has told me. I'm sleeping on the couch again tonight, and I'm looking to book a flight home. I'm planning on continuing to pay my half of rent for the year, since she doesn't make much money, and I'll be living with my parents. If she asks for money to try replacing all the dolls, I'll pay it. It's the least I can do. Thank you, everyone, for your brutal honesty. Update number 2.
Oh God.
This is the girlfriend. I have killed him.
This is the doll, Maria.
We talked and she hadn't forgiven me, but wanted to make it work. I made the mistake of showing her this Reddit account. And
She's too pure for this world. She's too good for this world. She's too... Oh my gosh.
She ended up changing her mind. She broke up with me, but is letting me stay on the couch until I am able to get a transfer. It shouldn't take long since I've been with my job for a while and only transferred to this city recently, so I'll be flying back to my hometown early next week. She's going to be trying to find similar dolls, and we agreed that she'd send me the receipt and I'd send her the money to reimburse her. That's the end of it, I guess. Wow, so she was still trying to make it work after all that shit, and he's like, by the way, here's all this Reddit shit, and she's
Where he
like,
said, like,
"Get
yeah,
the
her
fuck
next
outta here."
boyfriend could deal with this shit.
She's
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah.
She is
She
amazing.
is.
She was vulnerable enough to be like, this is what this means to me. And she still tried to like figure out how to make it work.
Honestly,
God damn.
I never thought I'd say this about a person involved with a Reddit story, but dead ass, that woman's a saint. The fact that he's not dead alone, she's a saint. She is an absolute saint. He never deserved her ever. I hope he never finds love again. I don't care for his redemption either. What an absolute piece of shit. The only reason that you thought it was bad is because she told you that it reminded her of when her grandmother died? Are you fucking serious? It was bad before that. That just makes it worse. But it was already bad. It was already fucking bad.
I hope those dolls, they just all get in a car and they go, do you know where he lives? Yeah, I got his address.
One of those
the wheel is this big.
One of those little red play school cars just like tumbling.
And there's a big truck going like, they see a little car. Feels very Toy Story-ish.
Terrifying.
Like, you know why I pulled you over, right? You can't be driving like that.
Yeah, they're like, F you.
I think I'm so scared of dolls, but I think I would be more scared to throw them away because I'm a skeptic. You guys know this. Like, I'm not like an avid believer in ghosts or demons, but I also like to hedge my bets.
Yes.
And if I'm like, if there's a 1 in a trillion chance those dolls are haunted, I don't want to piss them off.
And they love skeptics.
Especially a homemade doll. I hope that one comes back and haunts his ass. I hope it does. I hope the grandma was a witch. I hope this is a whole generation of witches and that doll was cursed and he never has another day of peace for the rest of his fucking life. Deadass, I'm fucking serious. Shout out to that family of witches. I hope that doll was hella cursed.
I know. I'm the guy who'd get murdered in a horror movie, so I'm like, I need
from the shins up.
I make sure I'm gonna be like nice to them.
No?
He wouldn't be murdered first.
They'd make him watch.
They'd make him watch.
True.
They'd make him watch.
True.
And then he'd be alone and be like, no, and the dolls would go, I think he's in here. And then they walk up to him and he
Little
goes,
tippy toes.
I believe. And they go, good.
Slice.
Yeah.
Like that. But like nothing happens and it looks down like drip.
And then I wake up, and then I'm like,
Wake up, and you are a doll. Like the fact that he's like, I'm just gonna transfer back. I like can't wait for the convo with his boss where she's gonna be like, what'd you and he's like, no. I was like,
yeah, what is he?
Up, huh?
I did fuck up.
His parents?
I don't know.
Botched it.
I also love that he's like, hey, can I show you this Reddit story where I tell our whole life story on here?
Yeah.
What was he thinking?
Where he talks about fixing her flaws.
Yeah.
And trying to bait her.
The next boyfriend will thank me.
Squishmallows.
No,
perfect.
This guy is dumb as hell.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Time for the girlfriend to take out the trash.
Yeah.
I love the title of this one. I feel like this one's gonna be weird.
Okay.
Am I the asshole for stealing my cat?
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll let you continue.
I don't remember this
It's a 21-year-old woman. So I have a beautiful brown cat, Midge. She's still a baby and is 10 months old. I found her outside of my work when she was about 2 to 3 months old and immediately fell in love with her. We've had the best time together, and her being my first pet since moving out makes me even happier. My cousin Tanya, who's 15, visits me a lot since we live in the same city, and I enjoy having her. She also really likes cats, but since her father is allergic, they don't have any at home. She really loves coming over to see Midge, and I'm glad to be able to provide her with Midge's presence. School recently started, and before I go back to being full-time student, I've been having to work almost 45 hours a week to afford my lifestyle for the next couple months. Since I was busy, I let her have the responsibility of taking care of Midge, such as feeding her, cleaning her litter box, etc. It was going really well, and I didn't have the chance to take her home since I was going to be at work. I gave her my spare key to lock up and scheduled an Uber to take her to her house. When I came home 8 hours later, Midge was gone. I called Tanya, and she swore Midge was home when she left, but after a couple hours, my brother called asking when I gave Midge to Tanya. I was confused, and he sent me a screenshot of Tanya kissing Midge on her Instagram story. I knew then she blocked me from being able to see it, and I was shocked she would do this to me, as well as lie. I had a spare key to their house and went right over and took Midge back when they weren't home. When I got home, Tanya called, screaming at me over the phone, telling me I broke into their house and stole her property. I laughed and asked how Midge was hers. She told me
her property? That's a living being! That's not fucking property!
she took care of her, she deserved her since I wasn't home, and she had to save Midge. Her parents were also pretty upset since I did go into their home without permission and told me I didn't deserve Midge from what Tanya told them. They told me they decided my uncle will take allergy medication for Midge and I needed to give her back. Of course I said no. Tanya ended up calling my mom, lying to her that I abused Midge. My mom called angry, telling me how could I do this to Midge, and if I don't give her to Tanya and her family, she will disown me. Tanya texted me this weekend that if I apologize, she might forgive me. Her parents have been texting me all weekend. They'll press charges since I did go into their home, and will take Midge then. I don't know what to do. I love Midge so much, and my mom gave my aunt and uncle permission to go to my apartment and take her. I know this because Tanya texted me this, I'm assuming to scare me. I am. I'm so scared one of these days I'm going to come home and Midge is going to be gone again. My brother and dad think I'm an asshole since I did go into their home without permission and acted out without trying to solve it maturely. So am I the asshole for stealing my cat?
Ooh, this is rough.
I just lived like 20 years listening to that
That's
story.
a really rough situation.
Wait a second. Can I get this clear? So Tanya's her friend.
Her cousin.
Her
Tanya's
cousin.
her cousin that she let.
15-year-old cousin who she was working a bunch, so she let Tanya have the key to her place to basically come and cat sit every day, and take care of her cat. This teenager steals her cat, takes it to her place, and it's not like, it's my cat. Blocks her, just sounds like a psycho, and sounds like
She sounds like she's 15.
She's 15, but it's the parents and the uncle and aunt are also fucking psycho.
I'm speechless. But I will say, last year with one of the things that happened to me, my parents, this whole fiasco happened, and it was trying to be argued that Minnie was not mine because her adoption was paid for by my parents. But when I informed the police officers that were here what happened, and that I have Minnie's adoption papers and her adoption is in my name, my legal name, and not theirs, they were like, oh yeah, then she's your dog and you have every right to take her. So if she has the adoption papers, or even if she got this cat from a pet store, if there was any kind of proof of purchase that happened, buy, don't adopt. Adopt, don't buy, by the way, but still, if there's any sort of proof of transaction for how she got this pet, and she can legally prove that the cat is hers, then they have no legal grounds to stand on at all. Like, yeah, they can get her for breaking and entering, but if she can prove ownership, then they have no legs to stand on at all.
And so that sucks. These are crazy people.
Here's the deal, though. Like, obviously, I'm furious at the idea. Like,
I know.
I have my cats. I love them so much. If anyone were to ever, like, I would lose my mind.
Yeah.
But also, I want to leave like a sliver of doubt here for any updates, because that is so many people in this person's life saying that she's wrong, and that is possible.
I know.
That's possible that everybody else sucks, but I've also known people who are really, really bad pet owners. Like,
That's tricky.
It's shocking because, I mean, yes, because we're hearing it from her perspective.
Right.
For the mom to just immediately believe.
I was gonna say the mom immediately believed, like, how could you do that? She didn't, which means she didn't have any faith in her daughter.
Yeah, and what I will say is, like, if I was in this situation, the cat being taken is insane, but this is your cousin, so these are all people that you know very well. It's like, I feel like you would...
That's a strange statement to make. I don't know my cousins that well. I don't speak to my cousins. Are you supposed to know cousins well? I don't know my cousins very well. I don't speak to most of my family. You can understand with the slivers that you guys know about, like, my lore or whatever. Yeah, I'm not close with, like, any fucking body in my family. Maybe, I guess I'm the outlier.
Call them and be like, hey, like, she took my cat.
She broke into their house, which is like
it's not, but it's and yeah, it's like
she had a key.
She had a key.
But
she didn't have permission, but they gave her a key.
They gave her a key. I don't legally. I don't know any of that stuff. But it's like
if she has a key, that's not breaking and entering then because she didn't break in. Does it count as breaking and entering if the person has a key? No, I wonder.
She's now in a tough position because she did that. Now she's in this like messy
situation. She f***ed herself over.
Whereas if she had called and said, hey, you have my cat, you took my cat, even if she had the records of texts of saying you took my cat, she could then show that maybe. I don't know, but it's tough to just jump to that.
I mean, I guess you sort of go tit for tat in that point because it's like, okay, you stole my cat, I stole it back. Breaking and entering versus.
Right. She did technically steal the cat.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if someone did anything.
I do wonder. I think there would be. Again, I'm tired of having relevant comparisons. When I lived in my old place, we had new neighbors that moved in, that I assume winded up becoming the new owners, because I was renting from a company. They winded up becoming the new landlords of my building, and at least assumedly, because one day, and again, I'm a very, very paranoid person. I have psychosis. I hallucinate. So when I was living alone, and I will continue these habits when I live alone again, I made sure, like, quadruple checked that I locked all the windows, I locked all the doors every single night, and those remained locked until I had to leave. So one day, I came downstairs, and it was after there was an incident where my neighbor, like, probably intentionally tried to scare me because they banged on my door very aggressively. It scared the ever-loving shit out of me, and I was terrified for the rest of that day. And then the next day after that, my front door was unlocked when I came downstairs in the morning. And again, I quadruple checked every single night that every single point of entry, even the second floor windows were locked every single fucking night. My front door was unlocked that morning, which is why I think that those new neighbors were the new landlords, because the fact that they even had a key was crazy. To even have a key, unless they were the new landlords, because that's the only way they would have a fucking key to my place. But at the same time, because it was entry without letting me know first, if they did enter, I don't think they did because I would have heard it. I have very sharp ears. Minnie has actually made sure that my ears are even more perceptive than they were before I had her. So I have very sharp hearing. I would have known if they came in, and after that, I actually made a mechanism with a door hanger, a coat hanger, and some bells that I had, and I kind of made a makeshift doorbell because my doorbell didn't work, but it was meant to be as an alarm, so whenever someone came into the house, I would be able to know immediately that it was the sound of my door opening and not my neighbor's. And they winded up never coming into the house, and I never had my door unlocked again. But I think that if it was a situation like that, where I wasn't being informed as the resident, because these are my landlords who, like, yeah, if you're a landlord, you technically have permission to go into the land that you are the lord of, if you want to be facetious about it. But at the same time, I feel like you probably you're probably required to let your tenants know. Because at that point, it would be considered trespassing. Because while you're the landlord of that building, or you're the landlord of that unit, there is a resident who is living there, and they have their own rights, at the very least being informed of when you're entering. So I think in that situation, a key would not matter. In this situation, though, because it's family, I would assume that the key would matter because it would imply permission. It would be more considered as like an open door policy because they're family. There's not a dynamic like that going on, you know? So yeah. This has been a lot of lore this stream. I'm tired of having relevant situations to point to.
Thing to my pets, I'm like, I don't know what I would become.
You burned my house to the ground!
Like, truly, I'm like, if you want to, like, and I would never mess with anyone else's pets because I know, I'm like, if you want to unlock demon mode out of something.
Yeah, you would stop at nothing.
Like, that's probably the fastest way to get murdered by a lot of people, to mess with their pets.
I will walk backwards out of the underworld with both cats in hand. It's completely fine, yeah.
So the verdict here was not the asshole, which I think makes sense given from her perspective.
It's all the info we have.
We don't.
It's all we have. Yeah, we don't know.
Because, yeah, if I'm fitting in one of my friends into this situation, I'd be like, oh, yeah, you're not the asshole. But that's my friends who are good pet owners.
Yes, and so as presented, yes, of course she should steal her
But
pet back.
it's valid what you're saying. Someone said, not the asshole, change your locks. If they want to press charges against you for retrieving your property, in the eyes of the law, a cat is property, then they'll have to admit that your cousin stole from you in the first place. I would just block and ignore all of these people. Someone else said, if you haven't taken the cat to the vet or got her chipped, do so now. That way there's a paper trail as to whose cat that is. Edit to say, everyone calling you an asshole for using the spare key you had to retrieve your stolen property. Get your locks changed so they cannot steal her again. Not the asshole, and I hope your family will realize the damage your cousin did to your trust in them. Someone said, people in this thread actually did that? Having a spare key implies permission to use it.
Yeah.
You can't retroactively decide that the reason for using it wasn't good enough.
That is true.
That's true.
That feels very valid to me.
They're lucky she used the key. If someone took my cats, I'd Kool-Aid man through the wall.
That was the thought I had, though, because, you know, when you adopt a cat, there's a lot of stuff you have to do when you get a pet. And it's like, I feel like a veterinarian would be like, yes, this is their cat.
Like I said, if she has any sort of proof of purchase, then, like, they have no legs to stand on at all. If you adopted your pet, again, adopt, don't buy, but if you bought your pet at a pet store as well, there's a paper trail that proves that this cat, this pet, whatever it is legally yours. So if all they have is like an Instagram picture, then they don't have any legs.
Here, they had all this stuff. There's a little edit here. I called and left a voicemail to my landlord and gave a brief explanation of the situation. I am upset since I asked for him to change the locks and he refused. Legally, he was able to refuse since as a college student, my mom's name is on the lease and he needed her permission. Of course, he called and she refused. I'm scared she's going to come tomorrow, but I do have a friend I can drop Midge off before work. Update.
Okay.
Here we go.
Because I was going to say the family's very against her. Let's update
this is wild.
I took a lot of people's advice and got Midge microchipped yesterday, as well as I had a conversation with my mom that we resolved together. My landlord still refused to change my locks despite all this. This morning, Midge was taken. I called my aunt and uncle and they just laughed and told me, try, we can hire a good lawyer. I called the police and explained the situation, showing proof I had ownership of Midge.
Yep.
When we went to my relative's house, the police asked for her back, but of course they refused. What made me even angrier was my cousin inside the house, door open, holding Midge with a shit-eating grin.
What a
Even
little
though I had
shit.
all this evidence, my relatives slammed the door demanding a warrant. Police suggested I press charges and take it to small claims court. I am, but they couldn't do anything right there. Going home without Midge was so upsetting. I had to pull over because I started crying. I contacted an attorney and my cousin keeps posting photos of Midge on her Instagram. I took the situation to the family group chat in anger and good news at least. Everyone hates them now.
Good.
My grandmother wrote my uncle and his family off the will and of course they're calling me threatening me with Midge and they'll make sure I go to jail for all this. I'm fairly confident in myself, but I would be lying if I wasn't more concerned with Midge. I just want my baby back and I've been crying all day.
Jesus.
God damn. There is the possibility that the other family's just crazy. That's also a thing.
I mean, they're taking it to the next level.
It's
like,
also
the
very
grandmother's like,
bold to do any of this when she apparently has proof of ownership. Like, it's okay. We could just get a really good lawyer. A good lawyer is not gonna help you in this situation. Your lawyer can be like, well, they're allegedly better pet owners than this person, and it's like, I don't care. That's the person who has the ownership. That's the person who has the ownership of the cat. You think that shit doesn't happen with literal actual children too? Like, what?
Like, you're out of the will. It's like, what? I'm not saying because it's just a cat. Trust me, as a pet owner, that is a family member.
Right.
But it's also like, I can't tell who's in the wrong here, because it's like, the cousin's gonna go this far to have the cops called on them?
I always say how, like,
Listen, as a person who is not on good speaking terms with my cousins because they've done some fucked up shit to me, this is not that hard to believe for me, actually. Unfortunately. Again, maybe I'm just an outlier, but I believe this quite easily.
I am not good with stories that have to do with just families who are evil to each other on a level like this.
That's a thing.
Yeah.
I just didn't
It
experience
happens.
that. But I'm like, for her to be there with the cat, like, yes, I have your cat. I'm just like, you guys couldn't just get your own cat?
Yeah.
Like, god damn. What
This is the Helen of Troy of cats.
It just all seems so heightened that I'm like, I need to meet these people.
Yeah.
To know what's going on. I never want to meet any
I was like, you sure?
No, I'll meet Cucumber Lady, but I don't want to.
Me too. She just comes here, she's like, do you mind?
Reddit stories with Cucumber Lady, and she's just eating a cucumber.
Sorry, we got a sound issue. Can you f***ing stop? I will say, Zelda, my cat, has 2 microchips because she's so chubby
Good
that the first one
catty.
migrated and we can't find it.
It migrated.
Migrated to where?
That's
She pooped it out?
if I knew that, we wouldn't need 2 microchips.
Oh, no.
That's iconic.
She's like, Zelda.
Like they're just like under each flap and fold. They're like, oh, yeah, we're not finding
poor
it. And I'm like,
Midge.
oh,
Oh,
geez, what do I do? And they're like,
situation.
you do another. I'm like,
Another.
God.
A possibility here is that the aunt and uncle are like viewing her as a college student who's also working as being like, you don't have time for a pet.
Yeah.
But you don't really have a lot of time when you're a college student.
Right.
Also,
But I would also argue, I mean, a cat is a pet that you can have while being on a busy schedule.
yeah.
You still
Yeah.
have to pay a lot of attention to it and take care of it.
maybe it's the
But
family.
this family could be thinking, oh, she doesn't have time for this cat. This cat's being neglected because of her situation.
not because she's a bad person, but because
Yeah.
she's busy and maybe the family
But
Yeah.
the way that they're going about it is f***ing crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
they're
could have
making that
said,
call
they
for
could have
her.
been like, hey, like, could we adopt your cat? Like, are you so busy? Like, can we just take
It's
it?
really hard to know who's the asshole in this story.
It's a weird thing. I mean, I think you're an asshole for taking someone's property. Like you are. You have to like
Consistently.
You can't take someone's cat. Like
Yeah,
you
you
just
can't.
I think
It's illegal.
Unless you have
unless
really
it's-
good cause.
Unless it's like this cat might die. Like yes,
If it's a
but if
situation
you're
where
just
you
kind
genuinely are arguing that there is abuse going on and you can very clearly prove that there is abuse going on and that you are saving this cat from abuse, you can't just steal someone's pet. That's not how it works. It's just not.
of like I don't know. This situation's a little weird.
Yeah.
It's
But
so
all
bizarre.
this whole thing is so weird. How easily all these people are swayed. The mom immediately believed like you're
Yeah,
you're the bad
that's
person,
weird, too.
and then it's like, but we talked now. My mom's on my side. I'm like, the is
Huh?
going on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you guys have your own brain cells at
yeah.
all?
Update number 2. I just want to say Midge is home. Small claims court came around and my attorney was very confident and helped me out so much. She was very helpful and knew from the start we would win. I provided the judge everything. Yes, everything you guys commented as proof I own her. Photos of her as a baby, proof I have paid for all vet bills since she was a baby, and proof I had Midge chipped. My landlord also helped. Although a lot of people were upset with him and telling me to move out, he was remorseful that his decision had consequences. I have forgiven him as his apology came with security footage of my aunt and uncle going into my apartment and taking Midge. We have been in North Carolina since the case. They have been silent, most likely embarrassed. To end this on a good note, I wish I could have taken a picture of Tanya's face when she handed Midge back to me. That was messy.
Dude, there's some deep-seated family stuff going on here.
She needs to cut all those people off.
Yeah.
With the cousin, like, I think there's some opposing
that's
the family.
That's one of those, like I said.
I'm glad she got that cat back, but holy fucking shit, you need to go no contact with these people. Holy shit.
I feel it's not my place to ever tell people like, oh, you shouldn't talk to your family when I'll say it. I'm not in that, but I'm not in that type of situation. Yeah. You know, like I'm like, that's easy for me to say as someone who isn't in, but I'm like, that level of vitriol where like you're stealing shit from each other, I'm like, okay, I understand if you want to go no contact.
So I think that's why I was so initially like tempted to be like, yes, there's more to it. Like clearly there's something with the animal, because the only other possibility is those 3 other people are crazy.
Right.
And then the aunt and the uncle are also supporting the crazy. And it's like, yep, security footage of them breaking in all together. Okay.
No,
like,
sorry. On principle, all of these things, it's like, yes, there's a clear-cut answer to all this, but when you're reading this story out and our initial reactions, it's like, what the hell am I missing
Is this
here?
even about the cat?
Yeah, it feels like when you're reading a book and, you know, it's like shit's weird and you're like, okay, clearly they're foreshadowing that some weird stuff's about to happen.
Yeah.
That's what I feel when I'm reading this, where I'm like, okay, what are you not telling me?
That's still true. They haven't hit Thanksgiving yet. So like, some weird stuff is absolutely about to happen.
God damn. If any other updates happen or if anyone in the comments has more context on that story,
poor sweet little Midge.
But
just getting kidnapped left and right.
I hope that cat is okay. That cat's just like, God
The
damn.
cat's like, lights up a cigarette. Man, I've been living life.
I had to hold Minnie in my lap after that story. Yeah, I just wanted to hold you. I'm sorry I woke you up. I'm sorry. No bite. It's okay. I'm sorry I woke you up. I just needed to hold you. I just needed to hold the baby. After that story. Okay. Sorry. She's up to my chest, so holding her in my lap kind of takes a bit out of me. I just needed to hold her after this story. I was looking at her while she was sleeping, and I was like, I need to hold my baby after that story. Yeah.
Hey, Mom.
God,
let me tell you a little story.
Yeah, why don't you lay off the catnip a bit, pal? Get you some water.
Nah, man.
Nah, man, don't tell me what to do. I'll leave.
I can play piano.
Ow!
Next story. This is one that I found.
Oh, boy.
I submitted this. I was like, this made me laugh. Let's read this. Am I the asshole for talking to a girl in a bikini on a beach? This is a 37-year-old man.
Yes.
My wife, who's 35, is making me write this post. She feels my behavior during our
I can't make.
Vacation was completely inappropriate, while I think that it was completely acceptable, and she is wrong. She loves this subreddit and wants for all of you to weigh in on our debate and solve this issue for us. We have been married for 7 years and have a 3-year-old toddler. A few weeks ago, we went to Miami for a vacation and had a fun time. On the second day on the beach, we were relaxing on the beach chairs. My son and I were playing on the beach while my wife was soaking in the sun. I must add here that I love her very much, and she is the most beautiful person I have ever laid eyes on.
Hear me out.
At one point, my son wanted to build a sandcastle, and I took him to the wet sand near the water with all his plastic toys. While he was playing, a lady, mid-30s, walked up to us and told me how cute my son is. I smiled and said thanks. She was looking towards the water constantly, and I think her kids must be in the water, and she was watching them. Now, according to my wife, she was wearing a completely inappropriate, over-the-top bikini that left nothing for imagination. According to me, I did not notice what she was wearing and had no comments. She was trying to make small talk and was asking me about my son's name, how old he is, where we are from, etc. I was also polite and had a brief conversation with her. We talked about where we are from, how long we were in Miami, etc. Finally, my son had enough and he wanted to go back. So I said bye and came back and sat next to my wife. The whole conversation may have lasted for less than 10 minutes. My wife was not happy with me talking to this lady. She kept on telling me how inappropriate it was to talk to that girl in the tiny bikini and that she was trying to flirt with me. I told her what we talked about, and it was not even remotely flirty. I told her that this is common, and when my son is with me in the park or other places, he gets a lot of attention from other moms, and they always come and have a chat. My wife has seen this play out before and never had a problem with it. My wife thinks that this is different because that girl was in a very revealing bikini, and I, as a married man...
You're at the beach. Okay, it's not... It's not like she's wearing a bikini in a fucking grocery store. Also, sorry, I'm stimming if you can hear my stim toy. It's not like she's wearing a bikini in a fucking grocery store. You're at the fucking beach. And you're kind of slut-shaming this random-ass woman for being in a bikini on the beach. Like, I mean, if your husband is like ogling her and shit, then yeah, you have a right to be upset, obviously. But it seems like she literally just came up to him and you're just like, well, she's wearing a bikini. How uncouth. You're on the beach. You're on the fucking beach. What is she supposed to wear? A fucking nun outfit? Like, what?
Should know better than talking to her. We saw that lady a few other times during our stay, and I cut our conversation short every time she tried to talk to me. My wife cannot let this go. She thinks that I should admit that it's different to talk to a girl in a social setting versus when she is in a bikini on a beach. I feel having small...
When she is in a bikini on a beach. You have some internalized misogyny that you need to work out, and it is not your husband's problem to fix you. Jesus Christ.
Talk with someone is fine, irrespective of their state of dress or undress. So, dear Reddit forum, please settle this debate for us. Is my wife correct that I am the asshole for talking to a girl when she is wearing a bikini? Or is she being unfair to that lady when she was wearing an appropriate outfit for the place where she was? Note that my wife will also be reading the replies, so please be nice when telling her how wrong she is.
Based. This pisses me off.
There's one more paragraph added here. Wife here, I think he wrote this post omitting key details. The girl on the beach was clearly flirting and leaning too close to him. She may not have said it explicitly, but you could see she was interested. She also kept on popping up in the resort restaurant, bar, and lobby after this incident and tried to keep on talking to him throughout the week. It was disrespectful as she did not say a single word to me the whole time. I am not saying...
Okay, but like, still, it's... Why are you being such an asshole to him? If she's doing this right next to you and you're not saying anything, then like, it's not his fault. I hate this kind of mentality. I hate when people go out of their way to blame men for this kind of shit. Which might be a hot take, but like, it's annoying. And stupid.
My husband was flirting with her, but he should have read her body language and shut her down.
He should have read her body language? I hate this woman, actually.
Bikinis, and there was her bikini. Something with her was clearly off.
Amanda, I feel this. Go for it.
Again, you're literally just slut-shaming a random woman for wearing a bikini on the beach. And you clearly have some internalized misogyny that you need to work through. And it's not your husband's problem to fix it for you. What the fuck?
It's like, what is this power?
Women get mad when men shame like women dressing sexy, so women need to stop shaming women who are wearing what they want to wear.
Yes.
Like, stop shaming women.
It is frustrating when people complain about certain things in society and certain cycles in society and certain negative loops in society, when it's like, just because you're the gender or whatever, if we're talking specifically about oppression issues, if you are part of the oppressed group that is usually the victim of these cycles, you do not have a right to perpetuate these cycles just because you're part of the oppressed group. You are still perpetuating the cycles. Even worse than whatever group is not part of the oppression, because then people who aren't part of the oppressed group see the people who are part of it perpetuating these cycles, and then you think, oh, but these people are doing it and they're the ones who are affected, so I can do it too. You're part of the problem. You're not immune to the problem. You're fucking part of it. You're part of the problem. Get a fucking grip. It's the same fucking shit when people in the LGBT community, speaking as lesbian, when people are like, oh, I don't like trans people. And but I can say that because I'm gay. No, you're part of the problem. Just because you're gay does not mean you get to be transphobic. We're all under the same fucking oppressive umbrella. They don't give a fuck about us regardless of any of that kind of shit. You're still part of the problem. You're not immune. You're part of it. Get a grip. Oh my God. I hate people like this.
Okay, she's wearing a tiny bikini. In Spain, they don't wear anything. Like,
yeah.
Off. I don't know. This makes me so mad. It's just like, I think maybe because it's like too close to home, like as a teenager when I wear bikinis, like wives would be like, don't look at her, she's a scarlet. And it's like, I'm in a f***ing bikini.
On a beach.
I have boobs. Sorry. Yeah. I apologize in advance.
Yeah.
Not my f***ing problem.
Yeah.
Like, I just like, this makes me so mad. I'm like, why are we so tightly wrapped around our husbands and wives and partners? They're human beings. Like, okay, if she was flirting with him, all right, he's a grown-ass man. Let him handle it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And why don't you come up and introduce yourself?
Yeah.
This shit bothers me so much. And maybe I'm like the 20% that feels this way, but it's
valid.
just like,
I love you, Amanda.
When a woman is like talking to my husband, I'm like, great, get it. Like, you're human beings. Like, have a good little flirt. Fine. Yeah. Like, if there's an issue there, I will step in or he will step in.
Yeah.
It just feels like there's a lack of trust. Like,
I agree with that for sure.
How much is she? I don't know.
And like the fact that he said she was sunbathing, and I'm like, okay, well now her head pops up and she's watching him for 10 minutes. Like, I think the only thing that would ever be off is if her husband never mentioned like, oh, I'm here with my wife or something like that. If he was specifically trying to avoid like, not going to show you my ring hand, and all that, then like, sure. But otherwise,
if he's being weird, if he's like, he's with his son. The wife is probably sitting there on the beach like daggers. Yeah. It's just like, girl.
I was gonna say, like, what do you want him to do? Because she's like, well, you should have, like, she came up to him while his son is building a sandcastle. You can't be just like, hey, let's just move it over here. Like, he is stuck in that location until the son is done doing his thing. And the lady's just like there. Like, what do you?
It bothers me. She's on the beach. Yeah. She wants to wear a teeny tiny bikini. Like,
there's a couple aspects, because since I've seen this before, I've thought about this. There's a couple aspects. One is, I don't think there's any bikini that's too extreme when you're in Miami.
Yeah.
Like, you went to Miami, and then you're going to be like, this bikini was crazy. It's like, you're in Miami.
Yeah.
Like, you went to the place. Like,
if she was in Italy, they'd be topless.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
but it's
and
also
that's in the cold regions.
That's where it's snowing.
Anything goes in Italy.
It's also, I really do think it speaks to like, do you trust your partner? Like,
that's
because
what it
almost to a
feels
degree,
like.
when you trust your partner and like some person's flirting with them, it's almost like, yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, okay, but
Yeah,
like,
isn't he great?
I know nothing's gonna happen because I know my partner. But like, that level of like weirdness of like, oh, I hope that attractive lady doesn't talk to him, or else he's gonna leave me. It's like, damn, imagine operating like that.
That's the thing that it boils down to in relationships in general. It's like, okay, if someone's gonna cheat, they're gonna cheat, and it's not.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also like, saying this as a person who has a lot of trauma tied to being in relationships with other people, and I have like a lot of trust to rebuild before I'm even in a place to be able to handle being in a relationship again. That's my problem. That's my shit to work out. It's not on the other person to fucking fix me. Like, I know it's a meme or whatever, but like, if someone's expecting their partner to fix all of their bullshit, like, that's something. Is it nice to have that support? Yeah. Does it make a difference? It does. It absolutely does. But it's not their responsibility. It's your own responsibility to work that shit out. And it's to be the person on the other side of that, because again, like, I've been the person who's been expected to like fix a person's insecurities and all their faults with other people in past relationships, and that sucks. That's a big burden to have on your shoulders, especially because it's like, oh, so am I just not allowed to have my own setbacks with relationships and my own relationship trauma? Like, it's just shitty to put on someone. No matter what the dynamic is, it's just shitty. It's your responsibility to fix that on your own time, and if you can't, then maybe you shouldn't be in a relationship in the first place until you have worked on that stuff. Like, I don't believe in like, you can't be in love with someone if you don't love yourself, because loving yourself is hard. But if it's this bad, then yeah, you shouldn't be in a relationship. You should take a step back and try to work on yourself, because the other person does not deserve to be seen in such a pessimistic manner. Like, it sucks to know your partner sees you that way, you know? This entire situation fucking sucks.
Not going to be you being like, oh, don't talk to her. That's going to make them not do that.
Exactly.
So like, why don't we focus on the stuff that's actually an issue?
Stop blaming the freaking woman walking in a bikini on the beach.
Yeah.
And that is the weird thing too, because at first I was like, well, if she is indeed flirting with him, then she's not getting the picture, yada, yada, yada. Like, that's something you could maybe blame. But she's bringing up the bikini a lot. And from the husband's perspective, at least, it's like, well, people come up and talk to us all the time. It's never been an issue, but it's an issue when Bikini Lady does it. So
exactly. And also, like, why don't you two work that out together and be like, if it does become an issue, then it is on him to be like, you're right, I'll let her know that I'm married. But if they're always together, she probably knows you're married.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What I realized thinking about it was just like, if this lady wasn't attractive, if this wife didn't perceive this woman to be attractive, she wouldn't have a problem with this.
Yeah.
If you gotta grab your husband by the arm because they're talking to a woman in bikini on the beach with his son, you guys have bigger issues.
Yeah.
Let the woman in the bikini run into the sunset.
Amen.
F***ing A.
That's like, literally, it's like, my wife is standing behind me as I type right now, and she's like, do it better, type.
She's like, wife here. And it's like, okay, babe, I get it. You might have been hurt, but like, that's between you and your husband. We can't like cage our partners so they never talk to other people.
Yeah.
But that is a very personal opinion with me. I have to make that very clear. Like, not everyone agrees with me on that.
Not
but
my
like,
ass.
I enjoy when
Not
my partner
ass.
like
You're right and
lives.
based. I'm not apologizing.
Yeah. The only other aspect of this that I will flag is like, okay, she keeps popping up all these places, and she's only talking to him, and she completely ignores.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, that's a little rude.
Maybe he's having an affair.
But it's still not.
Oh yeah, he's for sure
on
cheating.
his
No,
wife.
I'm saying things like,
It's
so
still
nice to
not on
meet you for the
him.
first time here in Miami for the first time.
Yeah, okay.
But it's like, for me, it's like, regardless of all that, it's still just like, but you trust him. Like, he's not going to do anything. Like, right? Like,
Also,
and it sounds like he did cut it.
Yourself.
He said, and she agreed, like, he did cut it short, like, whenever she would show up.
That's why I always keep a flask of holy water on me, because if someone's like flirting and making unnecessary comments,
Wait,
get out of there, and then they're just like, and then,
she's wet, and then she's like, what are
glistening.
you doing?
Some comments here.
Stop, you're crazy.
The verdict was not the asshole. Some comments. Even so, he ignored her flirting, so this should empower wife in the end.
Yeah.
What was he supposed to do? Just tell her to F off? Sounds like not the asshole, but maybe it is one of those situations where you would need to really be there to judge properly.
Yeah.
Someone said, not the asshole. I've been married 37 years. Your wife should let this go. You were not trying to pick the woman up.
Yeah.
You were at the beach. If anything, she should feel good that someone else thought you might be attractive. If your wife is half as beautiful as you say, then she has had plenty of guys talking to her regardless of what she is wearing.
Yeah, generally speaking, you should trust your partner or you shouldn't be in a relationship. Like, I understand insecurities exist, especially if you're someone who's been in abusive relationships before. That's a factor. But at the same time, again, that's your journey to recover from and heal from. It is not your partner's responsibility to fix that for you. Can they help and support you throughout your journey of healing? Yes. But if you put all of that responsibility on their shoulders, it's just not fucking fair. That's not how healthy relationships work. At that point, it's codependency, and codependency is unhealthy for a reason. Like, it's not your partner's responsibility, and it shouldn't be. And if you're expecting it to be, then you're not ready for a mature relationship. Like, you can have moments of wavering. It's especially if you're someone who has a long-standing history of having your trust broken with people. You're never going to trust other people 100% of the time, because unfortunately that's just how things go when you develop trust issues over the years. But at the same time, again, like, I think the real big issue comes when, if you actually sit down and you have a talk with your partner and you're like, listen, this thing that you did really bothered me. It really made me feel insecure. And your partner reassures you that your interpretation that was fueled by your insecurities was not what actually happened. And you double down at that point. Like, you got to take a step back. Unless you have evidence that they're actually flirting with someone else, that they're actually cheating on you, like, take a step back, relax, chill out, take a breather, and remember that you're married to this person in this situation, apparently. And, like, remember why you fucking got with them in the first place. Just, it makes me so upset. It makes me so, I hate it.
She should let it go. Otherwise, both of you are going to start monitoring each other's conversations with the opposite sex.
Yeah.
This is a slippery slope. Someone else said, I would say don't go to Miami on vacation if you don't want to see women in sexy bikinis who may or may not talk to your husband.
Yeah.
Lastly, someone said, I never knew when I was being flirted with. One day I was talking with an attractive girl at a pet store. I guess I was flirting because we are pleasantly married to each other.
Wow.
Oh boy.
If that ain't me.
Oh boy.
Valid.
But I also saw another comment that was like, I'm guessing your wife is not going to like this subreddit anymore.
Yeah.
Because I love that she was like, you need to put this on Am I the Asshole? I'm like, dude, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, which also, separate thing, I don't think settling your feuds on Am I the Asshole is...
I mean, like, I'm a person where I don't have any interest in marriage. If my mind is changed by the right person, so be it. It's not like I'm going to be against it. But I don't think about it that much. It's not something that I dwell on. And with the worse state the economy goes into, I'm like, do I want to get married? Do I want to spend that much money when I could, like, I don't know, buy a house or something, you know? With that much money, not just randomly buy a house, I wish. But I don't understand how you get that far with someone that you get married and then you're still like, you were looking at that person funny and you're fucked up for that. And it's like, straight up, I don't have the fucking energy to deal with that kind of petty shit. I don't. I just get over yourself at that point. Honestly, just fucking get over yourself, please.
always going to be great because what you're going to get is he wrote the post and then she had to be like, wife here, clarification, like my side too. It's like nobody on the internet's going to have the full picture.
Yeah.
Never.
We don't have the full picture, but I do love what the guy who's been married for 37 years. It's like, if what that means is like, if that is true, then what else is true is like, are you going to start monitoring everything they do?
So that's the thing. If someone is going to cheat, they're going to cheat. Like, that's not the flirting isn't the issue. Like, do you trust your partner?
Right.
Yeah.
No, I
You either trust your partner
with
or
bikini
you
woman
don't.
who keeps popping up, and he says no. Okay, well then that's a different story. But
I fully agree with that, and I've a long time ago been in situations where that trust was gone, and it's just like, it just sucks. It's just awful, and if you really trust your partner, it's like you just really need to keep trusting them.
Yeah.
And you just both need to keep talking, but allowing that trust and also showing you have that trust, I think is really, really attractive and great. And it's so comforting to just be like, oh, I don't have to think about this shit.
Yeah.
Like if someone comes up and talks to me and my partner's nearby, I'm like, I'm not worried about what they're going to think.
No,
I'm not going to do anything.
I don't want to like keep my partner in a place where it's just him and I forever. Then he doesn't grow. Then he doesn't like become like.
I also out on the entirety of the human population that's the gender you would be attracted to be able to talk to at all.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I also think it's a thing in LA, in our industry, you can't think that way because just everywhere you go, there's just so many attractive people. Like, if you go to a party with your partner here in LA, attractive people are going to be talking to your partner.
I
You're just
only
going
hang
to have
out
to
with
accept that.
hotties, personally.
No, but like everyone has their own like style. Everyone's like.
I also think this guy is like me because from my perspective, I feel I've never been flirted with in my entire life. And I think I just don't know how to
I flirt
read
with you
it.
every day, Shane.
I don't know how to read
I've
it.
seen it.
I seriously flirt with you.
I don't know how
day.
to. I don't know how to read it. So I think this guy's like that, where he's just like, oh, this lady's just talking to me. It's just like
That is true. I don't think
similar.
you can read flirting.
I think I would be in the same way. I was just like, yeah, the lady was talking to me, so whatever.
The amount of times I found out after the fact that someone was interested, I'm just
all
like,
the time.
Oh,
No,
or
it's
like,
awful.
or I don't know. I will have situations where like I'm hanging out with somebody and then later they're like, so what do you want to do? And I'm like, oh shit! And I'm just like, I didn't even oops.
What? Women
Sorry.
see it a mile away. A guy's like, hey, and we're like, here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Update.
Update.
And an update from the wife.
She's like, mother.
Well, you just lost your best customer. Who have you been sending money to?
I am the wife in this situation. My husband and I posted a debate where we were having for the last week regarding an incident that happened during our vacation. Jesus Christ. I got it after the first 100 responses that I was wrong. Not everyone on Reddit needs to chime in on this.
That's what Reddit is.
Why did you post on everybody, the asshole?
Okay, well, I think she said enough.
You guys didn't need to comment.
Oh my God!
I thought this forum would back me up, but I guess I need to take this L like a champion. I am blessed to have a loving and caring husband and an amazing kid. I am also used to women flirting with him all the time. It's not just when our son is with him, but it has happened at his work, bars, weddings, and other places.
There we
The
go.
worst was when I was giving birth to our son and the nurse helping with the birth told him that his hair looks like Prince Charming. It was 6 a.m. in the morning and he had just woken up, followed by telling him our son is so lucky that he got his blonde hair and blue eyes. The worst part is he is not very perceptive when women flirt with him. He thinks that most women go around talking to strangers and compliment them on their looks, because that is his life experience. When I try to tell him that, he always gets very defensive. I do trust him with all my heart, though, and he is the best husband ever. Some of you asked me what happened
Sounds
from my
like
perspective.
Kat.
I know there is no way for me to not seem like an asshole when I write this, but this is what I saw. We were all enjoying our time on the beach. My son wanted to run around, and my husband volunteered to walk.
I hate this bitch. Oh my God, you're insufferable. Oh my God. You already got the verdict and you're doubling down and insisting that we need to hear more details? Are you kidding? Oh my God, you're
Watch him and let me
insufferable.
relax. I was enjoying the ocean and occasionally watching them. At one point, I saw my husband and son sitting on sand and a lady talking to them. No problem. She is just a passerby and noticed my toddler. I close my eyes, and after 5 minutes, I see again, and now this lady is sitting next to my husband, and they are talking. I also noticed she was extremely attractive, and of course I got a bit insecure, since I have a mom bod now. She is laughing at God knows what my husband said. At this point, I started getting curious and was waiting for my husband to look towards me. He finally got up after my son was bored and came running back to me. I asked my husband who the person was, and he said just some mom on the beach having a small talk. I asked him what you guys were talking about, and he said the same things he wrote here. I told him she was gorgeous, and did he notice what she was wearing? He looked...
I hate this bitch. I hate this bitch. I hate this bitch.
At her again and said, "Oh yeah, that's pretty bold." The whole incident rubbed me the wrong way. Then this lady kept on popping up everywhere we went, and we met her every day.
Staying at the hotel!
My husband introduced me to her the first time we saw her, and she just walked right past me and started talking with him. I then told my husband I was not comfortable with his new girlfriend. I was teasing him. And my husband then immediately blew her off next time she showed up. When we came back, I told him about my insecurity when I saw him talk. to her, and she was sitting next to him. He again got defensive and told me that he was just being polite. This is when I told him not to talk to gorgeous moms in bikinis. He felt I was attacking him, but I could not help what I felt and was just communicating it to him. This was the silly debate we were having, and I thought you guys would have my back. Anyways, I will try to work on my insecurities and let him talk to moms in bikinis. One PSA is please don't comment on that thread anymore and tell him how right he is. You guys are feeding the beast. Last night...
I hate this bitch! I hate this bitch! I hope he fucking divorces you! Oh my god! You're insufferable! You're fucking insufferable! How do you have a child? Oh my god!
He was sending me links to frames on Amazon because he wanted to print out this thread and put it on a wall. He says it's his first win against me, and the next time we have a disagreement, he can point to it and tell me about the time when thousands of people told me I was wrong.
Oh, she's so controlling.
This is not a silly debate.
No.
This goes back since the beginning.
Yeah.
The fact that you're hanging on to the...
You are a controlling... I hate using this word, but I feel like it fits here. Narcissistic piece of absolute fucking abusive shit. Go to hell, get a divorce. I hope your fucking husband gets better. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
Nurse calling him Prince Charming.
That to me is crazy.
When she gave birth, it's like, I don't understand why that's a negative. And I get it, like, yes, having a child changes you, like mom bod. I can understand, but you have to look inward, lady. Like that was the clearest thing in the world. Like you have to stop commenting. It's like,
so, yeah, telling the internet to stop commenting. In
like,
what world?
Hey,
no,
this seems like there's something going on with you that you have to look at.
Yeah.
This is my first win against her.
No,
Yeah.
she's an asshole for going to Reddit and posting on Am I the Asshole and then being upset with the responses
posting
and telling
on
them
it.
to stop. Like, she has to delete her account
You're
now because
feeding the beast. There's only one beast here, bitch, and it's you, okay? Fuck off. Fuck off.
Reddit's just gonna have her.
AT&T just calls her like, we can't supply internet anymore. I know we're the only ones with fiber. You can't do it.
We can't. We heard what you said.
You're not allowed to talk to gorgeous women in bikinis. Also, I can't stand, women or man who's just like, that person was gorgeous, right? It's a test.
Fishing.
It's a freaking test. It's like...
And his response was probably the best that he could have said. It's like, do you see her bikini? He's like, oh yeah, it's pretty bold.
Yeah.
Like, what else are you gonna say?
I will say there is something to be said for
you're
like
trying
he does.
to bait him, and then you're getting upset when he doesn't fall for the bait. Are you kidding? Oh my God! Please get a divorce. Please.
Need to know a few techniques to put someone in like a sleeper hold if they try to flirt again.
Yeah.
That's what, in her perspective, that's what she should have done.
She's like, hey, have you?
1, 2,
I just
3.
love.
Okay, great.
Oh, she was casually looking.
Yeah.
Honey, look over here. I'm just. Oh, he can't see me. Like, he's letting you rest.
He starts where he's like, huh? No, I'd say about 8 inches probably. What are you saying, hon? Like, I don't get what the big deal is.
God damn.
Well, she'll probably be happy that we're telling the story now.
Oh, she doesn't have internet.
Get fucked.
All right. It's time for our final story.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Jeez.
Am I the asshole for letting my boyfriend touch my surrogate bump, upsetting my sister? Okay. Hi.
Okay. I remember this one. This one is just really fucking uncomfortable, so I'm just warning you guys right now. This one's fucking weird. This one keeps me up at night in all the bad ways. Buckle in.
Reddit. So last year, I, a 29-year-old woman, agreed to be a surrogate for my sister. Let's call her N, and her husband, both 27. Due to an unfortunate high likelihood of infertility diagnosis in my sister, they didn't have the funds to hire an actual surrogate, and I am basically the only person they're actually close with that has a child, a requirement to be a surrogate, meaning I was essentially their only option. I didn't love the idea at first, but after watching them struggle to conceive for the last 2 years, and some light insistence from my sister, I said okay. They did agree to pay me some form of compensation, but from Googling it, it seems like it's maybe 30% of what it would normally cost. Anyway, fast forward to today, and I'm 7 months along, and all has gone realistically pretty well. My sister has definitely been checking in on me all the time, but I can't really blame her for that. But the problem occurred a couple days ago. So a couple months ago, I met a guy at a work event, let's call him C, and we hit it off. He has a couple of kids of his own, so he doesn't mind anything about my situation, and it's been going really well. Now that we've been together for a couple months, I wanted to introduce him to my sister, so I set up a dinner for the 3 of us. Originally 4, but her husband couldn't make it. My sister picked me up and drove me over since he was going to meet us there, and as soon as I got in the car, I already felt like she was upset, but didn't think anything of it. We sat down at the restaurant and waited until C arrived. He came over and greeted us, giving me a kiss and quickly rubbing my belly. Nothing really out of the ordinary, but I could see my sister's eyes bulge. I was super confused but didn't say anything about it. We went about our night and she played nice-ish, but was pretty quiet, and honestly, it was a pretty awkward meal. When we left and I got back in the car, she just unloaded onto me, saying how weird it was that he kept touching my belly. I asked her what the hell she was talking about, and she said that apparently he basically had his hands on it the whole night, and also that it was super weird because it's her baby. I just rolled my eyes and told her regardless of it being her baby, it was my body, which just made her even more mad. I don't know, she hasn't talked to me in the last 2 days over this. I really don't feel like she has any right to police physical intimacy between me and my boyfriend, just because it's her baby I'm carrying. Like, look, I'm pregnant and I have a boyfriend. Obviously he's going to touch my bump. Am I the asshole? Edit, just because I'm seeing this a lot, baby is not biologically mine. It's her and her husband's. I'm a gestational surrogate. Also, maybe I undersold it in my initial description, but he did touch it a lot more than just when he greeted us. He basically had his hand on it the whole time while we weren't eating. I didn't really think anything weird about it, but figured I'd clarify.
Now, uh-oh.
Oh, this is so messy. This is so I do just first off the bat, I think if your sister is going, because I've heard this happen before, just having a sister be a surrogate, I think you have to really go over like some ground rules before.
That's a big
because
undertaking.
the part of like watching their every move, like you gotta go over some ground rules.
Yeah.
Other than that, this story's messy.
Oh yeah, super messy.
So many different directions.
What do you think?
I think that, you know, I was sort of on board with like, yeah, this is messy, could go either way, but like something that's sort of like, for me is, okay, she met this guy while she was pregnant, and he keeps rubbing her tummy. Now, I was gonna make the joke of like, oh, if she doesn't, if she's mad, even doesn't talk to you, you're gonna see her within 2 months for sure. But also like, oh, if you hate touching the belly, like, they probably still have sex right now. I don't necessarily have to assume, but like, it's likely. So if he's met her when she was pregnant, and they're having sex, and he's rubbing some tummies a lot, that like, it's worth looking at.
That's a possibility. That's a possibility. That's the top.
Wait, what are you saying?
That's the top comment.
Sorta into like.
That's the top comment.
Oh, he's into pregnant women.
So the top comment here is not the asshole, but I'd keep an eye on the boyfriend. I'm pregnant with my second, and my husband only touches the bump when I ask him if he wants to feel a kick. Your very new boyfriend having his hands on the bump all the time is strange to me, and I'd be worried about a kink. But your sister has no business policing how you live your life as long as you're medically healthy, and needs to take a step back and remember what an incredible favor you are doing for her and her husband.
Yeah, and
I like that
see
comment.
That. I see that. That's kind of how
the boyfriend. When she clarified, I was like, ooh,
yeah.
But the sister.
No, it's
a lot.
That's a lot, and it is her body. It's like your surrogacy is a big deal. I don't. The sister's being an asshole. I also understand why, like, that's an emotional, crazy place she's in.
But it's also like,
but she also needs to check herself and be like, oh, but that's your body.
Yeah.
And you're carrying my baby, but that's your body, and your boyfriend's allowed to, like, when you're in a relationship, you're allowed to do what you want there. Like.
But I think we sort of have a diverging path here now, though, because like, I agree that in any other case, the sister telling her about her body, like, not great unless they laid it out in the ground rules beforehand and that was a breach of that. And I will also say, to clarify, it's not that a pregnant woman cannot be attractive. It's that this guy is really sort of going for the stomach. Yeah. So if the sister is picking up on that and is watching this new boyfriend rub all over the stomach constantly and then gets in your mind like, oh, this might be a kink for him, that's when I would be like, what the f***?
Yeah,
I feel like maybe I would be angry too.
Totally.
I do feel like it would be very uncomfortable if you do have a surrogate and you're witnessing this as the person whose child is going to be coming from that surrogate. I worded that weird, but you get it. You get what I mean. I do see where she's coming from. Like, it doesn't justify how she went about it. I don't think she should have snapped at the sister, but I do absolutely understand where she's coming from because that would be massively uncomfortable.
But that's then maybe something you'd want to discuss with your sister as opposed to you can't let someone
But
touch
is she
the belly.
protecting her sister or is she mad about the baby inside of her?
I'm sort of like, I can't possibly, I'll do my best to like put myself in the situation because obviously I haven't gone through this, but like for me it'd be more a matter of like, oh, my baby in your body, yes, but my baby is now somehow party to this creepy man who has a kink about it. That would feel uncomfortable to me, even if I can't fully define exactly what it is.
But it is her.
It is her body.
I agree with you. That's why it's messy because it is her body, it is her decision, but it is their baby, and it's also they should have went over some ground rules before.
Yeah, I'm not saying she's right. I'm saying like I
don't even know.
I get why she did it.
At the same time, though, even if you're going over ground rules, like it's not gonna be one that comes to your head. You know, most people are not gonna think to establish that ground rule. And they shouldn't feel like they have to.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a situation I'm super foreign to. You know, like it'd be interesting to have someone here who's gone through surrogacy to talk about that. But but it's a lot. It doesn't sound like she doesn't quote anything that what the sister said was. She said he basically had his hands on it the whole night. And it was super weird because it's her baby.
The whole night they're eating food. Like, what is?
Ew.
But I do think that comment is very valid, and I understand like if she were to be like, hey, I think this is a kink for him, and that feels weird for me. Yeah. And and I would feel weird too.
That's why I want to know: was the sister upset because she was trying to protect her sister in that situation? Or
it doesn't seem like it.
Control over the baby.
But it also seems like maybe she doesn't even know why she's upset. Like, or she just is upset by what she's seeing.
Also
she might just be upset by the whole thing. Maybe it's like 7 months in.
She could just be upset because she's getting a vibe check.
The verdict was not the asshole. which I think is completely fair.
Yeah.
I agree.
Because we're going on this.
I don't think there is an asshole in this
possibility
situation necessarily.
that what this guy.
She's
what's
having
his
a baby for her sister.
It's another one where it's like, if I was there and you're at dinner with these people and you see it, it's like, this could be very different than what we're doing. It's like, this guy could really be like weird. And it's like
spaghetti on the tummy.
it's also a thing, it's also a thing where it's not like a boyfriend that they've known for a long time, like that's kind of part of the family. It's like, it's a new boyfriend. So he's a little bit of a stranger. So it's also like, oh, this stranger has his hands. And it's like,
I think at the very least, not the asshole.
He's like, tequila shots!
Yeah.
No, I agree, not the asshole. But there's an update.
She had the baby, and it's his.
Oh, no.
I'm just kidding.
And the baby ordered tequila shots. You can't drive.
Baby's like,
Can't drive.
It's been over a month since my original post, and was surprised by how much interest the post got, so I figured I owe you guys an update post. Sister update. On the sister front, all is well. We talked it over very shortly after my post. Some complicated emotions we had to work through, but we're in a good place now. It is too long to get into here, but I can tell you on this front, it was a happy ending, and she is very excited to meet her baby next month. Boyfriend update. This one went a little different. Yeah.
How different is it?
Yeah.
There were a lot of people in the comments suggesting he had a pregnancy fetish, which previously to my post I didn't even know existed.
Oh, what a blissful
Got a Ken
world
Bone
you
in
lived
here,
in.
guys.
Oh, boy.
I pondered on it, but wasn't really sold on the idea, and coincidentally, he actually went on a work trip for about 3 weeks shortly after, so we didn't really talk until he came back to town, which was about a week and a half ago now. Honestly, when he came back, I'd almost forgotten about that as a possibility, so when I went to see him for the first time in nearly a month at his apartment, and he instantly lifted up my shirt and told me how much bigger I'd gotten, I didn't really think anything of it. He was right. I did actually grow a lot, and it seemed like a normal enough reaction, but looking back on it now, it wasn't even like he hugged me or greeted me or gave me a kiss. It was just straight away right to my bump.
Oh my God.
We ended up getting dinner with one of my friends later that same night. Again, me still in some form of either denial or just inattention, I guess just like the last time. I didn't really notice his behavior being weird, but when he went home and I went with her to her house, she had some questions similar to my sister. Is that not exhausting for you, she asked me, which I was just confused by. All the belly touching and rubbing and the comments and the jokes and stuff, she followed up. Me, it doesn't seem too irregular to me. People make jokes and comments to me all the time, even you do.
Oh my
Sure,
God.
I'll make some every
This
now
poor
and then, but in
innocent
a
woman.
1-hour dinner, he made so many. Like he described you as his overinflated girlfriend. Something about being
What in the fuck?
ready to pop, something else about a balloon, and I know there were others I'm forgetting. Hearing it now from my sister, my friend, and from Reddit, it finally kind of clicked for me that maybe, in fact, everyone else was right. I had her drop me at his place, and I confronted him about it. Not in an aggressive way or anything, but just asked him if it was true. To my surprise, he looked at me in surprise and just said, yeah, I thought you knew. Sorry, I thought it was kind of obvious. Ooh. We had a long talk about it. I don't really think a fetish is an inherently bad thing, and people like to make them more taboo than they need to be. While his behavior was obviously something strange, it was never violent or honestly, and it never even upset me. I told him I would think about whether I wanted to continue seeing him.
You got a month.
Yeah,
That's it.
She's not gonna be pregnant forever.
Yeah.
I told him I would think about whether I wanted to continue seeing him, which he was okay with and gave me space. I haven't really reached out to him yet, but I am thinking about it, as I did enjoy the time we spent together, even regardless of his inclinations. Anyway, those are the updates. Hope you enjoyed the happy and sort of happy ending for both. No. I think that does put a lot of context, because if he was saying, she seems to just have been oblivious, right? That like he's calling her his overinflated girlfriend, all this stuff. I now understand the sister being like, hey, that's a lot of that's a little out of pocket. Like,
I'm really glad that the sisters.
They're good.
I'm really glad about, because that's the
good.
most important thing.
Agreed.
But what is he gonna do when she has the baby and she's not pregnant anymore?
He's gonna be like, I stole this basketball. Quick, they're coming. Will you hide it for me? Like,
God.
And I also look, it's funny that she's like, oh, do you have this fetish? He's like, yeah, absolutely. Now, my only thought, because yes, there's nothing wrong with fetishes or kinks amongst consensual adults. However, he knew he was going to dinner with like the person who's the surrogate, like receiving the surrogacy. I'm assuming.
But even like mixed company, like it's someone else's.
It's just like, hey, in that situation, man, like maybe just.
He's loud and proud with his kinks.
Not here.
But here's the thing with kinks, though. Like, every.
Yeah,
I don't like it. So here's the thing. I don't like it when people are involved in them before they realize it. Like, it's the same thing where, like, I'm not going to kink shame, but when you see those, like, posts where it's like, oh, someone had, like, a leash on the subway, like, it's not a matter of, like, someone doing it. It's like, okay, you're involving people. It's like, will you hold the leash? Like, I've heard about that happening at cons. I think you even read that on a Reddit story once. So that really bugs me.
Yeah.
And the fact that he was like, oh, I thought you knew. It was kind of obvious. That's possible. That's what he meant. It's also, I think, a manipulation tactic to be like, oh, you're caught. Yeah, I thought we were all on the same page. Oh, aren't you chill about it?
It's clear
I thought
that
we were in
she
an open
didn't-
relationship.
Yeah, it's clear that she didn't know.
Wasn't communicated directly, and so I think that's weird.
Yeah.
And then if the sister's at dinner, like, no matter who that is, whether it would have been the person who's having the baby biologically or not, it's someone else there, and you're having a conversation about, like, yeah, my basketball girl there. Like, it's...
She's about to pop.
It made the friend uncomfortable too. The friend was like, that was a lot.
And she didn't write that he was bricked up the whole time.
But I get it. That's there's a lot to unpack in that story. I'm very curious in the comments down below, like people's thoughts on it, because that's one that I got to process. Like, I'm gonna be thinking about that one for the next week of just all the like levels to it.
Yeah, I definitely don't think she's the asshole.
No.
But I definitely think she's like in a new world. She's like, I'm having a baby for my sister. Pregnancy kink, like, whoa.
It's a lot of things thrown at her.
Yeah.
Damn, those are some crazy ones.
Those are some.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, you just heard a lot of, like, my soul leaving my body sounds. Do I want to say this? I guess. Fuck it. I've passively, I'll say, dated someone who had this as a kink, and it makes me vastly uncomfortable as a person who never wants to have human children. And I also don't think that you should ever do those kinds of things in public unless you're, like, at a place where that's a thing there, like you're at a certain type of club and that kind of thing. I don't think it's right to expose innocent bystanders to that kind of behavior because they cannot consent. And it probably will make most people uncomfortable, rightfully so. Like, people aren't trying to shut you down by being like, don't do that shit in public. They're not trying to be an asshole. They're like, it's a genuine concern of, like, especially if you're someone who preaches consent, if you're doing that in a public space, those strangers didn't have any say. I don't want to see that shit. Are you fucking serious? Zero! Oh my god! I hate it. I also had to deal with trying to be forced to roleplay that kind of shit very recently, actually, and it makes me, like, genuinely nauseously uncomfortable. Like, no shame or hate, if that's your thing, just keep it the fuck away from me. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to fucking think about it. I've dealt with it firsthand. I've dealt with people not being respectful of how uncomfortable it is as a topic for me. I hate it. Don't do that shit. Fucking ask. Fucking ask. And if the answer is no, then leave that person alone. Like, I don't know. It makes me uncomfortable. I was gonna say this is gonna be the last one, but I don't want this to be the last thought that I have lingering in my head for the night. So we're gonna watch the last one in the playlist and then we'll wrap up stream. Yeah, no shame or hate at all. I just don't want to be a part of it. Just keep it away from me. Keep it far away from me. I want nothing to do with that kind of shit. It makes me nauseous. I'm actually gonna refill my ginger ale after I get the episode set up.
Welcome back to some insane Reddit stories. I'm Shane, and today the theme is Am I the Devil?
Let's freaking go.
Right. These are the worst of the worst. And I am joined by two of the worst people I know.
Oh, Shane.
Courtney and Spencer are here.
Hey.
You guys, I know you guys know Reddit, so, because Courtney, you've curated a bunch of stories for this show.
Yeah, and they messed me up real bad.
Yeah, you had to take a break after producing one of these episodes. You were like, I'm out.
The spooky one, the research was a lot, but I think I could be ready to make more again or help make more again.
Spencer, you look like you're on Reddit.
Oh yeah, I love that place.
I can't believe it's taken this long for us to be on an episode together. What the heck? Why are you waiting me?
Hey, pleasure to be on the couch with you.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Am I the asshole for getting frustrated with a kid at the arcade?
Yeah, that's the kind of palate cleanser I need. Let's fucking go.
So far, no.
I'm a 30-year-old man, and I'm a really big fan of DDR. And I was just playing a bit at an arcade near me. I was about to get a full combo when this kid around 8 years old decided to play a stupid prank. He used his hand to press the buttons and mess up my combo. I was furious as I had been practicing this map for a while now and was about to full combo it. I will admit I lost my temper. I started screaming stuff like, "What the f*** are you doing?" and "Where are your parents?" because they clearly failed you.
Oh my God.
Wasn't the nicest thing to say, but I was understandably angry. The staff came to me and banned me from the arcade for being aggressive. Am I the asshole? Okay, at first I was like, at first I questioned, well, I'm like, okay, is this real or not? I think this is fully real, because I have seen this type of shit at arcades. Every other arcade machine feels so casual, and then DDR feels like a professional sport.
It's an event.
And I avoid it. I do not get on that machine because...
Listen, I love watching DDR videos of like snake competitions and stuff. It's wild. I wish, as a person who has a chronic pain disorder, God, I wish I could move my body like that. It's wild. If you've never seen, shit, what's his fucking name? Oh my God, what's his name? Let me see if I can find it. Smidget. Yeah. We're gonna watch this together really quick because if you've never seen it, it got me into watching DDR videos because it's really good.
Come on, man, you do this all the time.
Based.
What about dignity?
We'll give you bonus points for difficulty.
Freestyle dignity.
Freestyle dignity.
Yes, of course. Let's see your new move. Oh, yeah. Go, Smidget. Go, Smidget.
Look at him go. It's so fucking smooth. It's so good! It's so good! I love it so much. I watch the video all the fucking time. It's so good. Like, I love watching DDR stuff because of that video. And he did it more recently in like 2014. I think he was a teenager in the original video, and then he's like in his 30s in this one. He does it so smoothly. How does he do it? I know, it's so hypnotizing. He still has it. It's impressive to even remember a map this long, too. God, fuck it up. It's so good. I love watching DDR stuff. But like that's the kind of stuff that's in my head when this story comes up, because I'm like, imagine you're doing that and some little kid in the arcade comes up and fucks up your whole fucking groove. I'd be pissed too. If I was strutting it on the dance floor that fucking hard, oh, I'd be fuming. I'd be fucking fuming.
Other people to see me playing it.
Mm-hmm.
That too. However, that kid did press some buttons.
Push his button on several levels.
Yeah, push buttons on several levels.
It's pretty crappy what the little kid did, but it's a little kid.
Yeah.
Like,
okay, when you're 8,
yeah,
like, you know, I think you know, he had the fear of God put him in a little bit.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
and I thought he was gonna like step on his fingers.
We don't know the
something.
kid's reaction. Maybe the kid, maybe he was yelling this. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" The kid's just like,
yeah. I bet
Maybe
the kid was
unaffected.
terrified. If
Probably.
they banned him, it was hostile enough for them to call it aggressive.
Yeah.
Sometimes those are the moments where a kid learns, and now that's embedded in him.
Well,
forever,
I mean,
and he's
I
never
will
gonna
say
mess with another
too,
person.
for a game like DDR, it is dangerous. He could have gotten his hand stepped on. I mean, when you're playing DDR, you have to stomp pretty fucking hard for your stomps to be registered. That kid could have like had their hand broken. So I'm not justifying the outrage like in a serious manner. As a joke, I think it's very funny. But the kid could have like gotten their fucking hand shattered by a 30-year-old man stomping in DDR. Like, for a little tiny baby 8-year-old hand, that could have been pretty fucking brutal. You know?
And again, but it's a kid, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, even if it was beneficial for the kid, I feel like it's yelling, what the are you doing at an 8-year-old is rarely going to work well in your favor.
Yeah. I also, like, there was no stakes, you know?
Full combo.
A full combo.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
So
I don't mean to disrespect.
My initial thought was like, I thought it was like Guitar Hero where you get like the ×4 multiplier, and I thought that's what he meant. I'm like, you can just get another one, but full combo I think means you hit every single step.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I think he was like towards the end of the song.
Pretty high stakes.
And that's when the kid messed him up. So like.
Yeah, I get it, and I get his anger, but at the same time, I feel like an arcade is a place where it's like, all right, especially it's an arcade where kids are running around. It's just like, yeah, this is a place where it's gonna be crazy. I can't be mad about that.
You can't hold people to the. I mean, it is a lot though. It is a lot to have a kid come and like press your shit.
Totally.
But it's where a kid can be a kid. Oh.
Or is that Burger King?
No, that's
Chuck E. Cheese.
It's Chuck E. Cheese.
What's the Burger King?
Have it your way.
Oh, okay. Wait, I will say, I thought of a funny idea.
What?
What if like when you go, you know how like at like movie theaters they do the thing like the AMC, the Nicole Kidman thing, like you can do it. We come eat a lot.
We come to this place
to live.
For magic.
But like they should do one in arcades. Like we come here to dance.
We come here to dance.
We come here to
and to play DDR.
She takes off her whatever her Markiplier cloak, cloak. Then she's just like, we come here for combos.
Markiplier cloak.
Come to this place for Mario.
I will say though, 8-year-old me would never.
No, that's the other
was
thing.
Terrified of like.
It's like messing with a 30-year-old man.
Yeah, you're
like,
brave.
Between a 30-year-old man and his video games, like, look, that was about the best case scenario.
The verdict was asshole.
Yeah.
Fair. He was so aggressive that he got banned. Someone though said, not the asshole. He used his hand to press the buttons. What the f? That's like grabbing the wheel when someone's driving. And someone said, yeah, DDR is just like driving a 2,000-pound piece of metal at 65 miles per hour.
Is that how much a car weighs?
Some cars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe like a really,
I don't know how
one.
much I thought they weighed, but.
No, it is. I mean, you're automatically the asshole for losing your temper at a child. You are the adult in the situation.
Yeah.
And, like,
but the
your
stakes,
feelings,
though.
You cared a lot.
The
nobody else in that room maybe knew that. Your emotions are your responsibility in that moment. This child, their little thinkies could have gotten squashed.
I would have trapped him on the machine and made it till he couldn't leave the machine until he hit a full combo.
I think that. Do you think that kid though maybe was doing him a favor because if he hit that full combo, he was never gonna get laid. And so that kid was like trying to be like, no, do not get that full combo. You'll still have a chance.
Oh my god.
You know.
Yeah, because 8-year-olds know all about that.
Someone else said, you're the asshole. If you can't mind your temper and mouth, you don't belong in space for children. In spaces
Fair.
for children.
Yeah.
And someone said, you're the asshole. Where are your parents because they clearly failed you?
Yeah.
So the closest I've ever been to this situation, I did have a situation where I was pissed off at little kids. I was very pissed, but I didn't do this. I was at the beach with some friends, right? It was me and like a couple friends. And I started digging a hole. And I dug the biggest hole at the beach that I've ever dug. And it was crazy, and it was massive, and it went down really deep, and I was so impressed. And I was getting to the point where I was like, my head was like about here. And then suddenly a bunch of little kids started to like swarm around this hole. This hole is right next to our like blanket and everything. Like this is where our setup. And they are now swarming around, all these kids, swarming around our stuff and this hole that I made. I'm actively digging it, and these kids are like f***ing around the sides of it. And of course, they just start to like, sand just starts to fall in.
Yeah.
And I'm a little nervous because some of these kids are like 3. And I'm like, you're next to a borderline like 5-foot deep hole. You're gonna fall in.
Stanley Yelnats over here.
I wasn't yelling at them. I wasn't saying anything.
Stanley Yelnats.
And then, and their parents are like off to the side watching, and they're just like,
listen. All jokes aside, Holes is genuinely one of my favorite movies of all time. Holes is so fucking good, dude. If you've never watched the movie Holes, I promise it's not an innuendo. It's actually based off of a children's book that is a deconstruction of the the juvenile fuck. I had it. I just had it. The juvenile when kids are sent to jail, it's a deconstruction of that and how systems are in place that can get away with doing really shitty things just because kids are quote unquote bad behavior. It's a really good movie. You should watch it if you've never seen it. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. 10 out of 10. 0 notes. It's perfect. Absolutely perfect.
And I'm like, I'm a strange man. With a hole.
How old were you?
I was like 20. I was probably like 20 or 21.
Okay.
Look, send me to the beach now. I'm gonna start digging a hole.
No, okay. This is what I was gonna ask you. Have you ever heard of the masculine urge to dig?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have it.
Yeah.
I feel it.
No,
I have to dig. I have to. It's so fun.
Sorry, you get to the beach, you gotta dig.
But
Minnie has
these
that,
kids
yeah.
eventually they started like around with it so much that they were just filling the hole back up. I got up out of it and I'm like, whatever. And I was really mad. And at first I wanted to say something to one of their parents, being like, what do you like this? And then I thought about it. I'm like, what am I gonna say? Like, I dug this hole. But then what truly happened, I was mad. I was in this guy's zone of being pissed at these kids. And then I saw these kids having like such a great time. And I was like, oh shit, I made a core memory for a lot of these kids. Because I remember when I was young, and you'd be at the beach and you'd come across some sort of insane thing on the beach and you'd just be stoked. And you have that childlike urge to just like mess with it and whatever. And I was like, okay, this is the best possible scenario for this, you know, because otherwise there's gonna be a hole there and I'd have to fill it back up. Anyways, don't yell at kids.
Yeah.
They're kids.
Yeah.
Even if they are putting their hands on a DDR machine, which is crazy, but don't yell at
I mean, if it's like in distress, because again, like that kid could have gotten seriously injured. I think that's the biggest issue there. And I'm surprised that they don't address it. I mean, Courtney makes a comment, but like, I think that's the biggest issue, is that the kid's hand could have literally gotten fucking broken by being stomped on by a 30-year-old man's foot, you know?
You're gonna get in trouble.
Yeah, getting banned. Was it worth it?
Yeah, exactly.
Can I do the one where it's like everybody here sucks?
Really?
You think everyone sucks here?
That's my verdict.
Okay. That's entirely fair.
The kid does
That's valid.
suck, but
The kid sucks.
Oh, the kid sucks.
The kid sucks, but just don't yell and curse at a kid.
Yeah, everybody here sucks.
That's bad. Okay, next story. Am I the asshole for pointing out my sister's blue hand? I'm a 27-year-old man and have an older sister who's 34. She is a professional chef, and she has a lot of culinary-themed tattoos. Recently, she got her hands tattooed with measurements she uses a lot in the kitchen, like teaspoon and tablespoon and that sort of thing. She says she actually refers to them at work a lot, but I really think she just got them because it makes people ask her what they're about, and then she gets to talk about being a chef. It impresses people, and I know she enjoys the attention. Recently, we were having dinner with our parents and some family friends. The conversation turned to tattoos, and of course my sister started talking about her new ones. Since they're food related, that steered the conversation away from tattoos and onto cooking and recipes. I kept waiting for the conversation to go back to tattoos so that I could talk about my newest one, but it wasn't happening.
He's so mad.
Finally, I found an opportunity to point out the fact that one of my sister's tattoos is such poor quality, it dyed a part of the skin around it blue. That happens if the artist presses too hard and it's permanent, which means it was a cheap tattoo. Everyone else looked really awkward, but my sister laughed for some reason and said something like, yeah, I just have a blue hand now, oh well. And that really bothered me. I have many tattoos myself, but all of mine are really meaningful, and I take a lot of care to find good artists. She obviously doesn't take them seriously and just gets them on a whim, but since hers are mostly for attention, everyone wants to talk about hers instead. I told her she shouldn't be so casual about having a bad tattoo and that it looks like it was cheap. I told her I'm glad she likes it, but it looks like she's been taking colloidal silver or something. My dad told me to let it go, and my mom kept trying to change the subject. And finally, my sister just said, my tattoos are personal. It's okay if you don't like them, and ignored me for the rest of the night. My mom thinks I should apologize, and apparently the friends who were there thought I was out of line.
Yeah.
Personally, I think I was just pointing out a fact, and I honestly want her to get better tattoos in the future for her own sake. Am I the asshole?
This guy.
That's crazy to write this whole thing out and not realize
you're
how
just
dumb.
It's like, hey man, reread that.
His
Reread what you
ego
wrote.
is in the driver's seat pedal to the metal right now. Like, could not, literally, okay, I genuinely feel like there's just already some pent-up anger toward his sister.
Yeah.
Just already, and this is just part of it, because, like, he was mad that he wanted her to feel bad in front of everyone. That's what he wanted, and he got mad that she didn't, and it rolled off of her. Like,
And can bank.
bro, what is really the problem here?
And he was also like clearly aware of himself like wanting attention in a way, which like is big, but it's like, hey, then kind of like, you know, handle those feelings yourself.
Let me, I think we're gonna at least get to the story that I added this to the playlist for, and then I might wrap up for the night because I don't want to go until 10 o'clock again. This was supposed to be a short stream, but we ended up having a lot to discuss for those first few stories. So we'll watch the lake here, and then we'll continue it on Friday before we get into the Mr. Ball and stuff. I'll write the time code down so that we'll have it.
He's like, oh, like clearly she enjoys the attention, but like nobody was talking to me. Like, I don't know. It's like then I want to see his tattoos though.
Yeah, his are probably really dumb.
They're probably dumb, yeah.
They're probably really dumb.
The hand measurements, that's like, I'm sad.
It actually has a function.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
those sounds like good tattoos.
I'm trying to think of like handy ones we could get.
Yeah.
Most tattoos that I actually end up complimenting are often ones where people are like, oh yeah, I just freaking got that.
Yeah.
Like there are the ones that people don't really care that much
We should
about.
get tattoos of like the words you can't say on YouTube or something.
Yeah, or like the rules to Moose Master
That's really good.
or something.
Yes.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Or Shane can just get a Reddit tablet. I don't know. Just like, am I the asshole? Yes, no.
I'll
and you have to be
tattoo
like,
this entire story onto my back.
That's smart.
That'd be really funny.
I think this guy doesn't like that people like his sister. Like that she's being
pissed
liked.
about that.
Sister's probably cool as hell.
It's like she
Yeah.
likes
Agree.
the attention, and I'm trying to get it. Like doesn't acknowledge that he likes the attention too. We're all people. We all like attention.
Yeah.
We're all talking. You were patiently waiting for the conversation to go back to tattoos so that it was your turn. Be an adult. If you want to talk about something, take the initiative and talk about it. It doesn't need to be personal.
The verdict, asshole.
Of course.
Comments. I am jealous of my sister. I tried to make her feel bad, but she blew me off because she doesn't value my opinion in the least. I got mad that my plan didn't work, so I doubled down on being a jerk. My parents were so embarrassed about my behavior that they want me to apologize to my sister, who I once again must point out doesn't care what I think. That's what normal people do, right? You're the asshole. Someone else said, your sister's hand is blue and your whole body is green with envy, but at least your tattoos are oh so meaningful. You're the asshole.
That's with that one.
Oh,
that
I
was
hope he read
pretty
all
sick.
those.
Lastly, OP is blue with envy. Someone said, dude just blew up for no reason. OP had a chance to be not the asshole, but he blew it.
He went up to his room and blew himself. With envy. I don't know.
Yeah. Pretty solid.
Like tattoos on the palms of your hands, I feel like is not like a very attention grabby thing.
I know a lot of tattoo artists like won't do tattoos on your hands because they will like, you know, it's not really possible to do like a high quality one on the hand because like
the pores
you move
and the creases, it's like there's too much going on there.
People just get the mustaches here.
Get the mustache.
Do you guys get a lot of comments on your tattoos? Are they positive, negative ever?
No, I don't wear short sleeve shirts around a whole lot, but when I do, people are usually. But you know, mine. You know, you start off getting meaningful ones, and then they get dumber and dumber, and then they get more fun.
You have some sick ones, because Don't Win Mario Party. You always mention you have Thwomp.
I've been waiting for you guys to bring up my tattoos.
No
one's been asking me about my tattoos.
I will say, you have the Squirtle Squad, and that's a sick tattoo.
Good one.
That's a good tattoo.
It was on a whim.
Yeah. And then you've got the Mach 5, which.
Sorry for being that person who just always has to bring up my hyperfixation. But as a Pandora Hearts fan, I always have wanted the incluse for contractors, which if you've never seen it, let me grab a picture. Hang on. There's one that shows all of the stages. Where's that one? This. Okay. So there's this, which is for Pandora Hearts, and it's a whole lore thing that I'm not gonna fucking go over right now. But I've always wanted this as a tattoo because it's literally a tattoo that you get in Pandora Hearts, and I've always wanted one of the like halfway ones, like up here at the end. I wanted to get it like on my back or something. Yeah, that's one that I've always wanted. I want to also, there's like certain quotes and stuff that I want to get, but I have not had the opportunity yet, but I've thought about it for years. For a very, very long time. And it's pretty common for Pandora Hearts fans to get it. So I feel like I have to at some point. Yeah, it's very cool. It's very sick. I want it in between my shoulder blades. But I just haven't had the opportunity yet.
Yeah, the dudes love it. I will say, if they notice
digging
it,
holes,
they go,
the
oh,
Mach 5.
shit, they had a Mach 5 tattoo. But that's the only one that really gets
They say it like that, or they say it like,
oh, bro, Xanadu?
oh, it's not the Mach 5 right there.
Dude, is that Emil Hirsch?
Yeah. I'm going to get a bunch more this month, I think.
Oh,
Thank you for allowing me the space to talk about my tattoos, and thank you for the attention.
You've got
God, your tattoos are so cool.
All right, next story. Am I the asshole for not knowing what a fire hydrant was and why I wasn't supposed to park there?
No!
Anyways, this orphanage burned down, and I was just parked. I'm 23, and I've been driving since I was 16. I'm a really good driver and only have a few tickets for, like, very minor.
I'm sorry. I'm fucking sorry. I'm a very good driver. I only have a few tickets. You would trust me with your car, wouldn't you? What? No, you're not. What? What? I wanted to get a detachable reverse disciple. I think it would make me smile. Yeah, that's so cute. Hell yeah.
Stuff. I'm a good driver is what I'm trying to say. I was over at my situationship's apartment, and he lives close to downtown. He's had like 7 beers, and our DoorDash was taking forever. So he asked if maybe I could go to the restaurant and get it since I'd only had a few glasses of wine.
Oh.
The story's
All right,
crazy.
So, okay. I said sure. He said I could take his dad's car since it's automatic. I was like there and back in just a few minutes, but there was only one spot on the street, so I parked there. The next morning, his dad's car was like just gone. So first we called the police and they were sending someone. Then he did a double take and said, wait, did you park there? And I said, yes. And he said, you parked in front of a fire hydrant? I said I had no idea what that was. I literally had no idea.
Yeah, Courtney's face. That's on the driving test. Are you kidding?
No.
And he said, oh my God, how could you be so stupid? I was really offended and I said, don't yell at me in public like that. And then the police showed up to investigate the car theft. And he had to confess that it was probably towed because of the fire hydrant. The cop did some research and was able to find out what tow place had it. The cop then told me how stupid I was and how I put everyone in the whole block at risk if there had been a fire.
Yeah.
It cost a small fortune to get the car out of the tow yard. Plus, there are parking tickets in it, too. My situationship says I should pay for everything, but I don't want to, and he has way more money than me. Am I the asshole? This person's... I don't know. Fair. This person's a train wreck.
Don't yell at me.
I might have left out the part about drunk driving.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're not. I don't know if you're the asshole for parking in front of a fire hydrant. You're an asshole for having a few glasses of wine and then driving.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fire hydrant probably looked like a freaking bush.
I wish they told the cop, they're like, sorry, I didn't know what a fire hydrant was. I was pretty drunk.
I was pretty drunk. So.
I was pretty drunk, so I didn't know what that was.
Oh, do not have a few glasses of wine.
I'm not stupid. I was drunk.
Drive.
I have seen the things where like the fire. I like when the fire department gets petty.
Oh my
and
God.
they'll like run the fire hose.
I don't even think that's out of pettiness. I think they literally are just like, oh, we have to break this.
That's even more awesome.
Yeah.
My dad, yeah.
Call him.
Yeah.
But no, if you park in front of a fire hydrant and if something happens, they will just punch out your windows.
Yeah.
Yep.
All 2,000 pounds of the car.
Yeah, because they need to be as close to it as possible. That the hose is only so long, and
otherwise you get flying around like little rascals.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Obvious verdict, asshole.
Yeah.
Comments here. You're the asshole. It's common sense. You could have killed someone if there was a fire. How do you not know what a fire hydrant is? Pay for everything. Yeah. It's 100% your fault. OP responded. I mean, I've seen them before, but I thought they were like from 100 years ago and not used anymore.
Okay.
Someone said, so you thought they were like historical statues? And OP said, no, just like other things like telephone poles that aren't used anymore.
Oh.
Oh, God.
Because everyone has iPhones, but they haven't taken them down yet.
Oh, no.
I'm
Take
sorry.
it back. This person's hilarious.
I think this person rocks.
Yeah.
I
thought it was like...
Oh, no.
This person kicks a lot of ass in
Oh
some
my
way
God.
that I cannot explain.
They kick their own ass.
This person kicks ass in the way that I never want to be like in the same town as
And this
them.
person shouldn't be allowed to drive.
No, they shouldn't be able to drive, but
wild.
they are funny.
But they're funny.
They are funny. You're the asshole twice. Once for what was likely impaired driving, and once for not knowing what a fire hydrant is. This can't be real? And yes, potentially putting other people at risk. You're not just an asshole, you're a self-absorbed asshole. If this is real, God, I hope not, then you need to grow up. Pay the fine/fees. That is probably the most minor consequence for what could have happened due to your negligence.
Yeah.
Look, it could be fake, but there are people like this.
I believe it.
I fully believe this because, like, and it makes it, you know what it highlights for me is, like, we're going, oh, you're so stupid for doing this and not knowing, for parking there and not knowing what fire hydrant is. But I'm like, the stupidest thing is to have a few drinks and drive.
Yeah.
Like, that is really stupid to justify that in your head.
Yeah.
And
to also insist after all of that you're a good driver. No, you're not. No, you're not. I'm gonna have to big ass disagree with you there, but no, you're fucking not. No.
The story, other than like even making it worse for you.
But that's how people view it.
Yeah.
They really don't view it as being bad.
I think she had to include that because her partner was like, I had too much to drink. The smarter thing is for you to drive and drink. And so, like, that's how she got put into the situation. But, bro.
Get an Uber then, what the hell?
But that's like one of the things on your permit.
Exactly,
test,
yeah.
Depending on what state they're in. Yeah. But it's like one of the basic fundamental things about driving and parking is stay away from the fire hydrant.
They didn't see Do the Right Thing? Brennan? So like, nice reference, Spencer.
6.
No.
That's awesome, man.
But I think she needs to pay the fines and things because that
totally
wouldn't have happened.
No, but I don't think logic works for this person.
No, that's fair.
No, because the thing that they got upset about was being yelled at, and then the cops showed up and then proceeded to yell at her.
He's like, you're stupid. She's like, don't say that, and then the cop shows up and he's like, you're stupid.
Yeah.
Is it a guy or a girl?
Deserved.
I don't know, they don't say.
Oh.
But they're dumb.
Yeah.
They dumb.
Here we go. Next story. Trigger warning here, parental loss. So if that is...
Let me, yeah, I'll let you guys know when the trigger warning is done. But this is the story that I put this episode on the playlist for. So buckle in, not positively at all. It's a doozy. It's a doozy and a half. But I will put when the trigger warning is done in the chat so that people who need to tune out for a couple minutes can know, and you guys can be here for the last few minutes of stream where I do wrap up and all that.
Something you do not want to hear about, you can skip ahead to the next story. Am I the asshole for accidentally losing my mother-in-law's ashes?
Oh no. In-law.
Was she chill?
Not the in-law. Was she chill? No, she was burned.
This is a 26-year-old man. I and my wife, who's 25, have been married for 4 years and together for 6.
Bro.
We met in college and shortly...
Sorry, they got married real young.
Yeah.
How old were they?
He was 22, she was 21.
Oh.
And they've been together for years before that. We met in college, and shortly after we graduated, I proposed. We've never fought and have always stayed loyal and faithful. When she was 16, her mother died in a fatal accident. I won't go into detail, but after a fight between her mother and her father, her mom stormed out and was hit while crossing the street by a drunk driver. I've always understood how devastating her mother's loss has been, and always was there for her on her mother's passing anniversary and Mother's Day. Lately, we've been thinking about having kids, so we moved from our small apartment in New York to a nice home in New Jersey. The move was stressful for both of us, and we wanted to make sure we didn't forget anything. Once we finished packing, she asked me to do one last scan through her apartment and to grab her mother's ashes, which were in a vase. She was going to drive to the house with all our stuff, and I'd carefully bring the vase to make sure it wasn't damaged in all the other boxes. I said goodbye to the house and put the vase in my front seat and started driving. I was driving to the house when some jerk cut me off, making me slam the brakes. The vase had a ceramic lid and was suctioned on loosely. When I slammed the brakes, the vase tumbled from the front seat and the lid came off. I pulled to the side of the road to try and scoop it back in, but it was no use. I ended up pulling up to a car wash where you could vacuum and clean your car.
You're a criminal.
Yep. Yep.
I vacuumed up any trace of the ashes and made my car look good as new. For the new For the new ashes, I went to pick up dirt and sand off the side of the road and had filled
The new? Are you back? Are you done? Are you done being a little shithead? Are you done being a little shithead? Okay. Okay. The new ashes. You know, because ashes are replaceable by sand on the side of the road.
the vase halfway. Everything worked out great. I made it to the house. I used the excuse that there was heavy traffic on the highway, and that's why I was late. Everything was all good until she lifted the vase. She said it felt heavier.
Not the new ash.
I told her maybe she just thought it was lighter, but when she opened the vase,
it's so fun.
When she opened the vase, she noticed a slight difference in the color. Instead of a light gray, it was tan and brown with little pebbles.
Am I the pebble?
Am I the pebble? We were making that joke before we started.
Or am I the pebble?
And she's like, what are those? She's like, those must have been inside of her.
Dude, those are bones.
Those are bones, dude. Wow, your mom had round bones.
Dude, Emily, I'm sorry, you picked the wrong people to.
Emily like really made sure that we were okay with this, and now here we are. She immediately asked what happened. I told her the story, and she was fuming.
Dude, he came so fast.
She couldn't believe I sucked her mom up into a vacuum and replaced her with dirt.
You sucked my mom up?
You sucked my mom?
Stop.
She couldn't believe I sucked her mom up into a vacuum and replaced her with dirt. She threatened to kick me out, saying if I didn't leave, she would. She just left to go for a walk, and I think she blew things out of proportion.
Blew things out of proportion. Dude, that's her mother. That's her mother's ashes. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God.
Calling her, and when she finally answered, I told her she acted like I killed her. She hung up, and I haven't heard or seen from her in 2 hours. Am I the asshole, or is she just taking this way too far? Okay, number one, I've started to come to the opinion that if people are posting a Reddit story mere hours after a fight, I think you're an asshole. I think you're an asshole even if you're in the right in the fight to just immediately go to Reddit.
Agree.
That's weird. Comments here. Let me think really hard for a moment. Yes, you're the asshole. Someone said, you're the asshole. You admit you didn't secure the urn properly, tried to hide the evidence, and yet you still think she's the issue?
Yeah.
Assuming this is a real post, I suspect you'll be heading for divorce court soon. You seriously can't be dense enough to wonder why she's mad at you. OP responded, she never told me to secure the urn, and I didn't want to do anything to mess with it or the ashes.
Ah, yes. Because we all need to be told these things. They're so difficult to have as common knowledge. My apologies. My apologies for expecting too much from you, clearly.
But when it fell, I felt I had to do something to get my sled out of the trouble. Okay, that's weaponized incompetence there. She didn't tell me to secure the urn.
Yeah, that's so messed up.
What?
I'm imagining he sees all the ashes there and he pulls over, he's like, oh, what do I do? Then he looks over and he sees like a copy of Luigi's Mansion.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, and he gets the vacuum and he's like,
oh my God.
All he had to do is as soon as it happens, he needs to call and be like, I am so sorry. I just had to slam my brakes because someone cut me off and the ashes are now in the seat of my car. Let's figure out how to get them. They're there. The ashes are in your car.
Yeah.
Yes, they're spilled out. There's got to be a better way to go about this. But you vacuumed it up, which is getting rid of it.
Yeah, I think what I've seen people do, and it's obviously not like a foolproof thing, but it's like you buy a new little handy vac, a new one.
Yeah.
And then you get as much of the remains as you can. Obviously, it's not going to be 100%
And then you
of the
empty
remains.
that into the vase.
Put it back. But the fact that he immediately, it was like he's done this before.
Yeah.
Like he so quickly was like, I went to clean my car out and I grabbed some debris from the side of the road. Like zero remorse.
He dug his own grave.
He dug his own grave.
Yeah.
He in that situation, he cared more about his car.
Yeah.
Because he's even like, yeah, my car was
Yeah,
good
my
as new.
car was.
My car was good as
My car
new.
looked awesome.
But
Yeah.
this person, nah.
This is. Can I say this is like Meet the Parents on several
I
levels?
was
Yes.
thinking
Because
this
they
is-
break the urn, but also when the cat runs away and he brings back the other cat.
Yeah.
They couldn't tape it down.
This was some Ben Stiller shenanigans.
They could have literally taped it down. One piece of tape, a little tape down tape. Tape.
I didn't know people actually kept ashes in like open urns or
It's not
vase.
open. It's like it's
Got a
an
lid.
Oh,
urn,
I guess it, so.
and
The
they
whole
don't-
thing shattered.
It's not like a
I think
a twist
the
on.
lid came off. It fell and the lid fell off.
He
So I'm like, there's
literally
still stuff there.
he
One last comment.
literally said that it was a suctioned on lid that wasn't secured properly. So that's another reason that you're an asshole, because this entire situation could have been avoided if you just made sure that the fucking lid was secure. Like
Lol, absolutely no way is this real. Vacuuming up her dead mother's remains. I'm not sure you get to see heaven after that. OP responded,
Yeah.
I was extremely nervous and stressed. It was the first thing I could think of. Now that I'm thinking about it, it wasn't the smartest thing I could do. Thanks for the feedback. 139 downvotes. Yeah, dude, come on.
Buddy. And then what really sucks is that stuff happened. Sucks is the vacuum. What after it happened, his reaction
Yeah.
to her feelings.
Oh
Agreed.
my
She
God.
had every right to have an
Yeah.
absolute tantrum.
Yeah.
She could have freaking busted a window.
Yeah.
But him being like, you're acting like I killed her. Like, just say you're fucking sorry.
Yeah.
Say you're so fucking sorry.
Yep.
The beginning of it to me is just like when you to understand the weight of something to someone, like that is if anyone, if a stranger came up to me and was like, hey, these are some ashes, I need you to transport them, I wouldn't just like plop it in a seat and buckle it up. Like I would probably put that in a box and seal that. So I'm like, I need to know nothing can happen to this shit.
Yeah.
Because like that's so much responsibility.
Yeah.
You
Or
treated
just
it like it
ask
was
them
one.
like, hey, how do you think I should transport
Yeah.
this?
Yeah.
Communicate it. You didn't tell me to secure it.
Yeah, no, that's
Oh, you didn't tell me you didn't want me
Shithead.
to vacuum it up.
that totally is weaponized incompetence by making it her responsibility when him, an
Yeah.
adult who's given one job.
Yeah.
And then adding the dirt is crazy.
Yeah, that's some. That's
Yeah.
some,
dirt with pebbles in it.
that's some Mr. Bean shit.
It really was a Mr. Bean level of like stupid. It was-
This feels heavier. No, I don't think so.
I don't think so. Oh, what's worse, adding the dirt or showing up with the urn half full? Adding the dirt is so much
Adding
worse.
the dirt.
Adding
That
the
is- that is
dirt.
adding a lot.
Yeah.
And it's,
Yeah.
it's so disrespectful because that's in its own little way, you're equating your mother-in-law's ashes to dirt. To
Yeah.
just dirt.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, well, it's kind of the same.
Kind of.
When it comes to like human remains, there is like a very intensely special level of respect
Yeah.
that you pay to that, and I'm sure that the
Especially when
reaction
it's
would have
your
been-
partner's
there still would have been some
mother.
pain from his girlfriend, but like, or from his wife, but to add dirt into it, like at least she could have still just had her mom still.
Yeah.
Not as much. Now she's
I'm an urn half full kind of guy.
Wow, I think it was a nail in the coffin for how he reacted and made it her
Yeah.
fault somehow. When that was you had one job. If I was
Yeah.
ever asked to do something like that, I would frickin' 10 pieces of tape, trash bag wrapped around, taped around the trash bag,
Walk it
This
there.
is
put stuffed animals around it.
This is an Am I the X situation. This
Yeah. Oh,
person
yeah,
is
for
broken
sure.
up with and he
Yeah.
doesn't realize
Yeah.
it. Next story. This comes from Off My Chest.
Okay. I will. Okay. Let me go here. Put on 30, 48. I don't have my watch history saved on this account, but so it's not going to be saved. I have to manually type it out and make sure that I get back here. But yeah, that once again, as always in these Smosh Reddit story streams, we have gone on an absolute journey together. It's been a very wild ride. I wanted to going to a 6-hour stream anyway, which is fine. But yeah, we had a lot to discuss in that first episode because I didn't remember most of those stories. I just remember the hummus. But yeah, that's why I like doing these videos though, because we have a lot of cool discussions. And I enjoy talking with you guys like that. So yeah, we will finish this episode on Friday. We'll have a new fresh episode on Saturday that we can watch at some point. I'll probably add to the playlist somewhere. But after this, we've done it for 3 streams in a row. So we're gonna watch a couple of other things in between. Friday we will start a Mr. Ballin watch along, which if you've never seen his content, you're in for a treat. His content is very good. But again, I will emphasize that he covers some pretty dark topics, and I mean like murder and shit. So if that's not really something that you're interested in, feel free to sit those streams out. Don't feel pressure to push yourself. It's completely fine. You can come back when we're doing more lighthearted stuff. As just some housekeeping stuff, as a reminder, I'm not going to be streaming next Wednesday. I have a doctor's appointment, and then the following stream after this Sunday, the next stream after this upcoming Sunday will be Deltarune Chapter 3, because we will finally have Chapter 3 and Chapter 4 out. So yeah, it's gonna be a good time. In the meantime though, I hope that you have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much for being here, whether you are a lurker or a chatter. I appreciate you nonetheless. Thank you for spending time with me. I've had a lot of fun, and I will see you on Friday at 2:30 p.m. CST. Bye-bye. Love you, Starbeans. Mwah.